Sorry. Sorry about that. I had the wrong thing pulled up. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Happy Friday night. What's new? What's the word? What's the haps? What's the biz? The busy biz. The busy yo-yos. What's up? Tim Orsung, how you doing tonight? Patrick 7, how you doing? Bionic B, what's up? It's been a rough couple days. Yes, it has. I am Bob. How you doing? Lisa Eder, JD. Hello, nerds. Oh, man. Just rage and waiting. Yeah, I'm not, I'm confused about the whole thing too. They said that they had Discord. Oh man, my hair! I should have done something different with it today. Anyway, they said that they had communications on Discord of this kid talking to other people about the gun and everything. But yet now the governor of Utah is saying that they don't think anybody else was involved. I don't get that. I really don't. Really don't get it. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Anyway, got a bunch of stories tonight. Go through. I'm gonna start with some stuff that has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, just because I got some stuff that has to do with Charlie Kirk. We got his wife put out a video, which is people have come out with screenshots from the Discord also, and the mods deleting everything and telling people not to post. Yeah, so I don't, I would think Discord's got to have it though, and if that's what's happening, then any of the people that are deleting stuff are breaking the law because they're tampering with evidence is what's happening. So, hey, Critter Sitter, what's up? Says howdy, y'all. Peace. Hit the thumbs up and thanks. God bless. I'm looking forward to a relaxing evening. Well, I can't promise a relaxing evening. Yeah. Erica's statement was heartbreaking. Yes, it was. But we're gonna watch it. Not right now. We're gonna watch it, and there's a bunch of other stuff going on. So we're gonna. What's up, Snarf? How you doing? So we're gonna jump right in to the to the first story of the evening, and it's a graphic morning. It says, "Hey, Dan Blackroyd, just a random Tuesday, nothing to get worked up over. Cool. Good. No, it's not Tuesday. Today is Friday. I didn't have Tuesday in the. I didn't have Tuesday. I had Thursday. It was the wrong thing listed at first. So, but I fixed it before the show went live. So it should say Friday and everything. Friday night news break live. What it should say. Anyways, ICE was conducting a traffic stop in Chicago as part of Operation Midway Blitz. Hey, what's up, Node? How's it going? What's up? Mm-mm. And when they approached the suspect's car, he then drove his vehicle at the agents, dragging one agent down the road and crashing into a semi-truck. The agents fired shots into the car and conducted an impromptu barrier ballistic gel test. The suspect died as a result of the wounds. Yeah. Hey, Renee, how you doing? Yes, yet another reason not to use Discord. Well, I have a Discord, which is just, I don't know. I've heard tell, why is my camera, hold on. Something is weird with my camera here. Something is weird with my camera. That's better. Yeah. With my hours, it's a wonder I know what day it is. Yeah, well, it is what it is. So that's better, right? My camera. Maybe I should zoom out a little. Zoom out a little better. That's better. A little better. Can everybody hear me good? The 5090 is taking over. Well, it was acting weird, Bill. Dan, I'm going to tell you that earlier it was telling me I couldn't access my own camera. It was saying my camera was being used by something else, and I was like, "What?" I had to like reset my computer, restart everything, and so if they're saying no one else was involved, it's definitely about removing a piece from the board next November. Yeah, that's what I say. That's exactly what I say. So let's see this here. I guess there's music playing, so who knows if we're going to have to. We're going to have to stop the music so we don't get a strike. I've been getting clipped by music whenever they put music over stuff, so I was going to tell them, okay, get out the car. Oh, this must be after. So this is after. Guy's very crappy at taking video. Why do we want video of your dashboard? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so that's a. All right, so this is after. Oh yeah, this is after shooting stuff. Okay, all right. Mm-hmm. 5 first dude, so we wouldn't have to go to Squat Mall. Yeah, hope the agent's okay. Yeah, so we have. This is what we have to talk about it here. We have Justin, the ICE officer. Justin, an ICE officer left severely injured after an illegal alien in Chicago resists arrest, drags officer with vehicle during traffic stop. Alien shot and killed. So happy ending. Happy ending. Hey, Reverend Self-Destruct, what's up, man? How you doing? Oh, you're using my camera to spy on me, huh? Well, someone was. Someone was trying to do it. It was the FBI and the CIA, probably. You get a copyright strike for your church live streams every Sunday. It's always a Muslim group from the UAE or the other Middle East countries claiming they own the hymns. That ain't right. That ain't right at all. That ain't right. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at these two. An illegal alien in Chicago was shot and killed by Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers on Friday morning after severely injuring an agent during a traffic stop. The criminal, identified as Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, resisted arrest and drove his car into officers, dragging one a significant distance, according to Department of Homeland Security. Fox correspondent Bill Malugan reports that the officer suffered lacerations and significant leg injuries before the officers opened fire. Villegas Gonzalez, who entered the country at an unknown time, had a history of reckless driving. This comes up after the Trump administration deployed hundreds of DSS agents to Chicago, stationed at the Naval Stations Great Lakes. There used to be a great hot dog place right down the street from Great Lakes called Jordy's. I think it was like right in North Chicago. North Chicago? Yeah, North Chicago. It was open all night long. It was not the safest neighborhood in the world, but it didn't really matter. You went there in naval uniform, no one was going to bother you. But man, they were good. They would like make the hot dogs and stuff, and then they would put like French fries right in there and wrap them up with the fries and everything. And yeah, they were greasy, extra greasy. Yeah, you heard Obama loved hot dogs. Well, he did, not from Jordy's, but I don't think it's there anymore. This has led to pushback from local leaders and activist groups who are concealing and helping illegal aliens evade arrest and encouraging violence against law enforcement. According to DHS, ICE and law enforcement is facing a 1,000% increase in assaults against them as they carry out their enforcement operations. Hmm. I was there during the first Gulf War too. Like I was, yeah, right when it started, I was there. Yeah, yeah, I was finishing A school there, right when the first, like right when Saddam went into Kuwait. An ICE officer was severely injured in Chicago this morning. I remember at ET school, yeah, electronics technician, yeah. Being hit dragged by an illegal alien who resisted arrest during a targeted traffic stop and tried to run over the ICE arrest team and his vehicle. ICE shot and killed an alien as a result. No shit, you too? Oh. I'm told by a senior ICE source that the officer suffered lacerations and significant injuries to the legs. ICE officer conducted a vehicle stop to arrest Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. He refused to follow law enforcement commands and drove his car at law enforcement officers. One of the ICE officers was hit by the car and dragged a significant distance. Fearing for his own life, the officer fired his weapon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. I mean, yeah, there was a lot. I mean, there was what like did they have? They didn't have night school, did they? I can't remember if they had night school. They had night school. They, yeah, yeah. Target enforcement, yeah. Criminal legal alien with a history of reckless driving. He entered the country at unknown date and time. Yeah, yeah. He was just trying to take some orphans to their college classes. When they shot and killed him, Department of Homeland Security said in statements this Monday while carrying out an enforcement operation targeting a criminal legal alien. The alien resisted arrest, attempted to flee the scene, and dragged a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer a significant distance with his car. The officer sustained multiple injuries and is in stable condition. The illegal alien was pronounced dead. We are praying for a speedy recovery of our law enforcement officers. He followed his training, used appropriate force, and properly enforced the law to protect the public and law enforcement, said Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Viral social media videos and activists encouraging illegal aliens to resist law enforcement was not only spread misinformation, but also undermine public safety as well as the safety of our officers and those we tend to apprehend. Oh, so that's that guy's story. And then we got this one here from the Post. It's basically the same thing. ICE agent shoots, kills man who dragged officer with a car near Chicago. Mm-hmm. Chicago Department of Homeland Security said Immigration Customs Enforcement opened fire. Let's see if we'll.
ICE agent shot, critically wounded.
You're never late. You always arrive exactly when you're supposed to.
ICE agent shot, critically wounded.
You hear those damn cicadas? Ugh. It's one good thing about Florida, no cicadas. Anyway. All right. And then on to the next story. California lawmakers decided, in their infinite wisdom, that they want to learn the hard way about federal supremacy. It says California lawmakers pass a bill banning face coverings for ICE agents. So they think they could tell federal officers how to do their job. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some wackadoo judge in the Ninth Circuit that's going to say they can, but it's not going to. There's no way this gets held up. You know, you can't have states dictating to the feds how to do their job. It just doesn't work that way. Mm-hmm. California passes bill banning federal immigration agents from wearing masks. From Rick Moranis. California Democrats passed a bill that would ban federal immigration agents and other federal law enforcement officers from wearing masks. We're looking at the constitutionality of it, Governor Newsom said. Here's a tip for you, Newsom. It's not constitutional. You have no authority to tell the federal government how to do anything. Don't bother looking, Governor. Any eighth grader could tell you that the governor can't order federal law enforcement or any other federal official to do anything. This is virtue signaling at its finest, and naturally, Democrats are waving the bloody shirt for all to see. Yeah, come and take the masks. Yeah, that's going to be Rick Moranis. Oh yeah, no, the love bugs suck down here. They do. They are horrible. Mm-hmm. We are in a true disaster situation where we have secret police effectively on our streets. And Scott Wiener, a Democrat state senator who's a child predator, in my opinion. Wiener may be familiar with PJ Media readers as he's a poster child for the liberal idiocy in California, and that's saying a lot. He proposed legislation that would allow Californians to sue oil companies for wildfire damage because of climate change, of course, and he introduced a bill that would force automakers to install a device to beep when a vehicle went 10 miles over the speed limit. Wiener's Peace de la Resistance was his gender identity bill that would have allowed the state to remove a child from his home if the parents refused to recognize his or her new gender. The bill was too much even for Governor Newsom, who vetoed it. So this is nothing out of the ordinary for the gay state senator from San Francisco, who hangs out at the Standard Hotel with Adam Schiff. Google it. It's our duty in California to defend the rule of law, said Assemblyman Juan Carrillo, who represents a Southern California district northeast of Los Angeles. If we want to support public safety, if we want the public to trust law enforcement, we cannot allow them to behave like secret police in an authoritarian state. Huh. Hmm. Yes. Yeah. Dark Helmet did write this. It's tearing apart the fabric of society, said Wiener. You have communities in Southern California where people are scared to go out in the streets. They're scared to go to work. They're scared to bring their kids to school. And now it's time for us to say what the rules are. Oh, you don't make the rules for the federal government there, Wiener. You know, Mr. Wiener's legislation would bar officers from wearing face coverings that shield their identities, such as ski masks, balaclavas, and neck gaiters that have become common in recent months. It does not apply to medical masks, clear plastic face shields, respirators, eye protectors, or other safety devices. The bill would take effect in January if signed by Newsom. The governor has until October 12th to act on the legislation. Numerous lawmakers described fear and anxiety in California's many Latino communities. Just say the illegal aliens are scared. Sasha Renee Perez, a Democrat state senator from Los Angeles area, said that one of her constituents was so afraid of immigration agents that he ran onto the freeway and died. Here's a little just, illegal aliens are not your constituents. Your constituents are the people who vote for you, unless you're saying that illegal aliens vote for you. Because if that's what you're saying, then just come out and say that you have illegal aliens voting for you. She said his own family members have begun carrying their passports at all times. Oh, it's very strange. Another bill expected to pass soon will require all law enforcement officers to wear name tags or badges. And I think it's not a bad idea if there are carve-outs for officers acting in certain sensitive situations. Yes, definitely. All undercover officers have to have a badge and a name tag that says, that they're the police. When they go to infiltrate the gangs and stuff, they should have a name tag that says, no, I'm the police, but shh, don't tell no one. But this is not about law and order. It's about exposing federal law enforcement to tender mercies of online doxing attempts and worse, potential acts of violence against the officers and their families. Maybe Wiener could introduce a bill requiring the names and addresses and phone numbers of federal law enforcement officers be posted on the internet for all to see. Because, this is not to say that they're, don't do stuff like that, but they did actually post all the names and addresses of all the people that own guns in California. Yes, they did. The Californians released every person that had a gun permit or that owned guns in California. Gave it to the left so that they could, dox them, and then they were putting on maps saying this guy has a gun, and basically a map to tell people where to go steal the guns. If he's going to unmask them, you might as well make it easier for the assassins to find the officers and their families. Yes. Mm-hmm. Here's OAN says the same thing. California Democrat lawmakers passed bill banning face coverings for ICE agents. State lawmakers passed a bill effectively banning enforcement officers from wearing face coverings while in public, seemingly as a direct defensive response to ICE raids. The bill on Thursday now heads to Governor Newsom's desk for a final signature before being passed into law. Newsom has not announced his intention if he has until the 12th to decide if he wants to sign it. Yeah, great idea, right? Send people after the guns so you can take their guns. Yeah, well, that's what they did. That's what they did. Now we're looking at the constitutionality of it. Well, it's not. The legislation bars local and federal officers from wearing ski masks. Now they could bar local officers, sheriffs and all they want, unless the sheriff has some kind of constitutional role that makes him be able to direct the officers. I don't know. We'd have to look at the constitutionality of stuff when it comes to sheriffs and stuff, because sheriff's offices are a little different. It's a common occurrence that ICE agents can steal their identity out of safety concern. Despite the concerns, the Democrat politicians argue that the ban is necessary to create accountability and avoid having secret police. They keep running around saying secret police, calling people fascists and stuff like that. And then, who knows? People might take matters into their own hands, But God, don't blame the Democrats. It can't be their fault. No. We're in a disaster situation where we have secret police, stated Senator Wiener. Wiener! And the reason his name is Wiener is because that's his favorite meal. You have communities in California where people are scared to go out in the streets. All right, so I know Andy Rosk. I'd have to look at it's been so long. There was a couple, honestly, I don't remember. I'd have to look at some, go back in my book and look. remember people's names. I don't even remember people I went to boot camp with names really. Like there was a couple guys I remember, like a guy named Coggins and Clemendo, and then that's about it. And Elder, a guy named Elder, and I don't know. It's like I remember faces and stuff, and seeing people and certain things like places to eat and food and stuff like that. It's sad, Like the one thing I remember from Elder, yeah, a guy named Elder, Larry, not Larry Elder, but another. He was like a shorter guy. His last name was Elder. I can't remember his first name. I just remember Elder. And, you think you remember me? I don't know. I was a lot skinnier. I weighed like 130 pounds back then. 135 pounds. Bad guys wear masks because they don't want to get caught. And the Hill, basically says California lawmakers pass ban on federal immigration agents. So basically, that's that. That's that story. And in July, his office was reviewing the constitutionality. So that's what they're saying, And then Epoch Times, same thing. And then on to the next story here for the evening is, let's see how to put this. Yeah, like the media and the Democrats per se, they're like they're kind of upset a little bit, that there's consequences for all the shit that they've been doing the last few days. When that they don't think they should be fired because they're cheering that someone was murdered in front of his wife and kids for just talking. They think you should be able to do that and laugh and say, all this other stuff, and that there's not going to be any consequences for saying that stuff. They're perfectly fine though if you made a joke when you were in high school, like in a Facebook group or something, that they would come and you'd lose your job 20 years later, 15 years later, when somebody found this joke you made that was off color 15, 20 years ago. But this stuff that they're doing now today in real time, they don't like it that they're being held accountable. Mm-hmm. 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 Please show your appreciation for Jim's time and work. Those that can afford it. Definitely. You called him Elder, Huckleberry Dolphin Elder, Head Fud Fun Fin. Yeah, he had like a big, like he wasn't a midget or a dwarf or anything like that. He was just shorter, and he talked like he was from the South, if I remember correctly, like Alabama maybe, or he had a Southern accent, maybe North Carolina, South Carolina, something. He had a Southern accent. There was another guy, I can't remember his name, who had like remote control, like went and spent his entire bonus on like a giant remote control helicopter. He was in your class? Really? I'm gonna have to go look at my. I have to go look at my yearbook. What the find? You drag it out. Matthew Dowd's firing brings a flood of people facing consequences for their comments on Charlie Kirk's death. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. Mm-hmm. Matthew Dowd opened a floodgate. The MSNBC political analyst who lost his job shortly after on-air comments about conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination was the first of many figures to face consequences Thursday for public statements or actions about the shooting. Indeed, raw feelings about the killing have ignited a campaign to shame and more. I'm trying to think who else, maybe Snarf Magoo. You don't want to distract from the show. There was another guy named Keister from like Wisconsin or Minnesota. I'm thinking about it. And then Doug Westbrook, real tall guy from like Peoria, Illinois. Remember him? Right-wing influencer Laura Loomer said she would try to ruin professional aspirations of anyone who celebrated Kirk's death. Hey, Mr. Muffins, what's up, Muffrando? How you doing? Keister. Yeah, something like that was his name. Paul Kester. Anyway. MSNBC said Dowd is no longer with the network after his comments shortly after shooting about hateful words. Yeah, you're not late. You're always right on time. The show was just starting, so you're fine. We were still talking about stuff that had nothing to do with stuff, but it was about other stuff, so it's fine. MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler said Dowd apologized for the remarks, which Cutler called inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. Dowd said he didn't intend for his comments to blame Kirk for the attack, but, what are you going to do? Still, it brought an abrupt interruption to his work as a television commentator, which the former aide to President George W. Bush had done for nearly 2 decades. And action spread across the country from Mississippi to Arizona. Hey, Just Dawn Soulless Ginger, how you doing tonight? What's going on? I love stuff too, Rev. Hey, Steve Hilliard, what's going on? How you doing? And then a Florida reporter was suspended for a question posed to a congressman. A comic book writer lost her job. I think, is it a her or a him? Because of social media posts. It's a little more than social media posts, And educators in Mississippi and Tennessee. CBS Mornings host Nate Burleson was attacked for a question. I think it was a little more than a question, old Nate said. Yeah. And an Arizona sports reporter and Carolina Panthers public relations officials both lost jobs. Hey, it's an easy mistake to think that those evil right-wingers were shooting off guns in celebration as he was owning the libs. Them varmints! Yeehaw! Is that what they think? Yeah. The same group is going after a lady that called a kid the N-word. Well, now that's the thing is, I don't know that she did call a kid the N-word. There was a guy filming her that kept saying, did you say and said the word, the N-word word, the N-word word to her. And then she finally says it to him, but he can say it fine, and it's fine for him to say it, but because she looks different than him, she can't say it. Seems like maybe they should be canceling him too, because he said it first. She just was repeating. Maybe it's not English as a second language for her or something. She didn't understand. An anonymously registered website pledged to expose Charlie's murderers and asked people to offer tips about people who were supporting political violence online. The site published a running list on Thursday of targeted posts, along with the names, locations, and employers of the people who posted them. It turns out, it turns out that the right is really good at doxing people. That who would have thunk it? Then again, who knows? This could be the same people doing it on both sides. This could be like anarchists, people just trying to throw the shit to the wind and just wanting to. Who knows? They were trying to spin it before it came out that he died. Yeah, they were. They were trying to play games, Mr. K. They were screwing around. There are several similar efforts, including one by Scott Presser, who asked his followers about teachers who supposedly celebrated Kirk's assassination and posted findings on X. Yeah, I don't think accelerationists. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's some accelerationists that could be, that are that just want to see everything go. So they're like, screw it, let's go. But who knows? I don't know. Oh, Catherine K, you're never late. No one's ever late. It's cool. I didn't say it either. I don't. Yeah. Anyway, here's got to say it at the beginning of the show, so I'll say it now. There is a goal, as there is with every show. We're going to go maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I don't know. We'll see how everything goes. If we hit the goal of $75, we will add an hour to the show. For every $75 we hit, we will add another hour to the show. I have a Trumpinator. I have her address. I wanted to get through some of these stories first before we got into the Charlie Kirk stuff. And if any single donation comes in that's over $25, we will activate the Bellavision, and or if we hit the 75, whatever happens first. Yeah. Skip ahead to the 13-minute 44 mark. Oh, it's that long? I didn't think it was that long. Anyway, and so, yeah. A staff member at the University of Mississippi was fired after sharing insensitive comments about Kirk's death, according to the school chancellor. The university did not identify the employee or immediately respond to questions. Hey, what's up, Will Call Magic? How you doing tonight? Hank, what's up, buddy? President of Middle Tennessee State University said he fired staffer who offered callous and inappropriate comments on social media. President Sidney A. McAfee did not identify the staff member. It said the person worked in a position of trust with our students. Yeah. It wasn't clear if it was the same person, but an ex-post by Tennessee GOP Senator Marsha Blackburn identified an assistant dean of students at MTSU, which posted online that she had zero sympathy following the shooting. Well, I mean, there's lines like someone saying, "Yeah, I don't have any sympathy." That's one thing, but saying like the people cheering and celebrating and all this stuff, and that's different. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. A warning to teachers in Florida. That's right. Ron DeSantis laid down the fucking law. He said, warned that any teacher making disgusting statements about Kirk's assassination could draw sanctions, including suspension or revocation of their teaching licenses. It seems kind of extreme, but anyway. Commissioner Anastasios Kamatsus said in a memo to school district superintendents that he's been made aware of despicable comments on social media, and I will be conducting an investigation of every educator who engages in this vile, sanctionable behavior. Kamatsus said in a Kamoutsis said in a memo, govern yourself accordingly. The rush to police commentary appeared to have little precedent in other recent examples of political violence, such as the 2022 attack on Paul Pelosi. What? Or the shooting deaths earlier this year of the Minnesota House Speaker, Melissa Hortman. Well, here's the difference is because nobody was cheering for Paul Pelosi getting hammered. Nobody was cheering when this Minnesota people got shot. It's you people on the left that are cheering and celebrating that someone, an innocent person who was just talking, was shot, killed in front of their wife and kids. I mean, people made some jokes about Paul Pelosi because it seemed kind of odd, that he's got this gay prostitute in his house, and there's all this other stuff about the car accidents, and he's never seems to be, it just was weird. It was a weird situation. Let's put it that way. It was odd. It's odd. It looked like there was some hanky-panky going on there. That's all. People made some jokes. They weren't saying he deserved to get hit in the head or anything like that, and they weren't never saying that, they wanted anything to be Oh, look at this. Mr. K says, my contribution towards the goal. Might as well spend it before the bills steal the rest. Hopefully work picks up soon. Life while broke sucks. It does. It does. It does. Yeah. It does suck. Mm-hmm. DC Comics announced that it was ditching the new Red Hood series, a Batman spinoff, after one issue had been published and two more were in the works. The comics writer, Gretchen Felker Martin, had published comments about Kirk's shooting online that DC called offensive. I don't think that DC called, I think the entire friggin' world called them offensive. Posts or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence are inconsistent with DC's standards of conduct. Weird is a big word now. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I mean, it's funny they mentioned DC like it's some sort of right-wing stronghold. Yeah, like this person said was so far over the top, over the line, that DC had to do something. And I think it partly might be due to the fact that Warner Brothers is trying to sell off assets and trying to get acquired and stuff. And so they got to mind their P's and Q's, man. Mm-hmm. Loomer, whose pressure campaigns have resulted in several Trump administration firings, attacked the entertainment website TMZ for what she could call the disgusting live stream where employees could be heard laughing and cheering seconds before Kirk's death was announced. Well, no, it wasn't seconds before his death was announced. His death was announced. And then finally, his people, they said, oh, yeah, it was just like, they're all, yeah, cheering. And the guy goes, hey, it was just announced that, it was just confirmed that he died. Trump just tweeted it. And they tried to say, oh, no, they were watching this car chase. But then when you go back and you look at the timing and the car chase, it's like, what would they be cheering about for the car chase? Because the car chase was still going on when they cheered. So, but apologize for the bad timing and how it looked. A writer for the Arizona media company PHNX Sports was fired after conservative activists called attention to a series of online posts that attacked Kirk's position on guns in Gaza and called him evil. Well, there's a little more than that, too. The Panthers distanced themselves from an employee who posted comments about Kirk and a photo referencing a Wu-Tang Clan song, Protect Your Neck. Kirk was shot in the neck. I thought he was shot in the chest from the stuff that I saw. It looked like he got shot right here, like right here, and it hit the clavicle jugular. And then the vest that he was wearing caught the blood and it caused it to spray out. I mean, that's what it looked like to me, because the blood didn't come out like when he got hit. If he got hit in the neck, you would have thought you would have saw like the blood right away. It took like, 1/1000 for the blood, which to come. But anyway, I could be wrong. Yeah, they were watching a car chase on the news when the news broke about his death. They're playing on words. Yeah, nothing happened in the car chase. That's the problem. It looked to me like it looked to me like the shirt got pulled into the vest. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered anyway if he was wearing a vest or not. A 30-06 is going through anything that doesn't have trauma plates in it. So I don't know. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like right here. Like I was watching the video, I watched it repeatedly, and it looked like if you watch the one where you can hear the shot and you can see his shirt move like this, like his shirt go in right before the I thought he always wore a vest. That's what I was told, that he always wore a 3A vest. It's just a thin Kevlar vest to stop a handgun or a stabbing. That's it. But anyway, Rock's name has been removed from the team's website. He did not immediately return messages to seek comment. Yeah. Well, no, it didn't. It wouldn't have ricocheted off the vest into his neck, because that the 30-06 is going to rip right through a soft body armor. Not going to. There's no soft body armor that's going to stop a 30-06. Yeah, it was confirmed. It was a 30-06 hunting rifle. It was an old Mauser. I think it was a Mauser that was converted from 8mm Mauser to 30-06, I believe. It's an old gun. Important. Like, they're going to have to try. Yeah, the gun was found. It was 30-06. Burleson, football star turned CBS News anchor under attack. Burleson, a former football star, was attacked online for asking House Speaker Kevin McCarthy whether this was a moment for the Republican Party to reflect on political violence. His co-anchor Gail King immediately tried to soften the question. I'd say both parties. Yeah. Another former NFL player, Jay Feely, running for Congress in Arizona, said the question was offensive. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in front of his family, and you ask if Republicans need to tone down their rhetoric. I mean, I've got some stuff we're going to get to. The Democrats are still saying the same shit today. Calling people fascists and Nazis and authoritarians, and this is the end of it, and Trump's going to destroy the country, and they haven't stopped. So any of these Republicans that are running around saying, "Oh, we need to try to unity and come together," you can't come together with people who are actively trying to get you killed, and they're still doing it today. The Democrats are still trying to get people killed. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Liz Warren, Jayapal, Prima Dryapel, whatever her name is, that one. No, JFK was a Mannlicher Carcano. It was a Spanish or Portuguese gun. A reporter for a Florida politics site was suspended for texting a Florida congressman a question about gun control immediately after Kirk shooting. Yeah, immediately this guy texts him, "Well, don't you think maybe your positions on gun control would have done something if they would have done that?" It was a Chinese Mooser? Was it? Okay. Italian Carcano. Yeah, but I think it was imported from Spain, if I remember correctly. It was like, anyway. Mauser. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rep. Randy Fine texted back that he had learned of Kirk shooting only 23 minutes earlier and was repulsed to get a question when people should be praying for his safety. Scrooge said he agreed with the timing was appropriate and he didn't want any of his staff members to be put in danger by anyone angry about it. I think everybody should be asking questions about a wide range of policies. A Schwarz said every Thursday, but when a house is on fire, I don't think you should ask questions about the person's insurance policy. Put out the fire first. He said that Gankarski was a good reporter who made a mistake. He'll be put back on the job a few days out. So see, that's what I think a lot of people is going to happen is that is a lot of these people are just going to get their jobs back in a few days. They're just doing this right now, and then as soon as everyone's eyes are somewhere else, they're going to be right back. That's what I think is going to happen. But then again, I'm just an idiot. The feminist website Jezebel removed the Post headline, which said, "We paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk." That was published Mondays, two days before Kirk's death. The piece was intended as satire and made it clear that we wish no physical harm. We stand by every word. Well, they stand by every word that they put a curse on him and they want him dead, but they didn't really mean it. It was a joke. We may republish it at a later date, but out of compassion for the family, we want to make clear that we prioritize an end to violence over anyone wanting to read about Etsy witches. Oh, interesting. And journalist Sophie Bates and these people wrote the story. So, yeah. The Portuguese family Robinson. Yeah, definitely. And then just to prove that it's not just them, you got the Boston Globe with the same thing. Dowd's firing brings flood of people facing consequences for their comments. Yeah, they fired people for a few days. That's known as a vacation. Yeah. Dowd opened a floodgate. Many other figures face consequences. Raw feelings about the killing of Knight in a campaign to shame and more. So it's a campaign to shame. This is how they report it. Charlie Kirk was murdered in cold blood in front of his wife and kids, and the whole world saw it. And it's a campaign to shame other people for cheering it on. Shouldn't they maybe be shamed? Shouldn't that be what's going on? I mean, don't these people have any fucking shame? Right-wing influencer said she was going to ruin the professional aspirations of anyone who celebrated Kirk's death. He didn't intend. Action spread across the country. Yeah. So this is basically the same story, I think. It's the same story. So we're gonna move on. Washington Post, same thing. Floodgates, basically the same story. What is that? Is that what they do? They get one person writes a story, and no. MSC opened a floodgate. Bill and Rebecca Dunn Freedom Center, Turning Point, USA. May Charlie be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior. No, they have no shame. Yeah, I guess not. He opened a floodgate. Wow. So they got their word. Floodgate. Yeah, no, the illegals weren't a floodgate when Biden opened up the literally opened the floodgates and let 20 million pour in. No. That's in your imagination. Okay. All right, on to this next story here. Yeah. A federal appeals court will allow the Trump administration to move forward with revoking the legal status of more than 500,000 Cuban, Haitian, Venezuelan, and Nicaraguan migrants who flew into the U.S. via President Biden's CHNV migrant flights mass parole program, reversing a Boston federal judge's stay blocking the Trump administration from attempting to deport them. A group of migrants and other special interests have sued the Trump administration for trying to revoke the parole status, arguing that the move was illegal and offered no due process. What? What due process are they entitled to? They got a temporary reprieve. Okay, you can stay for a little while. Now, just because, this is like, basically, they're like all squatters now. They're squatting in the country. They just came in here, and now it's like you got to fight to get them to leave. I mean, shit, that makes me not think we should ever have any guests anymore. We should probably just stop letting anyone come here if they're all going to act like this when we ask them to go home. We say, okay, it's time to go now. Party's over. And they want to fight you. And this is, I just want to show everyone that this is my favorite soda here, Grape Crush. All right? Because I am a black man from Chicago. Mm-hmm. The First Circuit Court of Appeals sides with the Trump administration, arguing that DHS Secretary Noem has the authority to terminate parole under the Immigration and Nationality Act. Yes. That's right. Confirmed. Confirmed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, in sum, we hold that the plaintiffs have not made a strong showing that they're likely to succeed in showing that the Secretary's decision to terminate the CHNV parole program exceeds her discretion as authorized by the Immigration and Nationality Act. Yeah, because it specifically says in the Immigration and Nationality Act that the Secretary can terminate parole on a mass scale, that she doesn't need to do like individuals. She can mass terminate parole. What they're not supposed to do is be able to yes, grape crush in glass bottles was awesome. Everything should be back in glass bottles. Did I miss the remembrance of 9/11 and the assassination of Kirk? No, we didn't. We didn't get to that yet. I didn't want to start with that again. I wanted to start with some other stories first tonight, JT. So I have some other stories. What we're doing. We're going to get to 9/11. We're going to get to Charlie Kirk. Just everyone relax. It's been, trying not to cry. In other news, did you know that Charlie Kirk's partner? Oh, no, not looking at that. That's right. So another Trump win on his cancellation of refugee emissions. Yeah, milk was good in glass bottles. Yes, it was. Everything's better in glass bottles. I mean, it really is. It just is. I mean, plastic sucks. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm trying to stay strong. Yeah, appeals court tells the Trump administration that you can end the legal protections for these 400,000 illegals. Mm-hmm. Employees work inside a franchise, Saboa Venezuela, one of the 18 businesses owned by Wilmer Escarella, which employs scores of Venezuelan illegal aliens with temporary protected status. So why would this one business why would this business employ so many Venezuelan illegal aliens? Huh? Is that all they hire? Is that what they purposely only hire Venezuelan illegal aliens? I mean, why? That seems like that might be discriminatory. Why don't they hire any Mexican illegal aliens or some Puerto Rican illegal aliens? There's no such thing as a Puerto Rican illegal alien because they're U.S. citizens. I'm trying to give you a trick question there. Or Dominican or Californian. A federal appeals court ruled on Friday that the Trump administration can end illegal protection for around 430,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. The ruling by the three-judge panel of the first U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals is the latest twist in a legal fight over the Biden-era policies of letting everybody fucking in that wants to come. Generally, for 2 years with work authorization, they're allowed to stay, but it does say that the Secretary of Homeland Security can cancel that program. The Trump administration announced in March it was ending the humanitarian parole protections. This is. Samoa, Venezuela was like, what? Flavor of Venezuelan? Oh, the bloodsuckers are excited. Mm-hmm. Yep. I did see some stuff about, not news outlets, I saw something about some books that were supposedly published the day before, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying not to get too conspiratorial. I have my spidey senses are tingling about some things that were said, and I feel like the government's not being honest with us, but whatever, we'll see. We recognize the risks of irreparable harm persuasively laid out in the district court's order that parolees who lawfully arrived in this country were suddenly forced to choose between leaving in less than a month, a choice that potentially includes being separated from their families, communities, and lawful employment, and returning to the dangers in their home countries. And the judges wrote, but absent a strong showing of likelihood of success, the risk of such irreparable harms cannot by itself support a stay. That's right. In a two-page ruling, the court lifted a stay issued by the district court and is allowing the administration to end the humanitarian parole for those groups while the lawsuit plays out. The ruling Friday is a victory for the Trump administration, but doesn't change anything on the ground. I don't get that. How does it not? Trump can't use illegal aliens in it. Report Venezuelan gang. What? Esther Sung, the legal director for Justice Action Center, a co-counsel in the case, said the ruling hurts everyone. It hurts everyone. People who came from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela did everything the government asked of them. And the Trump administration cruelly and nonsensically failed to hold up the government's end of the bargain. The government's end of the bargain was we giving you a temporary reprieve. Temporary. Protected status. Temporary protected status. It's no longer, you no longer have the temporary protected status. I mean, I know the Democrats are big fans of anything that's temporary being permanent. You know, like the income tax was supposed to be temporary. Tricks on you. You know. While we are deeply disappointed in the decision, we will continue to advocate zealously for our clients and class members as litigation continues. You felt a disturbance in the farce? District Court issued a stay in April, halting the administration's decision, but the Supreme Court lifted the lower court order at the end of May with little explanation. Yeah. See, the District Court said you can't do this. Supreme Court said, yeah, you can. And then the District Court said, no, you can't again. This is what's going on right now, is you have courts not listening to daddy, basically, and mommy. You know, the appellate, it's called the appellate court mommy, and then the Supreme Court is daddy. And they're not listening to either. Who is paying the lawyers? Act Blue, probably Act Blue. Other, you know, Soros, you know, China. The Trump administration argued that the appeals court should follow the Supreme Court and reverse the district court's ruling. You would think, right? You know, protection for people fleeing turmoil in their home countries were always meant to be temporary, and the Department of Homeland Security has the power to revoke them without court interference, because that's what the law says. That's what the law says. That's what the law says. Yeah, we saw. Yeah, we were talking about that, Trumpinator. We were talking about that, the backlash. Yeah. Solicitor John D. Sauer argued that ending parole on a case-by-case basis would be a gargantuan task that would slow the government's efforts to press for the removal of the migrants. They're supposed to be granted parole on a case-by-case basis, but it can be revoked en masse. And Biden did the opposite. Biden granted parole on a mass scale without ever checking any of these people out. And now they're trying to say, yeah, but now you got to do it case by case, even though he granted it contrary to the law. The law specifically says that parole can be granted on a case by case basis. Can be revoked at any time by the secretary. The secretary's discretionary rescission of a discretionary benefit should be the end of the matter, lawyers for the government wrote in their brief. The plaintiffs, including people who benefited from the legal protection, urged the appeals court to endorse the district court ruling, which found that the Homeland Security could not categorically end protections for these groups, but instead had to evaluate each case individually. They also cited the district court's finding that NOM ignored the humanitarian concerns that led to legal protections in the first place. The district court applied the law correctly and did not abuse its discretion when it concluded the secretary's action inflicted irreparable injury on the class members. That's what the attorneys wrote to us. Appeals court said, wrong. Wrong answer. Republican President Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail to deport millions of people, and I'm going to hold him to it. I want tens of millions of people deported. Tell you what, we deport 55 million people, and then we could let a few back in. Since taking office, he sought to dismantle the Biden administration's policy of letting every motherfucker in the world in. The Trump administration's decision was the first ever mass revocation of humanitarian parole, attorneys for the migrants said in court papers. It's not. The largest mass illegalization effort in modern American history. Why not the whole 100 million? Well, I mean, if we just turn off the free stuff, definitely. If we start chucking them out by express, they'll get the message. And here's the order coming out of the Ninth Circuit, which is Western District of Washington, Seattle. We heard the orders on an expedited basis. A stay pending appeal and further order of this court. We hereby vacate our administrative stay. We vacate our prior stay issued and amended. District Court's February order, preliminary injunction, are stayed in its entirety except for specified in this order. The government's emergency motion is denied as moot. President Trump issued an executive order realigning the United States Refugee Admissions Program. So basically, they're saying this, and then the plaintiffs are refugees who were previously admitted, but now they got to go home. Time to go home. It's 3 a.m. and I'm lonely. Gotta go home. Gotta go home. Gotta go home. Gotta go home. I would like to also deport all these Sharia law supporters. Sharia law is not compatible in the USA. I agree. I concur. So it says here that on March 24th, the district court issued a second preliminary injunction. Oh, so the first one that got overturned, he said, no, I'll issue another one. I think that's grounds for impeachment, me personally. The government filed notices. The government sought a stay pending appeal, quoting Trump v. Hawaii. And we denied the motion for a stay. However, to the extent the district court's preliminary injunction order applies to individuals who are conditionally approved for citizens for immigration to come in, we issued 2 additional orders clarifying the limited carve-out of the stay. Yeah, no hostile totalitarian systems for me, please. You're worried Trump is going to pull a Reagan as far as these immigrants are concerned. He better not, man. Better not. Yeah, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's right. And so after that decision saying, no, they got to go, then this judge comes back and says, no, you have to update the immigration website for the Venezuelans and tell them they still have protected status. I don't know. I don't understand how this is. I don't understand it. We have a problem. I mean, we have a problem, and it's, tyrannical, black-robed inferior court judges. We do, and something's going to have to be done. That's Christy Dome. So, President Trump's administration must update its immigration services website to reflect that 600,000 Venezuelans with temporary protected status are legally allowed to live and work in the United States, a judge ordered. So even though the appeals court said they were able to revoke the status, this judge says, no, you got to let them stay. Edward Chen ordered Trump's Republican administration to change its U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service website after plaintiffs said temporary protected status holders were still in detention centers or unable to return to work after a September 5th judgment in favor of the plaintiffs. Chen said in his Thursday, September 5th order that in favor of the TPS holders went into effect immediately. That ruling found they had unlawfully canceled TPS, even though the court said they could do it. See, so you have this lower court judge just basically ignoring what the Supreme Court said, ignoring what the appeals court said, and just keeps doing the same shit. Joe Biden granted extensions for 1.1 million Venezuelans and Haitians. It's a designation that can be granted by Homeland Security to people in the United States if their homelands are deemed unsafe to return. Guess what? Go back to Venezuela. It seems fine. Seems fine to me. Court blocks it, even though they said he could. Judge blocks effort to end protections. See, he just keeps out. Appeals court rules against Trump's end protections. But an attorney for the Department of Justice said the judge had not ordered the government to update its website. He also argued in the court that September 5th judgment did not take effect immediately unless specifically ordered. Chen said in Thursday order that the rules cited by the government did not apply to these types of cases, that the previous day he denied the government's request to stay his judgment while it appeals. Lawyers for the plaintiffs said that people with temporary protected status are at risk of losing their jobs and more. Good. Let them lose their jobs. Let an American get the job. They submitted a court declaration stating that San Antonio man detained in May was told he would not be released until the website is updated. Well, he's not a San Antonio man. He's from some other country man. Another declaration is from a TPS holder who's worked in Amazon warehouse for 3 years. Wow, it's weird. Weird how all these TPS people can get jobs, but I know a whole bunch of people that are Americans that can't get jobs. Unemployment rate's ticking up, but TPS people, they're fine. They got jobs. Person was told by Human Resources that a copy of the September 5th order and letter from an immigration attorney was not enough to authorize employment. Because it's not. It's not. A letter from an attorney saying you can work is not. Nah. It's not. And then we got this. We got the media still trying to gin up some bullshit. You got this where it says that lawsuit says U.S. held West African migrants in straitjackets for 16 hours on a flight to Ghana. All right. So I'm going to read the story, but I'm just going to explain to you what happened here because I don't know if people have ever flown on actual military transport, like not regular planes, but like a military transport, like it's a cargo plane basically that they have some jump seats and stuff in that they fold down and they put you in, but you're strapped up and you can't move. So that's what happened. Some West Africans who were deported from the U.S. to Ghana were held in straitjackets for 16 hours on a flight. They were not held in straitjackets. They were not held in straitjackets. They were strapped in. On a flight which all passengers were shackled and only given bread and water. Huh. So which was it? Were they in straitjackets or were they shackled? How did they eat bread and water if they were in straitjackets? Yeah, right? Yeah, bread and water. I mean, what were they supposed to give them on an airplane flight? I mean, have anybody flown lately on a commercial flight? What food do they give you on the commercial flight? There's no meals anymore. And by bread and water, what they're probably talking about is they probably got crackers. I mean, I doubt very highly that they busted out a loaf of bread and started passing out bread. I mean, I'll put money on it that they did not give them bread. They probably gave them crackers, and they're calling it bread and water. They probably gave them yeah, they had the option to self-deport. They chose to fight, and so they get what they get. The Winter Equestrian Festival that runs in Florida from December to February. Yeah, it's a bit cliche, right? Bread, water. Mm-hmm. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Washington on behalf of 5 migrants say passengers were awoken in the middle of the night on September 5th and not told where they were going until hours into their flight on a U.S. military cargo plane. Oh, so they were strapped in jump seats on a cargo plane is what it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The migrants have been detained for 5 days in Ghana in squalid conditions and surrounded by armed military guards in an open-air detention facility. Really? Who are these? Who are these illegal aliens? Are they criminals? Is that why they went to Ghana and their home countries wouldn't take them? Is that what it was? Because that's what I think it was. Called the Diva Camp. The complaint also says conditions are abysmal and deplorable. Well, that's, hey, they can fit right in with the basket of deplorables. With tents and shelter and little running water. Oh. So it's our responsibility to fix the problems in the countries they get sent to? I don't think so. The migrants aren't from Ghana and been told they will be sent to other countries that have been determined to be too dangerous by U.S. immigration judges. Really? I don't think so. Making it the latest legal challenge to the Trump administration's practice of sending people to countries other than their own, including El Salvador, Panama, Costa Rica, and several African nations. Too sick to chat. This will have to do. The vid got to me. We were video talking about the video of which I don't know which video we're talking about. The video of his wife talking. We're going to get to that in a minute, but thank you very much for the $5. I'll pray for a swift recovery. Yes, thank you. Drink lots of water and take it easy. But yeah, so we are right now. Oh, look at that. We're $15 in. I should have fixed this. I should have went like this and corrected this. So I should have went. We are $60 away from the first additional hour. The complaint filed by lawyers for the Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Asks the judge to immediately halt deportations to their countries of origin. Well, here's the thing. If they're in Ghana, they're no longer in U.S. custody. So a U.S. judge can't order shit. Oh, COVID. The vid got to me. Oh, COVID. I meant to do this twice. Oh, I thought you meant a video. I am sorry. Now I'm really sorry. I hope you feel better. And thank you for the additional $5. But COVID, yes, get lots of fluids. Get lots of fluids. They you know what they say. You can starve a fever and feed a cold, but you need to drink a lot of bourbon for COVID. That's what I was told. Mm-hmm. Ghana receives 14 West African nationals deported from the U.S. Oh, well, Ghana has them, so now it's Ghana's problem. Court asked why Trump sued Maryland. Well, because Maryland sucks. Federal Appeals Court upholds block on indiscriminate immigration stops in California. Well, it got overturned by the Supreme Court, didn't it? Didn't it? Defendants have enlisted the government of Ghana to do their dirty work, it says. Despite the minimal pass-through involvement of the Ghanaian government, defendants' objective is clear. Deport individuals who have been granted fear-based relief for being sent to their countries of origin to those countries anyway, and contradictions of the ruling of the U.S. immigration judges and U.S. immigration law. Wrecked them. It nearly killed them. Hey, Daniel Gagax, what's going on? How's it going? Tracking the lawsuits against Trump. Hundreds of lawsuits have been filed during Donald Trump's second administration. Yes, hundreds of lawsuits have been filed. Challenging his executive orders as well as the actions taken by his administrations. Look at this. So, partially or fully blocked. I mean, look at this. This is why nothing changes in this country. This is what the problem is. You could win an election and with a mandate and say, this is what you're going to do. This is what I want to do. The people vote for it. And then what happens is all these people sue and you get these judges basically holding, oh my goodness, Brian Oldenkamp comes in with a big fat $25. I thank you so much. That means that we get the old Beller vision going on here. Thank you. And yes, Bell vision. Thank you very much, Brian Oldenkamp. You're a legend and a skullhair. Yeah, from everyone here at Jim Tells You, thank you for the monies. So we are $30 away. $30 away from an additional hour. Just 30. Just 30. We are $30. $30. Mm-hmm. But look at all these lawsuits, man. The Homeland Security Department and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement did not immediately respond for requests for comment. No, they said, can you give us comments? And they said, we can't immediately. We got to wait. The lawsuit was filed a day after the Ghana president confirmed the arrival of the 14 appointees. Ghana joined Eswatini, Rwanda, and South Sudan as African countries that have received migrants from third countries who were deported from the U.S., an approach whose legality has been questioned by lawyers and human rights organizations. Well, here's the thing. You know who said it was legal? The only people that matters. The Supreme Court said it was legal to deport to third countries. And they said they can do it. So anyone else can question the legality all they want, but the people that decide on whether it's legal, the Supreme Court said it was legal. So that's the rules. President Trump has been aggressively cracking down on immigrants he describes as criminals and aliens. No. He is cracking down on alien criminals. That's what he's doing. Anyone who entered the country illegally is an alien, an illegal alien. And it's no fun being an illegal alien. It's not. There was a song about it. It's no fun being an illegal alien. Yeah, the problem is they just bring another case up and they change the wording a little bit, rinse and repeat. Yeah, that's what they do. They go to a different They go to a different judge, they get a different ruling. They say, no, this doesn't matter, even though it's the Supreme Court, which it does matter. So at some point, someone's going to have to step in and start smacking these judges around. If it's not Congress, it's going to have to be the courts. Oh, King Puss is new at Rumble, and here, so let's give him a welcome. Well, King Puss, where's he at? Hey, King Puss, there he is. Hello, everyone. Well, how you doing, King Puss? Oh, that's a look at that kitty cat. Hello, kitty, 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 kitty. How you doing? Thank you for being here. It's so nice that you could make it. I forgot to put the tail. Oh, shit. You got me. I forgot to put the tail on the fake dog. Hold on. I got to go get the tail. Hold on. All right. Still no tail. I tried to pull it. It's like in there. I tried to pull it out, and it just went right back. Anyway. So President Trump has been aggressively cracking down on immigrants he describes as criminals and aliens from countries whose nationals have overstayed their visas in the U.S. It's a crime to overstay your visa in the United States. So they are criminals if they're overstaying their visa. I mean, oh my lordy, 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 lordy. Brian Oldecamp with 10 Jim Tells You memberships. That, my friends, will give us an extra hour right there. Yes. Let's see who was lucky enough to get those 10 gifted memberships. We got Nunya Business, got a gifted membership. Nanny Goat, Chicago Jan, SSETC, Potentially Criminal. Hey, Sean from Potentially Criminal got a membership. So that's good to know. Sean still's a follower of mine. Sue Ellen, Uncapped Turtle, Shirk Daily, Jay Liebgott, J Rock. Wow, that is awesome. Thank you. Is that 10? Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome. And I believe that makes the banner have to come down, and I have to change this. And I have to say that it has to be now $45 from a second hour. Yes. Yes, we are now $45 away from a second additional hour. Thank you very much, Brian Oldecamp. You are awesome. Yeah, thanks for the memo. Potentially Criminal, what's going on, bud? Yes, he is. He is awesome. Awesome. Anything going on over in the ghetto? So lawyers and activists said the Trump administration appears to be making such requests to the nations most affected by his policies on trade, migration, and aid. Well, see, that's what you call foreign policy. You have negotiating leverage, and you say, all right, you want this from us. Well, this is what we want from you. That's how it works. That's called negotiating. None of the 14 deportees were originally from Ghana. And the 5 West Africans who filed the lawsuit did not have ties with the country or designated as a potential country of removal. Well, see, here's the thing is it's not up to them where they go. We say, you want to go, we're going to send you home. And they go, no, we're not going to go home. Or their country says, no, we don't want them back. And we go, we're going to send you somewhere else. And they go, okay, well, we want to pick. We go, well, it's not up to you. We're going to send you where any place that will take you. And so that's what happens. And that's the law. Plaintiffs are identified only by initials in the complaint. And they started doing this because they didn't want anybody to be able to research who they are and get their actual criminal history and what they're, so that's why they're just doing initials. 4 are in immediate danger of being sent within hours to their countries. 1 has already been removed to Gambia and is in hiding despite having repeatedly stated his fear of returning to his country. Now, did he go back to Gambia on his own? 3 plaintiffs are from Nigeria and 2 from the 2 from Gambia. The lawsuit says 14 West Africans were taken from their cells at an ICE detention center in Alexandria, Louisiana. Ah. Hmm. All right. All right. First things last here. We're gonna do this. What is happening? Oh, great. My computer froze, it appears. My camera's frozen. Huh. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone see me? Well, this is just great. Okay. There you go. Wait, could you guys could see me and hear me? Because my screen was just frozen. My new fancy computer is a pain in the neck. It's starting to piss me off. I don't know if it's the just Google Chrome doing it or if it's my computer. But I'm gonna find out. And it's really pissing me off. Everything was frozen. I could do nothing. Just so you know, during that I couldn't get it to do anything. You're good the whole time? All right. Well, anyway. Okay, so I wanted to go. Wait. What is going on here? Where am I at? Oh no, this is a share this tab instead. Wait. All right, hold on. There we go. All right. All right, so this is this not, I don't know, is this the whole?
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea.
Oh.
You thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it.
Well, that's awesome. Was there another one? I thought it was longer. There was also this, which I thought I wanted to play. I don't know.
This is a very delicate situation. I fear that this has set off a chain reaction. I pray to God there is no further violence. I pray to God that nobody else is hurt as a result of this. I hope that it stops here. It should stop here. To all of my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms. That is not what we are about. And the same goes obviously for the other side. And I want to make that very clear. It would be a profound moral, political mistake for anybody to take the bait and to engage in any kind of reprisal, retaliation, revenge. Remember, we are the good side. And what makes us good is that we have Christ. What makes Christianity and Christ so different from the other religions is that our religion is based on the bearing of suffering for the sake of even those that persecute us. An overflowing of love, an overflowing of self-giving love, so much of it, it cannot be contained. An unconditional,
I found it. I've got the full speech.
absolute standard
I've got it.
of love for all of God's children, even those that are misguided, even those that persecute us, even the most heinous among us. That is what makes us different. That is what makes us good. You think you're good? You're not. You are not good. I am not good. You are a man. I am a man. You are a sinner. I am a sinner. We cannot save ourselves. We cannot save this world. God can save us. God can save the world. And God saves us and God saves the world by drawing all of us up onto the cross with him. And we join not just in his glory, but in his suffering. Real suffering, not imaginary, not a nice story, real suffering, real death, real destruction, real misery. We bear a cross like Christ bears a cross, like his disciples, like the martyrs, like the saints bear a cross. And you better get comfortable up there. Drink up. And you bear that cross, not for your kin, not for yourself, not for your children, which are an extension of yourself. You bear that cross and that suffering. You drink from that chalice for your enemies.
I don't know. I mean, people are saying, like this, he said, Clint Russell said that I immense respect to Nick for his approach and response, calling for peace and preaching the gospel, exactly what Charlie would have wanted. I guess. Okay, so here's this. Here's the entire, he needs to get on a stage and say it like Kirk did. Yeah. You know, it's, I don't think Fuentes is the person to take the lead on anything at this point. He's got a lot of baggage.
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life, and the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability.
They did get
for
up
our
a lot of
family
weird stuff.
and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from this studio, this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did. I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in Phoenix, across America, and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home. You both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago, my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his Savior and his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life. He loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God. He loved the Chicago Cubs. And my goodness, did he love the Oregon Ducks. Want me to say go Ducks, so I have to since they play on Saturday. So go Ducks. But most of all, Charlie loved his children, and he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. He made sure I knew that every day. Every day he would ask me, how can I serve you better? How can I be a better husband? How can I be a better father? Every day. Every day. Such a good man. He still is a good man. He was the perfect father. He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. It is, and it was the greatest joy of his life. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents. And the reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had and still has. He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family. It's beautiful. Charlie always said that if he ever ran for office, I know a lot of you asked if he ever was going to, but privately he told me if he ever did run for office that his top priority would be to revive the American family. That was his priority. One of Charlie's favorite Bible verses was Ephesians 5, verse 25. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. My husband laid down his life for me, for our nation, for our children. He showed the ultimate and true covenantal love. I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart. I honestly have no idea what any of this means. I know that God does, but I don't. But Charlie, baby, I know you do too. I know you do. So does our Lord. And our world is filled with evil. But our God, you guys, our God is so good.
You can see. I mean, I don't want to pause it because I don't want. But you can see she's angry. It's in there. She's angry when she's holding it together, and she's very sad and very upset. And very excellent speaker, very held together. But there's anger there, which it's good. She needs to get it out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any woman who has the courage to do this just days after her husband was assassinated is a very strong and faithful woman. May God be with you, Erica. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah. She's furious. She will have vengeance.
So incredibly good. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. Already I have seen the worldwide outpouring of love for my husband. I've heard the testimonies from people my husband inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever.
Definitely has every right.
My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew. He could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew. He knew you could handle it. You thought you only had 5% left, and he knew you had 15. He knew you were ready to go that extra mile even when you didn't. He always challenged people around him to work harder and to be better. He never gave up. And I love knowing that one of his mottos was never surrender. So I want to tell you that we'll never surrender. We never will. Ever. Ever. Our campus tour this fall will continue. There will be even more tours in the years to come. America Fest here in Phoenix this December will go on. It will be greater than ever. The radio and podcast show that he was so proud of will go on. And in a world filled with chaos, doubt, and uncertainty, my husband's voice will remain. And it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever. And his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual. It is spiritual. The spiritual warfare is palpable. Charlie loved his Savior with all of his heart, and he wanted every one of you to know him too. He wanted everyone to know that if they confess the Lord Jesus Christ who rose from the dead, then they will be saved. Hear me when I say this, nobody is ever too young to know the gospel. Nobody. Nobody is ever too young to get involved with saving this beautiful country, this country my husband loved and still loves. And nobody is ever too old either. There's no age limit. I know my husband is still here. He's watching over us. I don't remember the last time I slept. I couldn't sleep last night. And Charlie, baby. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise. Charlie, I love you. I love you, baby. Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant. When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, Mommy, I missed you. I said, I miss you too, baby. She goes, where's Daddy? You tell a 3-year-old. She's 3. I said, baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget. And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness, Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do. baby. Making heaven crowded, right? That's what it's all about. Making heaven crowded. I can't wait to see you again one day. Thank you all again who love my husband, who supported him, who wrote him an email every single day during his radio show. He read all of them. All of them. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
Oh, that was rough, man. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Especially when you see all the stuff that's going on, what the people are saying, what some of these people, these sick, twisted people are saying. So FBI Director Kash Patel says, we will continue to work with state and local authorities. We will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Charlie wouldn't want a flashy funeral based on his action. We want a basic funeral for people to do the right thing. Not a flashy funeral, but a funeral where everyone that wants to pay respects could pay respects. Like I think they should have him in the Capitol Rotunda. I think they should. Like I said last night on Joe's show that he's this generation's, our generation's Martin Luther King. He is. So, struck down in his prime, someone preaching love and family. What, you know? Oh, yeah. No, I understood what you meant. He wouldn't want a gold casket or any of that stuff, but I mean, he should be able to, this country needs to know what it's lost.
We will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions. And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. We will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions. And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have.
Open source the Discord servers. Make them public and let people do some actual work, because the FBI couldn't even find a killer, assuming they tried. Trust is less than zero. We all know there was a terror cell and the FBI is covering it up. American Business co-founder, former chief executive of Discord, an instant messaging social platform, is a founder of OpenFate, a social platform for mobile games. He was born on September 21st, 1984 in San Francisco, with a background in business and technology, later growing up in South Florida. I don't know what that means exactly. Only one answer to our national crisis.
For those of you that are not yet believers, it's very simple. You're going to have a court date. We all die. And you're all going to meet the supreme judge of the universe. Justice is getting what you deserve, which is going to a not so good place. We're all sinners and we all fall short of the glory of God. But thanks to the cross, a perfect, loving God who came down in human form, human flesh, lived a perfect life and died for us so that we could live forever. At that moment, we're about to get that sentencing into eternal damnation. Somebody says, no, I know him. I know her. Welcome to eternal life. You have an opportunity. The gospel in 4 words is Jesus took my place. 3 words is him for me. 2 words is substitutionary atonement. And 1 word is grace. Grace you cannot earn. Grace you do not pay for. It doesn't matter how much money you give to the hospital. You can't earn it. It doesn't matter if you're a good person. It doesn't matter if you have always done the best you can, because what's different about Christianity is that it's a gift for all of humanity to receive, regardless of everything that we have done. And your life will be transformed. You will be born again. Grace is not earned. It is given by a God who loves you and wants to spend eternity with you. It is the most important decision you can make in your life. Here I am. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
So this is about the killer, who the killer was. All right. Mm-hmm. It says, why are leftists saying conservatives need to stop calling the shooter a leftist? He was an effing left-wing scumbag. Everything I've read so far shows him being a left-wing scumbag. What's the issue here? It says, there's a shooter. He's a 24-year-old white male standing 6'1" with brown hair, medium build. He was a former University of Utah student who dropped out in 2023 after studying computer science. He had no prior criminal record, was involved in left-wing activism circles, including protests against conservative speakers on campus. Social media posts under the handle Thai Rob Revolt, now suspended, shows him expressing anti-fascist views, praising Antifa tactics, and criticizing figures like Kirk as propagandists enabling white supremacy. Law enforcement indicate Robinson's online activity aligns with Antifa. He reportedly attended Antifa-linked training sessions in Portland, Oregon in 2022 and shared content from the John Brown Gun Club, an armed Antifa-affiliated group known for providing firearms training to activists. A shirt worn by the suspect in the escape video featured imagery associated with John Brown, the 19th century abolitionist often invoked as a symbol by radical left groups for violent resistance against perceived oppression. However, officials have not officially classified the shooting as a domestic terrorism act tied to Antifa. Pending further evidence, some ex-users and commentators have labeled him as Antifa clown or called for harsh punishment, reflecting polarized online reaction. Preliminary investigations point to ideological opposition. Kirk's organization has been a frequent target of left-wing protests, and Robinson's posts reference Kirk's role in inciting hate during the 2024 election cycle. No manifesto has been found, but digital forensics are ongoing. Ooh. It's an amalgamation of several, but the Daily Mail discusses his hatred for Charlie Kirk as per his family. Someone's trying to tie him to Groypers, but it's just not going to happen. Alleged assassin threatened to kill himself rather than surrender after being confronted by his dad. If he wanted to kill himself, don't an operator did some research. Do more research on these degenerates on both sides. What do you mean? Are you talking about the John Brown Gun Club, Antifa? What are you talking about? Mug Club undercover obtained Utah Sheriff's Office internal documents regarding suspected Charlie Kirk assassin, Tyler Robeson. And felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, aggravated murder. Says the following information was obtained by your affiant from police officers, multiple video recordings posted on social media websites, Utah Valley University campus surveillance cameras, and those who witnessed the incident. Hold on. All right. All right. This is better. This way you guys can read it along with me. All right. That way you guys can see it too. His life is ruined by indoctrination and people he chose as friends, but at least his mom isn't burying him. The booking sheet. All right. The following information was gained by them. On September 10th, Charles James Kirk was at the UVU campus in Orem, Utah for a political event. Kirk is a political activist who was scheduled to speak at the event in the courtyard area. The courtyard area is west of the Lease Center building. According to a video recording, Charles was wearing a white t-shirt and dark pants, sitting under a white canopy in a courtyard on campus facing the east. The event was attended by hundreds of individuals, surrounded by people with multiple individuals to the left, right, and rear in front of the canopy. Behind the canopy was a walkway used for access to various parts of the university. Charles was holding a microphone and speaking to a crowd. While speaking into the microphone, a loud gunshot was heard approximately 12:23 hours, and Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Blood was seen coming out of the left side of his neck as it fell over to his left. He was transported to the Timpanogos Regional Hospital in Orem. He was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Investigators reviewed the surveillance cameras. While reviewing the cameras, investigators observed an individual on the rooftop of the Lose building at the time of the shooting. Hereafter, the unidentified individual will be referred to as suspect. Based on surveillance camera footage, suspect appears to be a white male, dark-colored hair, wearing a dark-colored hat, sunglasses, long-sleeved black shirt, picture of American flag and eagle, dark-colored jeans, and white-gray shoes with white-colored shoelaces. Shoes appear to be consistent with Chuck Taylor Converse-style shoes. Suspect is also carrying a dark-colored backpack on his back. Suspect walks with a distinctive gait. Prior to the shooting, suspects appear to walk with stiff right leg at a relatively slow pace. Suspect's ability to bend his right leg appears to be restricted. Investigators were able to track suspects' movements on the campus, starting at approximately 11:50 hours. At approximately 11:50, camera first captured suspect walking across a grassy area, North Campus Drive, approximately 800 West. Suspect walked south through the parking lot and approached a pedestrian tunnel. Crosses under Campus Drive. Before entering the tunnel, suspect paused at the top of the stairs and pulled out what appears to be a cell phone from his right pocket, using his right hand at approximately 11:53 hours. Suspect eventually put what appeared to be cell phone back in his right pants pocket, using his right hand. Surveillance captures suspect making his way towards the Lossie Center. At 12:02, suspect was recorded walking on the north side of the Lossie Center building, walking with the same gait as observed earlier. Suspect entered the building through a set of doors at the southeast corner. At approximately 12:15, suspect was observed walking up the stairs leading to the common area adjacent to the building. Suspect walked across a concrete wall that separates the common area from the rooftop. Suspect climbed over a short wall and appeared to crouch down on the north side of the wall on the rooftop. At approximately 12:22, suspect stood up and started running across the rooftop. The notable limp from the previous surveillance was absent. Suspect ran along the west side and appeared to scoot along the rooftop area and got closer to the edge. At approximately 12:22, suspect laid down, consistent with a prone shooting position near the edge of the rooftop facing west. The rooftop of the building overlooks the courtyard where the event featuring Charlie Kirk was taking place. The Lossie Center building is east. Okay. So Lossie Center is east of the courtyard. At 12:23, Charlie Kirk was shot. At approximately 12:23, surveillance shows the suspect stood up suddenly from the edge and sprinted north. Suspect ran to the northeast corner and approached the edge, placed a dark-colored item on the rooftop and proceeded to lower himself off the rooftop. He dropped off the rooftop on the grass below, ran north near the parking. At approximately 12:24, suspect ran north across Campus Drive Road, appeared to be carrying an item whose identity is not clear from the surveillance. Area of north of campus where the suspect crossed consists of a grassy area and trees. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. Rifle had a scope mounted on it. Investigators noted inscriptions had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on the fire case read, "Notices bulge. Oh, whoa, what's this?" Inscriptions on 3 unfired casing reads, "Hey, fascist, catch," up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow." A third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay." Investigators also discovered a shoe impression on the northeast corner of the rooftop edge. The shoe impression was located in the vicinity where the suspect climbed down from the roof. The shoe impression is consistent with the sole characteristic of a Converse Chuck Taylor shoe. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators. The information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional footage and identified Robinson arriving at the campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 on September 10th, which is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat, and white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountering in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, early morning hours, Washington was observed in consistent clothing with the surveillance images. I don't understand, though. Why would he have the same clothes on as he had on? That doesn't make sense. 2 days later, investigators interviewed a family member who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced an incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in conversation, with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to Uvu. They talked about why they didn't like him and his viewpoints he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray. So the family member hated Charlie Kirk too, it sounds like. What was the trigger that made him want to kill Charlie? I don't know. Someone's going to have to ask him. Investigators identified an individual as a roommate. Investigators interviewed the roommate, who stated his roommate referred to Robinson made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if they could show the messages. He opened it and showed several messages and allowed investigators to take photos of the screens as each message was shown. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of message between the phone contact Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where the rifle was left, a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The message also referred to engraved bullets and a message of a scope and a rifle being unique. Message from the contact Taylor also mentioned he had changed outfits. So obviously there's other people involved in this Discord that he was messaging. I mean, how are these people not under arrest already? How can someone say he acted alone? He was communicating directly with people on Discord, leaving messages on a Discord server. That's how Discord works. You're talking to people in the server. Who else is in the server? What's going on? Based on the evidence, I believe this probable cause that Tyler Robinson committed the crimes of aggravated murder by shooting Charlie Kirk. The circumstance around him, a grave risk of death, felony, blah, 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 blah. I submitted an affidavit. It doesn't matter if it was before or after. It's still accessory after the fact. If someone's telling you, if he's messaging people telling him where he left his gun, or asking this guy to watch where the gun is, let him know if somebody found the gun, all the stuff that he's messaging, and it almost sounds to me like the gun was stashed before. Mm-hmm. The conversation was after because he was talking to someone about getting the rifle from when he left it. It's still accessory after the fact. What was that? I love y'all just saying. What, JT Thomas? What'd you say? Where was it? I don't see it. I don't see what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah. I don't know what the trigger was. We're going to have to find out. I mean, that's something that's going to... No, I don't think the friend turned them in until after they went and talked to the roommate, and then the roommate told them about the messages. But if somebody messages you and tells you about this gun and you know about the crime and you don't say anything about it, I think you're in trouble. I think you're an accessory after the fact. You know about a crime and you did not do anything. I mean, maybe not. Maybe if he didn't, because he didn't help, maybe, I don't know. If he would have watched the gun or done anything or helped in any way, then he's an accessory. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. The roommate was in the group chat with this conversation going on. Why didn't he say something? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anybody who's in that group chat should be getting dragged in and questioned, and all their shit should be getting scrubbed and getting looked at. I mean, I'm wondering if merely knowing is not a chargeable offense. I mean, if they deleted anything, then it's obstruction, definitely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah, when the righteous don't stand up, we all fall. He told Tyler's dad. Oh, okay. The righteous don't stand up, we all. So the roommate called the dad and told the dad. Is that what happened? They are better at this part than the finding part. Well, let's hope so. I mean, I just hope they're not playing games because they don't want people to know who's all involved. I'm really wondering what John Solomon was talking about when the day before they found him, when he said that they've received information from foreign intelligence services that stated, that gave them information about stuff that they had received. Is there a foreign intelligence service that was monitoring the Discord and they had the chats? The suspect in custody repeated leftist talking points, calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. Hey, there's 100 people here. Well, please, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And we did hit the goal already for an extra hour, so we are working on a goal for a second additional hour. So I'm going to correct that real quick. We'll put this up. And for another hour. I believe we are right now $40 away from a second. $45. So we are $45 away. Or no, maybe I'm wrong. We are $45 away from a second additional hour. All right. We gotta give it another hour from there. And if we, check your message. I sent those documents and one more. Okay. This job for 9 sent the $5 right when I was doing the goal. So that one didn't count, damn it. It counts though, because it counts in my head. So it counts right here. So we are now $40 away from a second additional hour. I will pull those documents up right now as we speak. So what do we have here? Thank you very much. Check your messages. I sent those documents. I will. It depends on maybe brainwashed. Depends on the state. Saw 32. What? He's 23? Yeah, I think he's 23. This guy, not 32. So, It was an act of terrorism, in my opinion. Yes, it was, definitely. It's in a report that the police filed. The dad figured it out and confronted his son, who admitted it and then threatened to off himself. So the pastor, who was also a sheriff, was called. Oh, okay. All right. I know it said something about the dad held him until police could come. I was just wondering if the dad held him at gunpoint, and if he wanted to kill himself, what difference would that make? So, bullet had "Hey Fascist" written on it. Authorities announced Friday they apprehended a suspect. Authorities say 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was taken into custody by authorities. Robinson had confessed or implied he committed the incident. Cox said family members stated Robinson had become more political. More disturbing than that, according to Cox, was that Robinson etched political message, "Hey, fascist catch. You read this, you're gay. Notice the bulges." So I would think the notices bulges thing is a trans thing. Why? I don't understand. You had the preliminary document. I was reading off of some charging documents. Okay. You wonder how deep this goes and how many people end up at the Gray Martell. I think it's got to go deeper than just one ping. If there was a Discord group chat with a bunch of people talking, who was this guy watching? Who was he watching on, Twitch or in Discord? Yeah. Define the word fascist. A fascist is somebody that would kill somebody for their views, the way they, for speaking, for their thoughts. He said the message between Robinson and unidentified individual on Discord about Robinson leaving the rifle at a drop point indicated Robinson may not have acted alone. So they have the message, but then later Cox said they think he acted alone. Who's the other person on Discord he was talking to? Or is this going to be like the Butler kid where we know he was talking to somebody with the 6 different cell phones? Maybe now Antifas will be labeled as terrorists. They should be. Fascism is a form of socialism. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, both. The original fascist government, which was Italy. Italy was the first fascist government. Was a socialist government that was fascist. It was same thing with Germany. The fascist Germany, they were socialists. You think it's the 3-letter agency that he was talking to? If it turns out that's true, people need to go. What about the word fascist that inspires these actions? Well, it's because since at a young age in America, you're taught about how evil the Nazis were. And they're so horrible and evil that then they start comparing people to that, and people, oh my God, it's the worst, the boogeyman. They're the boogeyman. And so, yeah. Of course, there was a Fed somewhere every single time they're on the radar. That's usually how it works. It really is. It's usually how it works. Kirk was moving on Wednesday as he kicked off his college campus tour series in which he would engage in good faith debates with students. Kirk was answering a question about violence committed by people who identify as transgender when a single shot rang out. Shot rang out in the Utah skies, free and clear, hail to the machine. Fucking U2 ain't gonna sing a song about this because they're assholes, but they used to brainwash people using MK Ultra. Now they just use this stuff on the internet. Yeah. Kids today think socialism is capitalism is what they're taught. Yeah. You're set to see any World War II footage that use the words fascist. There is I think it's called the World at War series, where they, in the first episode, the very first episode, they mentioned because of Italy's fascist government or whatever. So, yeah. So, but I think that one, the last words out of Charlie's mouth were gun violence. Oof. Yeah, just Google fascist defined as Mussolini and Hitler. Yeah. Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. Anyway. Yeah, Mussolini was the first fascist. It was the, people thought it was a good way because when the Depression hit, Italy seemed to weather it better than anyone else, and then so when, anyway, we're not going to get into all that. We're not going to get into all that. So we're going to read this Daily Mail article that talks about,
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000.
fuck this guy. I'm not listening to that. Identified as Tyler Robinson, the suspect as Tyler Robinson, a 23-year-old Utah resident. Law enforcement sources said that he was taken into custody. Killer confessed to his father, Matt, who owns a construction company. I thought his father was a sheriff. Well, Stalin sided with the Allies, but Stalin originally sided with Hitler. Like, people always forget that Poland was invaded by Germany and Russia. The Soviet Union and Germany invaded Poland from both sides and split it in half. And they were, the Russians, the Soviet Union, Stalin, and Hitler were buddies. They were working together up until the point of Operation Barbarossa, when Germany invaded Russia. Up until that point, they were working together to divide up Europe, basically. That was misinformation about the dad being a sheriff? Okay. You wish you paid more attention to history class, but you found it boring. I loved history classes. Oh. Yeah, Stalin was a communist, but up until Barbarossa, when Hitler invaded Ukraine, they were part. There was the Ribbentrop. It was called like the Ribbentrop Pact or something like that. That they signed. It was a deal. They had a whole secret plan that what they were going to do until Hitler betrayed them, and that's why in the beginning when it hit the first. Stalin did not even want to accept the fact that Hitler was invading him at first. And that's why, they didn't do anything. It was like, and they didn't want to do anything to cause a problem. Amber Robinson works for Intermountain Support Community Coordination Services, a company contracted by the state to help disabled people receive care. Both of his parents are registered Republicans. Oh, I guess that solves everything then. He was a student at Utah on a scholarship, but attended for only one semester. Insiders confirmed that he's currently a third-year student in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College in St. George. Yeah, Stalin was a very, very bad person. He was horrible, brutal. Not to mention the millions and millions of people that got killed in between the First World War and the Second World War by Lenin of the purges and the Holodomor, the Holodomor. He was taken into custody at 11 p.m. He lives in a $600,000 six-bedroom home in Washington, Utah. He faces aggravated murder. So this fucking the pogroms, the pogroms, the Holodomor, faces charge of aggravated murder, felony discharge, and all this stuff. Yeah, there's something weird going on with his eye too. He's got like a weird So he's got two younger brothers. Yeah, the Chinese military parade. Utah governor by declaring we got him. They learned from the family he's become more political. Instead of casings used to kill Kirk had several anti-fascist messages engraved on them. Added Robinson's roommate helped investigators by showing messages on Discord where the killer talked about retrieving a rifle from a drop point. Social media accounts linked to Robinson's family showed he was often around guns as a child, including one image shared by his mother showing him posing with an M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun. Oh, well, I guess if he had a 50 cal near him, he must have. This I don't understand. This picture, this image, is it showing wearing a Donald Trump costume for Halloween? He's not wearing a Donald Trump costume. He's riding on Donald Trump's back. That's not a Donald Trump costume. It's almost like, and this guy's wearing, his brother's got like a hunting outfit with it looks like a Barrett almost on his back. Like that. I don't think he's saying he likes Trump. He's saying he's, whatever. Oh, here he is with a 50 cal. That means, yeah, he's, there's the shoes. Okay. I don't know. I blame the mother. Churchill hated Stalin. Yeah. Well, that's because because the reason is because Churchill hated Stalin, and for good reasons, because the Soviets kept trying to foment a revolution in England in between the First World War and the Second World War. Because England was actually keeping the family, the surviving family of the Romanovs, but not the actual family, but they're like cousins or whatever of the Romanovs, the members of that family that were in England and hiding, the Whites, as they were called. It was the White Russians and the Red Russians. Yeah, not exactly odd, but it is a zombie Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not it's not like a Trump it's not like he was dressed as Trump. All right. Initially, a person of interest was said to be in custody. However, they later released him. The person was in custody has been released after interrogation. A lot of pictures with his mama, a mama's boy, it seems like. I wonder, I mean, I know that they say that his mom and dad are Republicans, but are they Mitt Romney, Utah Republicans? Like milquetoast, basically just, like, West Virginia Democrats, basically, or Florida Democrats, because they're, Utah Republicans. Trump says led the tributes for the late commentator, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk. That's right. Chaos erupted around 20 minutes. Oh, let's watch this full video because I know Chuck Schumer tried to.
Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think, with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Right, in custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. Getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. It's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is.
This person, Zinn, very sketchy. The decoy guy, whatever. I'd like to know if he was ever in communication with this kid. There's Charlie Kirk and J.D. Vance. The megastar wearing a white t-shirt was sitting in a tent gazebo taking questions. Not counting gang violence, the commenter said before lowering his microphone. He was shot less than a second later. Screams were heard. Officials said the shot was fired at the top of the Lossy Center, 200 yards away. They initially took an elderly man in custody who turned out to not be the shooter. Well, that's because he said it was him. He made all types of statements and stuff. Sophia Anderson was standing 100 feet from the stage when the shooting happened. As chaos ensued, she told Daily Mail she almost got trampled as she ran off into the food court. Yeah, George Zinn is a guy who runs around a bunch of political events of all the candidates. Yeah, and he was in part of a documentary about 9/11. All right. And he was involved in some kind of threat to bomb a marathon in 2013. He was also arrested. Like he tried to sneak into a GOP, what's it called? The GOP convention or something like that, and got arrested or something previously. Kirk was previously named on Forbes 30 under 30 list. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And he was the youngest speaker at the 2016 Republican National Convention, as well as the opening speaker of the 2020 RNC. Wow. The guy standing up, looking back and cheering definitely is looked at. And also, the person I want looked at is the person that was filming that zoomed in right before the shot. Like, there's a film that one that you hear the shot, the first one I saw, where it's like this is way back picture, and all of a sudden he goes, zooms in, and then boom, shot, and then zooms out, and like the camera, you know. It's one of those guys, a serial confessor that takes confessions. All right. The second it happened, I knew it was a gunshot. He was shot in the neck and fell over, fell out in the blood. Kirk had millions of social media followers and co-founded the nonprofit Turning Point USA in 2012 as a teenager, which he dubbed a national student movement. It is a national student movement. Its mission is to identify, educate, train, and organize students to promote the principles of fiscal responsibility, free markets, and limited government. I mean, who could be against that? Who could be against that? Oh, this guy says political assassins are copying each other. What? Turning Point and Kirk have played a starring role in Republican politics ever since he enthusiastically backed Trump in 2016. He served as a personal aide to Trump during the 2016 campaign, and then in 2024, the nonprofit increased their staff from 400 to 1,000 to chase the vote in swing states. Kirk was also one of the earliest advocates for J.D. Vance, a junior senator of Ohio, to serve as Trump's running mate. I'm going to put my power behind J.D. Vance for whatever I can, Kirk said. The MAGA story that we're writing is very good. The nonprofits also strove to encourage and restoration of traditional American values like patriotism, respect for life, liberty, family, and financial responsibility. Kirk garnered as much of his online notoriety for his Prove Me Wrong table, and in 2024 alone saw 15 billion views. 15 billion views across social media platforms. In the last year, he dedicated 200 hours at more than 60 colleges to Prove Me Wrong events. Wow. I've been following Kirk and been a member of TPUSA for about 10 years. In his efforts to educate the young base, Kirk founded the Turning Point Academy, which provides a pro-American education to more than 250 partners. He turned to religion and began Turning Point Faith, which collaborates with more than 3,700 congregations encouraging biblical citizenship, the outlet reported. He was heavily involved with students in colleges. In 2026, the nonprofit had goals to renew or begin 1,000 college chapters and 1,650 high school chapters under the name Club America. But Kirk's work in the management realm was not confined to Turning Point. He also authored 4 books, has been featured on screen and in writing across multiple media outlets. The shooting comes amid a spike in political violence in the United States across all parts of the ideological spectrum. Really? Okay. Attacks include the assassination of a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband in their house, the firebombing of a Colorado parade to demand Hamas release hostages. No. The firebombing, the parade was to demand the firebombing of a parade that was the firebombing was by a guy who supported Hamas, and fire set to the house of Pennsylvania governor who is Jewish. Yeah, and that was also a Palestinian dude type of thing supporter that did that. So they tried to already say that the Pennsylvania governor that was a right winger. It wasn't. Now they're trying. Oh man. The most notorious the event was Trump getting shot during a campaign rally. And even this one, the Minnesota state lawmakers, I'm not that guy. I don't think was a Trump supporter. I really don't. I mean, it's kind of ironic that the woman that he killed had just voted to take Medicaid away from illegal aliens or something like that, and then he killed her. And he worked in stuff providing like where he got money to help illegals and do stuff, and all these NGOs and stuff. He was involved in that whole grift of NGOs. Well, I don't believe that he was, Abby and I were praying for Charlie's wife, daughter, and son. This says, who is Tyler Robinson? What do we know about the suspected assassin? Yeah, that guy worked for Tim Waltz appointed him to a commission or something like that. Since deleted Facebook post paint a picture of Robinson's life in Washington, Utah. Director of Communications confirmed he was a student in the district from 2008 to 2021. Yes, pray for Eric or Kirk, definitely. Robinson was a third-year student at an electrical apprenticeship program. Oh, maybe that's why they're saying he's right wing, because he drove a Charger, just like the guy who ran over that girl in Charlottesville. The family referenced a recent incident when they came to dinner, mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming, talked about they didn't like him and the viewpoints they had. Investigators, and I wonder if it's I wonder who that family member was. Was it the mother saying she didn't like Charlie Kirk? I'd like to know if it was the mother. Thank JT Thompson. Thank you so much. Thanks for the platform, Jim. No problem. I love having conversations with people, getting their opinions and trying to work out to get to the truth of what stuff is, and to get, that's what everything is about, is getting to the actual truth, the meaning, the truth, what happened and why, the who, what, where, when, why. And that's why I decided to start doing this, to actually just, if you notice, I always pull up more than one story about something in multiple places and look to see if there's any differences, to try to find out what the truth is. So right now we are $20 away from a second additional hour. $20, 20. You hear I crawfish, what? His parents are confirmed registered Republicans. He himself never voted and was unaffiliated. There's no evidence either way of his politics after he became an adult. Well, I know Bella is better than me. FYI, I know. Everyone likes her better. Like, they would be happy if I just did this, if I just made Bella full screen and just talked and then let everybody stare at Bella and read the stories myself. They would be happy. People would be like, "Ah, that's awesome. We just like Bella." Yes, please hit the like button and share. Definitely, definitely, definitely. It's just a stuffed toy. Hey, there's 103 people watching. Please hit the like if you haven't already. The closest right-winger attack I can think of was the CDC guy, but don't know much about him other than he hated vaccines. There was the one guy who was driving around in the weird van with all the Trump stuff on it. That sent, like, I don't know if it was bombs or something like that to people or whatever. I don't remember. That was back in like 2016, 2017 or something, if I remember correctly. Or was it 29? I don't know. It was some weird dude in a van. It was weird. So, oh my God, he was hundreds of miles away, right? I mean, that's got to be at least 200, 300 miles away from where he was shooting was and where he was taken into custody. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm back. Yeah. You want to know how this guy was able to afford his lifestyle? Well, it doesn't, like, I think the parents must have had money or something, job for 9. I mean, that's the only explanation, is like how he got that car, how he's able to get, because he got this, 3.5 hours away, like 250, 3.5 hours away. That's what I'm saying. It's he's saying 6 hours, you think? I mean, it looks pretty far. 250. Yeah, I don't know if the economy determined. I mean, it's pretty. It's a pretty. I mean, that's a pretty big distance right there. I mean, that's almost the entire length of Utah. You know what I mean? Like, the parents are working class. Well, I mean, I don't know if the parents gave him the car, the Challenger or something, maybe as a graduation gift or something, or because he got the scholarship, or who knows? Maybe he took the scholarship money and used it on the car. I don't know. There's ways to cheat that stuff. Everything in Utah is 26 miles away. Oh, well, that's a lot more than 26 miles. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, investigation led to recovery of a rifle. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 bolt action light bolt rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. And the pictures I saw, the scope did not look like it was on there correctly, and looked like you're gonna get a black eye from firing it. Doesn't look like to me. Just saying. The Robinson family did the right thing, according to the governor. Yeah, Mormons are always been sketchy. I mean, going back to when Utah was a territory, and when Brigham Young was trying to get his own country. Basically, he wanted his own country. They did a lot of shady stuff. They attacked people, settlers and stuff, passing through, pretended to be Indians and did stuff. And, there was a lot of sketch going on there. A lot of sketch. Oh, I forgot to do this job for nines. So now we're actually $15 away from the second additional hour. Sorry, I didn't get that. I just remembered. Just remembered that it's 15. Oh. 15. My point is, they're not reported to be wealthy. We should find out during the trial who his defense attorneys are. Yeah. I mean, if it's found, if they own a construction company, it depends on how much construction they do or whatever. I mean, I don't know where I live, a $600,000 house is not, it's not that great of a house, but maybe in Utah, maybe that's a really fancy house. I don't know. He's a Mormon. It's not quite that simple, but yeah, there were definitely some sketchy things by some people in the church. I'm talking about back in the 1800s with Brigham Young and stuff like that is what I'm talking about. There were always like some weird stuff going on then. Like there was lots of rumors of kidnapping, and because he had like 40, 50 wives or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not degrading anybody, and I don't want to beat up anybody's religion. I mean, honestly, most of the Mormons I've ever met personally have been very sweet, nice people, and would give you the shirt off their back and help you. So I don't even know if he's Mormon, if he's LDS or not. I'm not sure if that was reported. It says watch American Premium for less than half a view of Brigham Young. Well, I'm not talking about that. That's like a movie that's not really, but I mean, there's other stuff, there's other stuff that you can, history wise, you can, look into. But I mean, that's just pretty much like, I think you could really look at just about anything and stuff and find some weird things. But like I said, I mean, anyone I've actually met personally that I've known, been some of the sweet, nicest, politest people, like basically what you used to hear about Canadians when you were growing up, when they feel how polite and nice Canadians are. That's what like the Osmonds. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Yeah, every religion has their sketchy players, definitely. The fucking Catholic Church had a major problem with pedophiles. And they covered it up and paid people off and did all this stuff, and it's what made me walk away from basically from the Catholic Church, and say I'm done with organized religion with the Catholic Church. You're Canadian. There's a lot of rude Canadians. Well, there are now a lot of rude Canadians, but back in the day, they were all super nice. I want to thank the public who's been so engaging in review the videos. Oh. It says Brian Anton reported in the arrest affidavit that the family was LDS. You don't know about Tyler, likely he strayed. All right. You know, and this one says, you know, officials reveal the sick messages Charlie Kirk's suspect wrote on the bullet casings. The Google Trump support van charges. 3 other anti-Trump cases came up before I found it. That's how rare it is. Go back to 2018. Yeah, like I'm planning on, I'm planning on it. I'm looking into it right now, but I am planning on doing a special. And I don't know if it'll be a live stream. I think it'll be a live stream, but I need to get everything organized. I want to start in the 60s with the Weather Underground and some other violent extremist groups and track it through the 70s, 80s, 90s, all the way through. Because I think it's going to surprise a lot of people that don't know and aren't aware of the amount of political violence that was going on in the 60s and 70s and the 80s. It's a lot more. It's a lot more than people realize. You know? And I'm not just talking about the big ones that everyone knows about. You know, like Ruby Ridge, you know, Waco. And yes, I'm counting those as political violence. You know, Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. Yeah, scope position was bad, man, real bad. Real bad. Yeah, writing on the bullet cases is slam dunk premeditated. Look what they did to us here in Michigan. We used to be called militia again. Yeah, that was a whole thing in the 90s that they did after, you know, after Waco and after the, you know, the Edward R. Murrow building, whatever it's called, the Murrow Federal building, that they were just basically running around trying to get anybody to say anybody's a militia. The ATF was running around like crazy, and it was crazy times. They were trying to tie anybody up, any type of militia, you know, to say you're white supremacist militias, you know, not so. And I wanted to report on this because I saw this that a GoFundMe was created for Tyler Robinson, stating that he did what the Democrats told him to do. That hi, I'm raising money for after Charlie Kirk's murder. My name is Tyler, and I did what half the state asked. Show your support for this GoFundMe. So Tyler Robinson is organizing this fundraiser. Huh. Be the first to donate. Wow. That's crazy, right? And then GoFundMe actually weighed in and said, our terms of service are explicit. We prohibit fundraisers for legal defense of violent crime. Any attempted fundraisers for the suspected shooter will be swiftly removed from the platform and fully refunded. Our hearts go out to the Kirk family and everyone impacted by this tragedy. Wow. That's right. Hit that repost for the channel to grow. That's right. Happy Friday, everyone. Awesome. Mm-hmm. GoFundMe has responded. Any chance you can dox the location of the origin of whoever created this? Would be interested to see if it's even someone in the U.S. I would, you know, if it's not someone in the U.S., I'd like to know if it's somebody in another country that's playing games and trying to stoke stuff, you know. All right. All right. All right. I got a couple stories to get to, and then we're gonna get in. Well, here, hold on. We're gonna do this first. There's some stuff I wanted to cover. Where we at? All right. So Ilhan Omar shared this video where a man smears Charlie Kirk, calling him a stochastic terrorist who believes in the subjugation of women and blames conservatives for political violence in the world. Ilhan Omar is absolutely disgusting, which I think is odd too, because Ilhan Omar wears a hijab and she's and you know, this is this Bill Madenifico, this guy, all these leftists that are doing this stuff and saying this stuff. I want everyone to take note who it is. They are all people who should not be allowed in polite society. You should tell them, no, fuck right off. Want nothing to do with you. When they want to say, oh, let's have common ground. There is no common ground with people like this.
Charlie Kirk's dead, and before his body got cold, the far right propped his corpse up as a cudgel for their holy war. I've never seen more people within the same sentence both condemn political violence and then immediately call for political violence against their opposition. Don't be fooled. These people don't give a single shit about Charlie Kirk. They are just using his death to further their Christo-fascist agenda. And before I continue, I need to say that this revisionist history about who Kirk was is just as perplexing. I'm seeing all these heartfelt statements coming from Democratic politicians and celebrities applauding Kirk as some bastion of free speech and debate. Kirk was a reprehensible human being. He enacted his political agenda by preying upon weak-minded people. He took complex socioeconomic issues and simplified them by pointing fingers at outgroups, demonizing those groups, and then sicking his massive following on them. He was a stochastic terrorist, an adamant transphobe. He denied the genocide happening in Palestine. He believed in the subjugation of women, and with his last dying words, he was spewing racist dog whistles. Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck. And all of that said, none of us should want to live in a society where these types of killings become the norm. It's the sign of a sick and dying world, and we can both denounce this violence and also realize that Kirk and his ilk's rhetoric.
This guy didn't denounce the violence. This guy said Charlie Kirk was killed by his own monster, that Charlie Kirk created the monster. So I'd like to know who these people are and make sure that they never have a fucking job again.
Are why it happens. And you can see this rhetoric continuing after his death. Far-right extremists are clogging social media, practically begging to use his death as an excuse to enact massive retributory violence against Democrats or liberals or leftists. They are looking for any excuse to justify their desire to kill their opposition. As of writing this, we have no idea why Kirk was shot, yet the fucking president of the United States is already using this as an opportunity to demonize his opposition. The hypocrisy is astounding and terrifying in how callous and calculated it is. These same folks begging for blood were silent when Democratic leader of the Minnesota House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark.
Nobody was fucking silent. This is a lie. It's an outright lie.
Were assassinated in their homes. The president gave remarks from the Oval Office about Kirk's murder and said nothing about the 3 kids shot in a high school in Denver yesterday. Republican commentators are outraged that people would make light of Kirk's death and laugh their asses off at Nancy Pelosi's husband being beaten with a hammer.
Who laughed at Nancy Pelosi's husband? Nobody laughed. You got beat. That's bullshit. Nobody did. This is all a fucking lie.
And still to this day mock the death of George Floyd. And the reason is they don't actually give a fuck about the violence. They don't care about Kirk's death. The only thing they care about is winning, about using this situation as...
Oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous. But as you can see, Ilhan Omar reposted this guy's fucking shit. All right? So yeah, there is no two sides. There is no working with them. And when they call you a fascist, they're instructing the violent leftist mob to hurt you. All right? So
stochastic terrorism is, right, when a leader uses language that is more likely than not to radicalize.
Democracy is on the ballot still.
Democracy is on the ballot.
Democracy is on the ballot.
Democracy's on the ballot.
Democracy's on the ballot.
Democracy is literally on the ballot.
Democracy is on the ballot for this election.
Vice President Harris has made very clear that democracy is on the ballot here.
Democracy, of course, is, as the president likes to say, on the ballot.
Terrorism experts call this stochastic terrorism, where somebody has been so demonized that it creates this heightened risk of lone wolf actors.
Donald Trump is turning this nation into Nazi Germany.
You don't have a president, as you said, talking about exterminating Latinos.
A re-election of Donald Trump could mean the end of democracy.
This would be the end of America.
An actual Trump-led wannabe empire is the end of democracy.
Stochastic terrorism is a way of using language that
is clearly meant to incite some percentage of the people listening for a violent purpose.
What does that potentially do for unbalanced people out there?
He is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Wow. But yeah, so it's Republicans. It's Republicans' rhetoric. It's Republicans' rhetoric. Remember? Yeah. After this woman posted a video celebrating the death, thousands of people on the internet found her husband's company and flooded the Yelp reviews with 1 star. It got so bad that she had to remove this video. Yeah. So this is a state.
Bitches, let's all join hands and bow our heads in thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Bitches, let's all join hands and bow our heads in thoughts and prayers.
And this, who is this poser? Oxford University president calls the right cancers that must be taken out by any means necessary. He celebrated Charlie Kirk's execution. Now, this is weird, too, because this is in England, which I was told, England has no free speech. They arrested a guy for calling someone a Muppet.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And side prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed, like cancers of our society. They must and they should be taken down by any means necessary. To effectively create change in the world we desire. And side prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions.
Oh, that was a repeat. So see, this one this guy he's reading off a piece of paper. So someone else wrote it. Probably this Chinese lady right here probably wrote it for him. C-SPAN had to hang up on a Democrat caller disgustingly slandering Charlie Kirk. The man was a David Duke in a suit. He had racist extremists. And the host goes, no, we're not going this. Goodbye.
Aubrey in Louisiana, Democratic caller. It's your turn, Aubrey.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I want to really just emphasize that they need to pull the curtain behind this young man and see what his extreme views was his perception of African American women, the comments he had made, even about African American men, about the family. This man was a David Duke in a suit. He had racist, extremist, unacceptable views towards Black and others, other ethnicity. So I don't feel one bit. As they say, Malcolm said, the rooster came home to crow. We have
No. We're going to go on to Randy in Kentucky, Republican. Randy, Aubrey.
As Malcolm said, he says, does this guy not know who killed Malcolm X? Maybe he should look into who actually killed Malcolm X there, buddy. It was his own people because he stepped out of line. And Rep. Dan Goldman says Republicans are rolling over to a fascist dictator. Charlie Kirk was shot with a bullet that said, hey, fascist, catch. These evil, vile Democrats know what they're doing. Yes, they do. Dan Goldman should be in prison.
Right now, the question is, are Republican members of Congress going not only to roll over to Donald Trump's will, but to roll over our democracy and allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator? Right now, the question.
The fact that this congressman hasn't been immediately censured and removed from all committees after just saying this after the death of Charlie Kirk and now still talking this shit about, got these people saying we got to take down the temperature. We got to take down the temperature. Yeah. Take down the temperature. Hey, Andrew, what's up? Andrew says, because of Kirk's death, the midterms are over for the Dems. I'm seeing a bunch of videos of saying that they are leaving because of this. Well, I don't know if those people are, if it's, we'll have to see. I hope so. I hope that's the truth. But we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see where it goes. It's a long time to the midterms. Can't get complacent. Got to keep, got to keep your eye on the prize, as they say, and see what's going on. Georgia Tech University in Atlanta is flooded with signs saying Trump must go the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination. They're radicalizing the students the day after Charlie Kirk's murder. You know, students interviewed are glad Charlie Kirk is dead.
The day after Charlie Kirk's murder, we're here at Georgia Tech University in Atlanta, Georgia, and the first thing I see when I come to the campus is the fall of the Trump fascist regime beginning November 5th, 2025. RefuseFascism.org needs to be investigated. 2028 is way too late. Trump must go now. If you walk with me here, we have another sign. This is the scary part. The time has come for the fall of the Trump fascist regime beginning November 5th. No, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America. All over the campus, similar signs. No, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America. RefuseFascism.org, followed by a sign that we already read. This is happening all over this campus. So you got to ask yourself, when you see posters like this nonstop, what are they advocating for? Are they inciting certain events?
Why did they put the music over it just so they could strike people for the music? I mean, that's what I think.
That we have seen recently. The time has come for the fall of the Trump fascist regime. The time has come. I want to say that again. The time has come. That is what left-leaning organization on college campuses at Georgia Tech.
Yeah. 2028 is way too late. Trump must go now. They're calling. Now, this is RefuseFascism.org. That is the Democratic Socialists of America. That is who the shooter was associated with. He was a member of the DSA. So that's who needs to be investigated. And then Constant Kitten says, stop calling everyone who disagree with Nazis. There's a real world out there, and your words can make people pick up guns.
Constantine, your response to that?
I have to agree with Lewis. He is living in a different reality, one that has no connection to actual reality.
But what's wrong?
What are you
what's
talking about?
Incorrect about what I've just said?
You're comparing somebody saying "fight like hell" in the context of a political campaign,
in the context of a
with
lie
what
where
I
you tried to
explained
overturn
earlier.
a democratic
Lewis,
election.
can I
That's
speak
the
now?
definition of
Are you
far-right
capable
behaviour.
of listening to an alternative point of view, or
I'm
do you have to
incapable of
shout
listening
down?
to
Well,
nonsense.
shut up then. Shut up and listen if you're capable of it. Now, you can't compare somebody saying "fight like hell" in the context of a political campaign with what I explained earlier, which is when you call people Nazis.
The campaign was over.
Shut up and listen to an alternative opinion. Why is it that you people have a complete inability to listen to opinions that you don't like? Why can't you just sit there and actually hear what I'm saying?
I'm waiting.
You can't oh my God. You can't compare somebody saying "fight like hell" with somebody explaining that the country is an imminent threat of a fascist takeover, because an imminent threat of a fascist takeover is something that would actually legitimize you picking up a rifle and heading to the front line. So when you and Cenk and people like that call people you don't like far right, hard right, Nazis, and fascist, you are creating an environment in which some crazy people, yes, of course they're crazy, will feel that they're entitled to use violence to prevent the fake fascist takeover you keep banging on about. And there is no equivalence between these things. I disagree, by the way. Cenk is entitled to criticize Charlie Kirk and his positions on the show. That's absolutely fine. But when you label and smear people as fascists and Nazis, that is taking it to an entirely different level. And that is where I hope there would be some self-reflection. But I'm not seeing any on this panel tonight, I'm afraid.
That's right. There is none. There is none at all, because they're still doing it. Yeah. Remember this? Remember this?
Fire with fire. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. We're fighting fire with fire. I'm going to punch these sons of bitches in the mouth.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn. But he's
going to run right over them, aren't we?
There are people who know how to fight. Get out of their damn way.
They thrive on chaos.
You can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands. Yeah.
There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news. Donald Trump is very much alive. And they live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies.
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men.
This is the last time an actor assassinated a president.
I have thought
an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
I'd like to punch you in the face.
Go and take Trump out tonight.
Equality and democracy are under assault by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
This dude has to be knocked over the head like hard.
We're in a war right now, so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
We like a good fight.
We Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
And that is a threat to this country.
Huh. That's interesting, right? That's interesting, right? The Democrat Party must look in the mirror, condemn the political violence they've unleashed, and apologize for poisoning an entire generation of believing conservatives are the fascist threats to democracy. Tyler Robinson got on that roof, took aim, and assassinated Charlie Kirk because their propaganda worked. ISIS, yeah, there's a traffic stop. We looked at that. No one will forget husband's name. Okay. MSNBC incites that President Trump is a racist and only wants to send the National Guard into Memphis, Tennessee, because Memphis is predominantly a black city. It wouldn't have to do with the fact that Memphis is largely a black municipality. So this is, some more of the racist bullshit.
And if it was beyond our capacity, sir, then maybe we would call for federal help. But so I don't understand what's different. It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that Memphis is a largely black municipality, would it?
Yeah. So Memphis is the largest majority black city in the nation. It's something that I wear as a badge of honor, and I think it's something that we should be proud of. I will say that Governor Lee, certainly he can speak for himself, but I will say.
And if it was beyond our capacity.
Oh, so they're proud that Memphis is the I don't want to show this clown. You know this clown? All right, you know what? Fuck it. This guy's a piece of garbage. Aaron. He thought he would profit and get a boost from covering Charlie Kirk on the night of his execution. You can't make this up, all right? I normally wouldn't do this on this show, but I want everyone to see what a piece of shit this guy is, all right?
All right, let's jump around. I hope you guys are throwing in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You did want this. Throw in a few bucks. We're 110 away. We've only got 15 minutes left. I'd be really heartbroken if we didn't keep our perfect week up. I love those perfect weeks, so keep throwing in. I appreciate you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're going to do this on a positive way, though. If I lose, I'm going to lose smiling tonight. Really thought with the Charlie Kirk thing we had something there.
That entire, all of the names there are redacted. We have.
He really thought with the Charlie Kirk thing. He really thought with the Charlie Kirk thing that he had something there that he could make his goal for the night. You know? Yes, if the DNC looked in the mirror, they would shoot it. This grift is pro. Yeah, he's a pro show, man. He'd make his $100 goal. Yeah, if more Charlie Kirks could get murdered, Aaron could make his money. Yeah, definitely. Gino's best buddy. Yeah. All right. We're gonna go on to the next stories. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ready? We just saw the thing about Memphis, so. Yeah, that's the translation. Buy me cocaine, buy me cocaine, buy me cocaine. Yeah, I don't know. It just, I normally wouldn't play it. I had it in my thing for a second. If Bella could talk, what would she say? I'm hungry. That's pretty much Bella. She likes to eat. So we're going to Memphis, Trump says. Kind of spoiled it with that one clip, but President Trump said they will be sending the National Guard to Memphis. He said that he will be sending Guard troops there instead of Chicago first. So we're going to Memphis, and we're sending the Guard, and anyone needs to crack down on crime.
The weekend before that, 11 more.
And that's a good weekend.
Right. This is happening in every major city. There's a lunatic that's on the street that some Soros DA that is allowed out. What's going to happen?
So I think maybe I'll be the first to say it right now again. We're going to Memphis.
Memphis is
That's the next city.
deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee, the governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington. I would have preferred going to Chicago. I had a man in the head of a big railroad. They're doing a merger, and he wanted to come see me and all that stuff. And I asked him, because, it's one of the largest train companies, maybe the largest, so you can figure out who it is. Okay, Union Pacific. And he was in my office, and he started off 45 years ago with the railroad. Such a great story. Sir, I'm a railroader. That's the kind of guy that should ride it, as opposed to a Wall Street guy that destroys the railroad, but he's good financially, right? And he was a very impressive guy. And I said, so what do you think? Where should we go next as a city? Because we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do a few at a time. But we're going to straighten out the crime in these cities. He said, sir, Memphis would be good because he's on the board of FedEx. He said, when I walk 1 block to my hotel, they won't allow me to do it. They put me in an armored vehicle with bulletproof glass to take me 1 block. He said, it's so terrible. I said, let me ask you a question. So we're going to Memphis. I'm just announcing that now, and we'll straighten that out.
National Guard.
The National Guard and anybody else we need. And by the way, we'll bring in the military too if we need it, but National Guard. But Memphis is, look, it's a great music city. It's, home of Elvis and everything else. But I said to him, where else should we go? Where would you say? He said, sir, please do me a favor. St. Louis has been so badly hit. It's very hard, very, very hard. He said, don't lose Chicago. You're going to lose Chicago, sir. It's a great city. You're going to lose Chicago. And then we have this Slav Pritzker on television every day. All he does is hit Trump. I said, does he realize last weekend he had 11 people killed and 28. The week before, he had a week where he had 72 people injured and like 11 died. But if he does 5, like you just said, 5, that's a good week. Every weekend, they're losing many people. It's out of control. But when this guy, who's a smart guy, he heads the biggest railroad, he said, the way he said it, he said, sir, please don't lose Chicago. We are about to lose Chicago. It's a great.
That's crazy. So we're going to fix, just like we did Washington. We preferred going to Chicago, the president said. But the governor has been troubled by the amount of crime going through the city. We'll bring the military if we need it, but the National Guard. But Memphis it's a great music city. The president was deploying the National Guard earlier in the summer in Washington, D.C. to crack down on criminality in the nation's capital. Trump also repeatedly suggested the administration could be joining the National Guard in Chicago. Pritzker cried and whined about it like a big fat slob. Mm-hmm. Oh, get out of here. What are you doing? Stop it. I'm closing some tabs. Just give me a second. All right. Yeah. Got this. Trump announces the next city where he's sending federal agents is going to Memphis. Yeah. So he said Tennessee's second largest, right here. President Trump announced he's going to Memphis. The Tennessee's second largest metropolis with a population of around 611,000 people recorded almost 300 murders last year, 297. It's the nation's highest violent crime rate among cities with at least 250,000 inhabitants. According to FBI data, Memphis authorities tracked 2,500 violent crimes for every 100,000 residents. Democrat Mayor Paul Young is happy, and Republican Governor Bill Lee is happy. Deeply troubled, we're going to fix that, just like we did Washington. At the news conference, Young insisted that while the city was high on too many bad lists, I did not ask for the National Guard, and I don't think it's the way to drive down crime. Well, too bad. So sad. The mayor added that any federal president should examine the root source of violent crime. Yeah, let's look at the root source of the violent crime. Let's look at who's committing the violent crimes. All right. Unlike, Jasmine Crockett, who says, all the crime is from white supremacy. That's what she said. I have the clip. I'm going to play it a little bit. Trump said the move was pitched to him by a friend, a railroad exec. So that's what's going on there. We also have this story. Trump disses cat-loving New York City mayoral candidate contender Curtis Lewa. He wants cats in Gracie's mansion. So Trump just doesn't want the socialists to win. So he's trying to say...
Calling for those three to drop out?
Well, I think they have to have one
one
candidate.
say.
And it would look to me like Cuomo, frankly, is leading the other two. And look, I'm a Republican, but Curtis is not exactly primetime, He wants cats to be in Gracie Mansion. He wants to open it up as a kid. That's the home, for those that don't know.
He's a good crime fighter.
The magnificent home of the mayor. It's beautiful. Gracie Mansion, to me, is like a fabled place.
So Trump dissed his fellow Republican Curtis Lewa, and he's not prime time. So, yeah. Curtis Lewa for mayor. Yeah, he's got a bunch of cats in his apartment. And I don't know, did you see this wall? I mean, look at the walls all like busted up and broken here. I mean, he started the Guardian Angels. He seems like a nice enough guy and all, but I don't know, man. He wants cats to be in Gracie's mansion. We don't need thousands of cats. Dismissive assessment of Lewa came after the morning show asked Trump whether he wanted a long shot candidate to drop out of the race to prevent the socialists, the communists, from winning. No. He said Governor Cuomo has a shot, and it would look to me like Cuomo, frankly, is leading the other two. And Lewa has had a love-hate relationship with Trump going way back. New Yorkers care for people and animals, and so does Lewa, the campaign spokesperson said. Yeah, Lewa's not got a chance to win, though. And this, Trump and Lewa have had a long love-hate relationship. See? Guardian Angels. As a mayor, he will deliver humane, affordable living. Lewa was unsuccessfully ran against Adams in 2021, indicating he might transform the mayoral residence to a cat sanctuary. He said, there's been a Gracie Mansion. There's easily room for 60 cats, he told. And then AP says Trump dismisses the cat-loving. Yeah, 105 watching, 105 likes. That's always nice to see. 109 watching now, so okay, we got to get those likes up. It's only 105. So, Definitely 60 cats. Yeah, he's a little wackadoo. Yeah, so he's not prime time. But I'm saying, look at the under the window, the crack in the wall under the window right here. You see that on the window behind the cat? That's bad. That's not good. All right, then we got this is a good story here. Operation Lone Star 2.0. Yes, there's nothing wrong with a little puss, but 60 of them running around, that's quite a bit. Operation Lone Star 2.0. DPS is arresting thousands of undocumented illegal aliens across Texas to aid Trump's mass deportation. Sounds good to me. Sounds like a great plan. Yeah. DPS officers have helped arrest more than 3,000 illegal aliens across the state this year, according to public records. Yes. Police are shifting their focus from the border toward aiding Trump in his mass deportation crusade. Sounds good to me. An effort that state officials have kept largely under wraps. From January through early September, they awarded 3,131 unreported arrests. 88% of the people arrested were picked up on suspicion of violating immigration laws. Oh, that's right. Get them. Get them all. They all have to go. They all have to go. They all have to go home. They all have to go home, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home. O-E-O-E-O. Oh, wow. I just realized we are actually already completed. We are $10 away from the additional hour, and we're already into that additional hour. So I'll go a little while longer to see if the $10 comes in to add another hour. Yeah, they're working to combat and interdict criminal activity and nexus to border. Wow. AP is reporting on it also. State police are aiding the President Trump's immigration crackdown. Texas Department of Public Safety officers have helped arrest more than 3,000 undocumented immigrants across the state this year. 88% of people arrested were illegal immigrants. That's great. I need more subscribers. I know I need more subscribers. I do. I don't have enough subscribers. I need to get up there. I actually, I've been adding a couple. I'm 1,453. I mean, once I get to like 5,000, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. So that's my plan anyway. I'm hoping it happens. This year would be nice. This year to get to 5,000 subs. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, 107, 108 people watching now. It's not bad. Not bad at all. It would be easier. Operation Lone Star 2.0 is underway. DPS personnel working to combat and interdict criminal activity with a nexus on the border. DPS spokesman Sheridan Knoll said in an email. Yes. So there's that, and then hold on. And then we got this. This is the story. And then after this, I'm going to open up some more tabs. We got this is Antifa. Keep rocking. Proud of you. All right. Thanks, JT Thompson. We got another hour ahead of us now. Thanks to JT. What do you know? Thank you very much. So hide this, fix this. Now we are $75 away from a third additional hour. I will start another goal on YouTube for another hour. Just to see if anyone wants to go. Okay, there we go. Just started another goal for another hour. And away we go. See, and how that works is actually now it's an hour from now. Is Jim really worth another hour? I don't know. But see, we got another hour from now. So at least it's going to be 4 hours and 50 minutes. And then I'll probably go a little bit longer. So you're probably going to get another hour and 15 minutes at least, even if we don't get another donation whatsoever. So there. That's how that works. Another tip, as they say, for tax purposes. Antifa is not fighting for freedom. They're fighting for a communist revolution. That's what they're fighting for. That's exactly what they're fighting for. They're fighting for a communist revolution. What they're fighting for. In the immediate aftermath of the Charlottesville violence, several prominent figures, including CNN anchor Chris Cuomo and Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, equated left-wing Antifa activists with thousands of Allied soldiers who stormed Normandy's beaches to invade Adolf Hitler's fortress Europe on D-Day. More appropriate equation would be with the thousands of soldiers in the Red Army who brutally marched towards Berlin, where they would establish a Soviet hegemony in the so-called German Democratic Republic after defeating Hitler. Actually, they don't have to go home, but they can't stay here. God bless Texas, 65 away. Oh, that's awesome. You donated for Bella. Well, I know. Everyone's here for Bella. I'm tired, Bella. So now we're 65 away. See how that works? We're 65 away. We're 65 away. Jim's speed listeners. Yes. Antifa returns to the news this week on Tuesday night. Former Breitbart.com editor Milo Yiannopoulos spoke at California State University. Sponsored 7 were arrested amid reports of a head punching and pepper spraying protesters and chants cops and the Klan go hand in hand and held signs, only socialist revolution can defeat capitalist reaction. So that's what they're up to, man. That's what this guy to kill Charlie Kirk believes. That's what all these Democrats believe. You saw it from Ilhan Omar. You're going to see it from the rest of them. Anyone who is a Democrat today is a socialist, is a communist. That's the bottom line. They can deny it all they want, but they're all the same. In February, Antifa militants committed such mayhem while protesting in Indianapolis and Berkeley. On Saturday, Antifa will join other leftists in a massive nationwide protest designed to force Trump's administration out of office. Organizing these protests is Refuse Fascism, which declares in the name of humanity was refused to accept a fascist America. Despite antiseptic portrayals throughout the American media, Antifa are more than anti-fascist. Antifa represents the chaos of Germany's Weimar Republic and provide the violent complement to academic neo-Marxism. Like their philosophical comrades, Antifa seek to destroy the America, emphasis on liberty under law, and impose a revival of one of history's most repressive ideologies. Antifa is anti-West and anti-capitalist. Bernard Langer, whose 80 Years of Anti-Fascist Action was published by Germany's Association for Promotion of Anti-Fascist Literature, succinctly defined the rhetorical subterfuge. Anti-fascism is a strategy rather than an ideology, wrote Langer, a former Antifa member whose or anti-capitalist form of struggle. Short for the German phrase antifascista Akatan. Antifa served as a paramilitary arm of the German Communist Party. That's right. Would I offer my services to Turning Point? I would be honored to speak at a Turning Point event. I don't think I'm not their demographic, though. You know, I'm an old man, you know, per se. I'm in my 50s. They're not looking for somebody my age. You know, they want someone younger. They really do. You know who they, honestly, I think that would be great to for Turning Point. I don't know if he could do it. I don't know if he has the charisma. I think he does, but I don't know. You know, I think he does, but I don't know. Is that guy Seamus that does Freedom Tunes? I think would be you can get me in contact. Well, go ahead, get me in contact. I would, you know, I'd love to help in any way I could. I'd help them any way, shape, or form possible. I would go to events, speak. I'd do whatever they want. I'd just be there, you know, be a human shield. I don't care. In other words, Antifa became the German communist versions of the Nazi brown-shirted SA. Hey, listen, Spud said, Soviet communists didn't die. They are now the DSA. That's correct. They are. The DSA is Marxist communist. That's a rally time. I'll go to a rally, sure. Your power is in the jury box. Your morals, your judgment, your point of view, letting that go is what put us in this place. We need to seize our power back. Yes. Yes. Seize the power back. Yes. Okay, let me adjust this down. We got 5, 6, 7, right? 5, 7. So now we are $58 away from another hour. You'd love to see Jim as part of that team. Well, Jim would love to be part of that team. The KPD made no secret of Antifa's affiliation. A 1932 photo of the KPD headquarters in Berlin prominently displayed the double-flagged Antifa emblem along other communist symbols and slogans. In a photo from the 1932 Unity Congress of Antifa in Berlin, the double-flagged banner shared space with the hammer and sickle and a large cartoons. One supported KPD, the other mocked SPD, German Social Democrat Party. Today, Antifa's embraced those roots. During February's protests in Berkeley, masked Antifa agitators caused nearly $100,000 in damage by starting fires, breaking windows, assaulting bystanders with pepper spray, flagpoles, painting graffiti on nearby businesses, and destroying automatic teller machines. Refuse Fascism, the group's organizing Saturday's protests, is controlled by the Revolutionary Communist Party USA. That's right, RevCom, which seeks to create a Marxist United States through violent revolution. Opportunity is yours, brother. Well, we will see. I mean, law and order are among Antifa's enemies. Antifa's goal to suppress fascism reflects the views of neo-Marxist philosopher Hubert Marcuse. A policy of unequal treatment would protect radicalism on the left against that on the right. So they want radicals just on the left, not on the right. Okay. Be proactive, not reactive. The door is wide open to me. Okay. You know what they say? When God closes a door, he opens a window. Liberating tolerance or something like that then would mean intolerance against movements from the right and toleration of movements from the left. Extending to the stage of action as well as discussion and propaganda of deed as well as word. Marcuse dismissed the idea of individual liberty protected by law in favor of Marxist society favoring ostensibly oppressed groups at the expense of everybody else. Such a society, Marcuse wrote, would demand the withdrawal of toleration of speech and assembly from groups and movements that not only promote aggressive policies, armament, and chauvinism, discrimination on the grounds of race or religion, but also oppose the extensions of public services, Social Security, Medicare, etc. Many necessitate new rigid restrictions on teachings and practices in the educational institutions. Yes, he does need to declare Antifa a terrorist group. He also needs to declare the DSA, RevCom, all these things need to be, just tie them all together. Even justified the violence, there is no natural right of resistance for oppressed and overpowered minorities to use extra legal means if the legal ones have proved to be inadequate. Oh, he's saying there is a natural right to do it. Law and order are always and everywhere the law and order which protect the established hierarchy. It is nonsensical to invoke the absolute authority of this law and order against those who suffer from it and struggle against it for the share of humanity. If they use violence, they do not start a new chain of violence, but they try to break an established one. Wow. And expressing his contempt for the sacred liberalistic principle of equality for the other side, Marcuse maintained in 1968 that there are issues where either there is no other side in any more than a formalistic sense, or where the other side is demonstrably regressive and impedes possible improvement of the human condition. Yes. Well, that's what they want. They want a single party, a single group. They want to control everything with their committees and stuff. And elements of today's left embrace Marcuse's ideas. K. Sue Park, a University of California at Los Angeles law fellow, reflected Marcuse's thought when an op-ed in the New York Times she challenged the American Civil Liberties Union to reconsider its approach to the First Amendment. The ACLU represented Jason Kessler, who organized the Unite the Right rally and sued the city of Charlottesville for revoking his permit to protest. The ACLU's approach implies that the country is on a level playing field, that at some point it overcame its history of racial discrimination to achieve a real democracy, the cornerstone of which is freedom of expression. Other forms of structural discrimination and violence also restrict the exercise of speech, such as police intimidation of African Americans and Latinos, and the dangers those communities face because of speech isn't equal. Bella, you can do so much better than this gym guy. Call me. Okay, Mark. She'll call you. Park's fellowship is with UCLA's Critical Race Studies program. Critical race studies comes from critical theory, a sociological approach developed by Germany's neo-Marxist Frankfurt School, where Marcuse was a leading thinker. John Hopkins professor N.D.B. Colony blended Marcuse's philosophy with Antifa's militancy in a Washington Post op-ed where he compared the United States racial history to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, they should have played rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. Liberalism, our paper, preserves our country's long commitment to contracts. Under liberalism, citizens stand in contract with the government. The government's job, in turn, has been to enforce contracts between individuals and groups. Truly, when people ask for rights, be they women's rights, gay and transgender rights, or rights of people of color, they're asking for contract rights. Rock breaks scissors, but racism, Conley argues, serves as scissors. Rights. The country's founding, racists cut black and indigenous people out of liberalism's contracts. Black bodies and Native American land did not deserve protection of contract. No matter its form, rock breaks scissors. A half century ago, nothing less than radical anti-racism could reduce white supremacy to an outlaw religion. In April 1968, amid a flurry of other rocks, riots shook American cities following the assassination of Martin Luther King. And it took that rolling unrest to spur President Johnson and Congress to act. No. It wasn't the riots that caused the action. It was the assassination that caused the action. Conley concluded by advocating for similar measures. Segregation has again assumed their pedestals in the Justice Department, the White House, and many other temples. Paper alone will drive them out. Start throwing rocks. Conley reflected the true Antifa spirit. So that's who these people are, man. They're scumbaggities. Scumbaggities, baggity scum. I'm opening some links. Just give me a second. This is going to get into some vile shit the left is saying. Just opening links, just opening links. Links. Not link sausage, not patty sausage. Links to see all this stuff. Beep bop boop bop beep bop. A lot of links I'm opening, people. A lot of links. Link, link, link. And we're gonna have some Republicans being rhinos, and then we're gonna have some MAGA voices. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. All right. Sorry. All right. Got a whole bunch of stuff. Some millionaire told my ex-girlfriend at downtown. Where'd everybody go? What, a bunch of people left? A bunch of people left? Where'd they go? Where'd everybody go? I don't think everybody left. There's a bunch of people still here. Rachel, a bunch of people here. Still a bunch of people watching. Dangerous people. Yes, they're dangerous people. Gonna take a lot of coffee for a 24-hour stream. Well, it will take something. That's all I'll say about that. Eep orc ooh ah. That's right. The DSA influencer is spreading a conspiracy theory that Antifa's decades-long anthem, slogan, and chant is actually a far-right Christian nationalist song used by Charlie Kirk's assassin. His evidence? A random Spotify playlist. No one's chatting? Well, no, not that. Not that. I've seen some millennials saying that the Bella Cow being on the casing means his 22-year-old was a leftist. Here's a remix of Bella Cow on the Groyper's War, America's first playlist. Groyper War refers to targeting of Charlie Kirk. You know, some random guy starts a playlist on Spotify and puts this on there and does this, and so they think that's evidence of something. Community note features not available to keep up with the lies being shared about the Charlie Kirk assassin that falsely assert he's a far-right Christian nationalist. This is Hassan the Hunt Orbiter, who has openly made calls of violence against other content creators. Twitch not only turns a blind eye, but actually encourages it. Technically, this is how the propaganda game works. A DSA influencer is now claiming Antifa's own decades-long anthem is actually some far-right Christian nationalist track. His proof is a random spy list. They rewrite history. On the fly, swap labels, expect no one to notice. Antifa chants it for decades. Then the moment it's inconvenient, they pin it on their enemies. I don't understand. They were all cheering and celebrating that he was dead. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, wait, this might be bad, so let's try to blame it on somebody else. It's an Italian folk song that originated in the late 19th century, sung by female rice workers in northern Italy. It protested against harsh working conditions and exploitation by employers who controlled the workers. During World War II, Bella Ciao was adopted by the partisans fighting against the fascist regime and the Nazi occupation. It became a symbol of resistance and solidarity against tyranny. Transcendent and down orders become a global anthem of resistance against injustice and oppression, sung in various contexts around the world, often with left-wing and anti-fascist movements. Antifa versus the Groypers. Let's see. So, Amber, are you and your editors intentionally misleading the public, as often happens on the Daily Beast? That's a sick thing to do after all the evidence shows the assassination was motivated by far-left Antifa politics that you likely agree with. The grandma is referring to her son and her other adult children as being conservative. There is no dispute that the suspect's parents are conservative. They turned in their son and have been cooperating with law enforcement. The grandmother said she doesn't know her grandson's politics. If you had to bother to interview the suspect's friends or former friends, you would know that he became radicalized to the left as far back as sophomore year of high school. His family loved and supported him regardless of his politics. What motivates you to mislead readers? I really want to know why people like you go into journalism. Maybe being able to mislead on a large platform is why you go into the profession. Oh, yeah. Charlie Kirk's grandma says family is all MAGA. Yeah. So, a MAGA person killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, these fucking lying scumbags. MAGA's been quick to point fingers at the left, but Tyler Robinson's grandma insists they all come from a family of Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, both sides. This person says, a named source, the shooter thought both political sides were contributing to the country being a worse place. Oh. One of Robertson's high school classmates said he was politically active and outspoken about people's rights. The accused shooter thought both political sides were contributing to the country being a worse place, not improving the world. So he was probably Antifa, because Antifa hates both the Democrats and the Republicans, but they are leftists. That doesn't counter any of my reporting. It supports this. Why do you think he may have been attracted to Antifa? Someone radicalized to the far left, as the evidence indicates, rejects the bipartisan party model in favor of more radical, direct action. Yeah. And why are you quoting an article criticizing him as simply a leftist? You have a brain? Daily Beast wrote an article inferring the shooter was right-wing. N.G. O'Connor wrote an article inferring he was simply a leftist. Oh, he was neither. Oh, this guy says he was neither. Oh, Duke. Oh, okay. Let's see who Duke is. A retard. Oh, okay. Oh, we got another post that doesn't exist. That's great. This person says, I'm calling for this account to be banned. With more than 5 million followers, it posts an edited photo of Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, wearing a Trump shirt with the caption, tired of these terrorists. It's exactly the kind of content that got Charlie killed. Please look into this, Elon Musk. Yeah. It's pronounced Chow. Cowbella. I don't know. Chowbella? The account is affiliated with NAFO, which is propaganda outfit affiliated with NATO. They purposely spread disinformation, just as one would imagine. Anonymous, you're non-central. Oh, this is the person. Okay. Go figure. Not anonymous, Josh. Yeah. You know what's not Photoshop? Your face. Go figure. Huh. Yeah, but see, they know that it's an indisputable white supremacist indicator, but we really have no idea what catch this fascist written on a bullet is meant for a conservative. Yeah, the OK sign is definitely a fascist symbol. White supremacist fascist symbol. Cowbella. Another one without. Another one that's gone. I don't know what's going on here. Twitter's taking shit down. In August 2020, a conservative working class activist named Aaron J. Danielson was assassinated in downtown Portland by an Antifa gunman, Michael Reinhold. Danielson was falsely called a fascist, like how Charlie Kirk and everyone who supports Trump are. At first, Antifa propagandists like Robert Evans said a white supremacist killed a black man. Then when the Antifa mob learned who had been killed, they announced it, celebrated it, and held a dance party in the street. It remains one of the most disturbing and vivid memories from covering the 2020 BLM riots in Portland. The local press then smeared Danielson's legacy, calling him far right, suggesting he deserved to be killed. His impromptu memorial was the shooting location was destroyed by Antifa.
And tonight, I just got word. The person who died was a Patriot person. He was a fucking Nazi. Our community held its own and took out the trash. I am not going to shed any tears over a Nazi.
This is who you're dealing with. This is why you can't reason with them. It's not both sides. It's from his chapter's book Unmasked about the assassination that was celebrated by leftists, just like they're celebrating Charlie Kirk's killing. They're doing it again. In 2019, a bill was introduced into the Senate to designate Antifa a terrorist organization. It's time to pass it. That's right. It's time to pass it. Here we go. A Democrat, Tennessee, is fomenting violence over Trump sending the National Guard into Memphis, accusing the president of being a white supremacist. Wow. Keep in mind, Trump is even working in tandem with the governor and the mayor. Tennessee State Rep Pearson, who, if I'm not mistaken, was actually removed from office already once for being a fucking retard, that the Tennessee legislature took him out once already. Hardcore, still alive. That's right. He's authoritarian. Black communities should not be the place and pawns for authoritarian, wannabe dictator, white supremacists. These are not benign acts. We're seeing it repeating over and over again. Terrorism. He should be expelled from the Tennessee legislature again. What's funny, too, is this is another guy just like Jasmine Crockett who looked completely different when he first ran to now.
Pearson, your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, look, we do not want to see our community being occupied by the military, and we don't want to see over-policing. The solution to the problems that are being articulated is not to increase the number of police, it's to increase the number of resources to actually reduce poverty, to actually educate our population, our children, for the opportunities of the future, and it's to make sure that people have a living wage so that some of the crimes that they commit literally for the need to survive do not happen.
Yeah,
we know that gun violence is one of the most significant issues and epidemics in our country. I got expelled because of it. Right? Children under 18 are most likely to die from a bullet than cancer or car accidents. That means laws have to change at the state level. That Governor Bill Lee, Speaker Sexton, Lieutenant Governor Rand McNally need to work on to reduce the amount of access people have to firearms, and that reduces ultimately the amount of crimes that get committed. But you can't pass laws that say, hey, it's okay for you to have guns in your car, and then you complain about people breaking into cars for the firearms that they find there.
So they need
We have to deal with...
Did you fucking hear this fucking retard? Oh my God. You can't have guns in your car because someone might break into your car to steal the guns. Oh, okay. How about you shoot people that break into cars to steal guns? Maybe people shouldn't have cars because you can't get carjacked if you don't have a car. So nobody should have cars. You know what? No one should have a house because if you don't have a house, how can you get burglarized? Your house can't get robbed if you don't have a house. Oh, maybe. 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 No one should own any property. If you don't have any property and the state provides everything and you just do what they tell you, then you can't get robbed. No one can steal from you because you don't own anything. See, you're solving all these problems, these Marxist communist scums. That's right. They want to call people fascists and Nazis and white supremacists. I'm just going to call you a commie scum. Inhuman commie scum.
The systemic root causes of the problems, and Black communities should not be the place and the pawns for an authoritarian wannabe dictator, white supremacist gain. And that's what we're finding right now with Donald Trump and Bill Lee. And so our resistance has to be vocal, it has to be clear, it has to be coordinated, and it has to show people that we are serious about defending our democracy. These are not benign acts. They are all intentional in an effort to let us be lulled to sleep as our country moves from a democracy into an authoritarian dictatorship. This man cares only about his power, keeping it at all costs, and running through any community and hurting all the people as he does it. In DC, they brought the National Guard, but also who came? ICE. We are going to see this repeating over and over again, the terrorism of our communities, and we have to stand united and we have to fight back against it. But if we do not deal with root causes of poverty, we will never solve the issues that ultimately lead to criminality. And if we do not deal with state houses that refuse to pass laws because the National Rifle Association, the Tennessee Firearms Association, and all the other ones have a hold on Governor Bill Lee, have a hold on all of these other elected officials like Cameron Sexton. If we do not deal with those root causes in our legislatures, we're going to see the proliferation and the perpetuation of gun violence in the ways that we have as well.
Rev, you get the last word.
I think that the need to deal with the underlying issues.
Yeah, bring on the guy who owes millions of dollars in taxes to the federal government and got a pass from Obama. Anyway, real quick, I'm not ending the show, okay? Yeah, I may disagree, but I'm not going to shoot and kill him. Yeah, I wasn't talking about shooting and killing him either. I'm just saying put his money where his mouth is. Go out there, and if he says he wants to fight the feds and fight ICE, go out and fight him then. Go fight him. Go ahead. Enjoy. It's called sedition, insurrection. Have a good time. Enjoy prison. I'm tired of it. Check my messages. Okay, I will. But anyway, I have to end on Instagram because we're coming up on 4 hours, and you can only go for 4 hours on Instagram. So I'm gonna say goodbye on Instagram, and I'm also gonna say goodbye on X. You're on X, Twitter. Come on over to YouTube. Come on over to Rumble. Come on over, hang out, chill, have a good time, and I'll see you guys all Saturday night on X and Instagram again for Jim to tell you the news. But that's just those two. We're gonna be still live everywhere else. We're gonna stay live on YouTube and Rumble. We still got some time. We still got a half hour, I think, on the goal. See if we add another hour. Yeah, we still got a half hour. And we're only $58 away from a third additional hour. So we might make it. Who knows? We'll see. Who sees? But anyway, so here we go. 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 Oh, someone wanted me to check my messages. Hold on. Let me check my messages. Job for 9. Charlie Kirk's wife just posted this on Instagram. Okay. Public safety assessment. What is this about? Release? They're saying he's going to get released. All right, we'll do this real quick. We'll show this. All right, Charlie Kirk's wife just posted this on Instagram. It's her by the coffin. This is heartbreaking. It really is. Let's help introduce the Charlie Kirk Act. Yes. Here's another scumbag. Look at this. Every single protest, walkout, and act of non-cooperation is a tool to build our movement to fight against fascism from government and corporate giants. Together, we can fight for a better country, one where working people can earn a decent wage and billionaires don't control everything. This is a Democrat the day after Charlie Kirk is murdered. Free DC, yes.
Every single movement, every single event, every single walkout, every single protest, every single act of non-cooperation is part of what it takes to build the people's movement. And you are here today because you believe in a different future than what we have right now. You believe in a future where billionaires don't control the wealth of our planet. You believe in a future where we have a planet to pass on to our people. You believe in a future where working people can earn a decent wage and send their kids to colleges like the one that you're going to today. You believe in a future where there is genuine equality and justice for everyone, no matter what race you are, no matter what gender you identify with, no matter who you are or where you are. That is the country that we are fighting for today, and I am so proud that you are here doing it with us. Thank you all so much.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy, right? What do you think? This is why Charlie Kirk was killed, because of this rhetoric. Comer, this congresswoman needs to be expelled from Congress. Exactly. So, let's see. So we have this. Someone sent me. This is something about millions of people saying they're leaving the Democrat Party.
I am done. I am not going to vote Democrat anymore. I did leave the left because I was getting sick and tired of their behavior, but I was considering myself to be in the center. No. Whoever did this just fucked up. And I'm seeing a lot of people who were on the left say that they're no longer. Where the fuck?
This guy to speak to him, and you want to know what he was really cannot get it out of my head. And I feel like I'm mourning somebody.
Charlie Kirk, but like, man, dude, he is still a human. I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to.
But this time, gold is actually breaking out. Why? Because big money sees. Align myself with you guys anymore. I once had a headache. You'll be all right. Because you don't agree with him politically.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all gotta be a different type of sick to be celebrating.
Okay. Yeah, there's a different type of sick to be celebrating. Then we have this. All right, this is another one that Nick Sorter posted. Erica Kirk posted this video of her mourning and praying over Charlie's open casket, kicking his hand and telling him, "I love you." This is, I don't know.
God bless you.
Okay. And then we got this. This is another crazy Democrat, Mazie Hirono, who's got to be the stupidest person in the Senate, I would say. Trump is taking over cities, turning this country into a police state. It's more than a political stunt or distraction. It's a grab for more power and a hit to our democracy. This is blatant authoritarianism. We can't let this slide. The people who called the police on you when you didn't wear a mask are now saying we live in a police state. Yeah, that's right. Crazy. You gin up hate and lies about Trump, MAGA, and all of us. You call us white supremacists, racist, fascists. You stir up hate. Rhetoric like this is what got Charlie Kirk slaughtered. Mazie Hirono is a fucking cunt. And we got Ilhan Omar saying only Congress can declare war. Trump ordered a strike on a retreating boat in the Caribbean without telling Congress, without congressional approval. So she thinks Congress has to approve anytime anything happens. She doesn't understand how the fucking country works. She needs to go back to Somalia. She fucking cheated to get in here. She lied. She committed immigration fraud. She needs to go. Go back to Somalia. Your Somali girl's just waiting to go back home. That's what you said. Those are your words. You don't want to be here.
11 people on board this boat the White House says they killed. They claim they were drug traffickers.
Terrorists.
No evidence
They were
has been provided
terrorists.
to show that they were drug traffickers. Even if they were, there's no death penalty for drug traffickers. You can't just kill people because you say they're drug traffickers. And the New York Times congressman reports this week that the boat was turning around. So even if it was filled with narco terrorists, as they claim, it wasn't a threat to the U.S. It wasn't even heading towards the U.S. when they were bombed repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, and well, that gets rid of the self-defense argument. We know that they don't have a clear justification in.
So Ilhan Omar is a terrorist. She's a Somali terrorist. She's a threat to this country. Something should be done about Ilhan Omar. She should be expelled from this country immediately. See, I can do the same thing. Here's old Jasmine Crockett on Charlie Kirk. Here we go. Most violence, political or not, is linked to white supremacy. Oh, that's right. So Charlie Kirk was killed by white supremacy. Ready for this?
I was like, so we're not going to talk about white supremacy? Like, we're not going to talk.
I'm not going to talk about white supremacy?
Talk about the fact that the vast majority of these shootings, whether they are seen as political or not, if we look at the numbers, white supremacy ideology.
White supremacy ideology. Really? How many mass shootings were in Chicago over the weekend? Last weekend? 2, 3? Who committed those? There's hundreds. The vast majority of murders, Miss Crockett, in this country are committed by black men. The vast majority. Against other black men. The vast majority of the murder victims are black men. Killed by black men. What the fuck is wrong with you? What does white supremacy have to do with that? President Trump is trying to save black lives by sending the troops into D.C., Chicago, Baltimore, Memphis, all these places he wants to go. It's to save black lives. And you call him a fucking racist? You are a racist. You are the legitimate Uncle Tom. That's you.
But we don't want to do anything about that. There's no legislation that they want to bring. Every time you say white supremacy, they want to yell, oh, you're race baiting. No, I am going on facts. Like these crimes, when we look at these mass shootings, most of them are linked to neo-Nazism or, Proud Boys or whatever. It's always some.
There has never been a fucking mass shooting linked to Proud Boys, you lying cunt. I hope that the Proud Boys sue you. Their lawyer, Ron Coleman, sues the living fuck out of you.
White supremacy kind of thing that's going on. It's not black folk that are going out there. It's not immigrants that are.
Oh no, black folks are not shooting people. Is she fucking serious?
Going out there. But what cities are we going into? Black cities, because we are supposedly the ones that commit all the crime. Which people are we going after? Immigrants, because allegedly it's immigrants, but we don't want to have a talk about what the numbers say, what the facts say, which is that we have a white supremacy problem in this country. So until we decide to deal with the problem, we're going to continue to.
So any Republican that tells you we need both sides this in unity, fuck them, vote them out. They're rhino pieces of shit who let shit like this happen. This bitch should be voted out of Congress by Congress. She should be removed from all committees. The Republicans have the power to vote her off the committee. She should have no committees whatsoever. Nope, go on. Nancy Pelosi did it to Republicans. They took Marjorie Taylor Greene off of every fucking committee. Remember? Why not her? What she just said is fucking crazy. Right. Attack, attack, attack. Always on the offense, never defense, under any circumstances, even when it conflicts with basic human decency. One side is on a war footing. Send this to Ron. Yeah, she's retarded. Be nice to the stupid girl. Well, thank you for the $1. Values have left the building. I'm sorry if you think I have no values, but I'm sorry. I can't stand when people lie. I mean, you want to talk numbers? You really want to talk numbers? 4% of the population commits 52% of the murders? You want to talk numbers? Do you? $3.14, 22.7. Oh, not yours, others. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, the fact that somebody is electing these people is ridiculous. Like this person. If every outspoken right-leaning commentator went into hiding, there would be no one left to speak for us. This is exactly what they want. Do Matt, see all these people posted, do Matt Walsh next, do this, do these people, Charlie Kirk, yay, all these people posting this shit. Look at it. But yeah, we're the evil ones. We're the evil ones. Yeah. Yeah, this hoe wouldn't know a white supremacist one crawled up her and died. No. Every white supremacy movement has come to a close. Oh. Wow. The alleged assassin had anti-fascist messaging engraved on a bullet case. Oh, thanks, Dick Parker, for the $1 and Job for $9 for the $5. If I didn't say it. Anyone failing to recognize the obvious must be condemned. Oh, yeah. And there's a tweet of you calling Trump an autocrat. Look in the mirror. James, I've been studying racism, autocrat movements in America since my childhood. So I'm not surprised what Trump's trying to replicate now in Texas with the D.C. police force. Lock in power, manipulating maps, and impose it through force. That's the autocrat's playbook. Look at him. I'm sorry. I do not believe there's any reasoning and any working with these people anymore. And by these people, I mean Democrats. It's not, there's no working with them. They want you dead. They want to control you, rule over you. They want you unable to defend yourself, unable to provide for yourself. and dead. You can't. What are you going to submit? Live on your knees? Beg them for forgiveness? Beg them to, please, sir, may I have some more? They're trying to beat us into submission. Yes. And any of these Republicans that claim to be Republicans who are saying, oh, we have unity, we have to do this, it's both sides. They are no better. The Lankfords, the Tillises, the Ryan Zinke, the tough Navy SEAL guy who's out here saying the same shit, Thomas Massey, Katie Britt, they're rhinos. Make a list. Primary these people. Get them out of office. Yeah, quoting facts is white supremacy. The sky is blue. Does that make me a white supremacist? Yeah. I really appreciate you for supporting Jim. I wish I could, but don't worry about it. It's okay. I don't know. And I'm sorry to people that I'm getting a little upset. I was so angry the day that Charlie was murdered. The anger turned into sadness and despair, hopelessness. And then I thought, no, it's going to be all right, man. People see it and they know it. And the more of this shit that I see the Democrats doing and these people doing and saying, the anger is coming back, coming back hard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's anyone who uses Charlie Kirk's assassination to inflame political division, especially with so little is known about the shooter, must be condemned. So anyone who tries to say anything about Charlie Kirk must be condemned.
Agree that the president could make a difference here, and what would you want to hear him say?
Yes, I do agree with that. And I would ask the president to take a look at the way we do things down there in South Carolina. One of his greatest allies is the governor of South Carolina. Now, Henry McMaster, who was the first governor to endorse Donald Trump, and I are good friends. We don't agree on almost anything politically, but we do believe in South Carolina. We believe that.
That's the problem. We're good friends. No, you're not. And Henry McMaster's, if he thinks you're his friend, he's a fucking idiot. And nobody should be supporting idiots anymore for office. Any of these people that say, my good friend on the other side, there is no good friend on the other side anymore. There isn't. There isn't. They will laugh at you when you are murdered.
The people of South Carolina elected us to do what's best for our state. And that's the same thing here with the president. Democrats and Republicans can disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. But it doesn't mean that the other person is wrong. It just means that you don't agree with it. And so I think that the president can speak out at this particular juncture and say to those people who are out on social media talking about taking revenge. Revenge for what? Against whom? We have no idea. At least I don't, and I haven't seen any reporting that anybody else knows exactly who did this and why. We don't know what this is all about. We need to wait, cool things down, let the investigators do their work.
Cool things down.
And they'll come back and tell us what they have found. And then that's the time to react.
When's the last time in any other instance that Democrats ever said cool things down? Any school shooting, they're immediately saying gun control, and it's, oh my God, it's the Republicans, and that Republicans have blood on their hands. Blood on their hands for the school shooting that these people that are on SSRIs and other shit are out there shooting up schools, but it's Republicans' fault. Oh, no, it's called the Constitution in the country, and, that's what it means to have liberty. There's risks.
Charlie Kirk, this is my prime example of MAGA men operating in fear. He is the biggest titty baby on the planet. Last month, he
Can you
was
just define for us?
I was gonna say,
Can you define that? Can we get a quick sidebar titty baby definition?
Baby is a southern
can say
phrase,
titty
with the baby on the boob that never weans. Okay, so Charlie Kirk is the biggest titty baby. He was in New York City a few weeks ago, and he put on his Twitter, that guy who's giving Taylor Swift unsolicited advice, he put, I've been in New York all weekend and I haven't felt safe once. And I'm like, I've been in New York for 5 days. I've ridden the subway. I've been all up and down. I haven't felt unsafe. Not one time, Charlie Kirk. But
You're
these
a liar.
men advertise
I guarantee
their
you went on the
cowardice.
subway, you lying
What he
sack
did,
of
that was a
shit.
profile in cowardice. We should give him an award for that. That is the most pathetic thing. Charlie Kirk, this is
when you look at these shootings, it's always white supremacy. It's not black folks or immigrants out there shooting. No. There's white people running around Chicago killing all the black people. Oh, yes. You know what? Her name is now Slavey Crockett. She's not Jasmine Crockett. It's Slavey Crockett. It's reminiscence of Davy Crockett, but she's Slavey Crockett because it's white people everywhere, crackers, coming around, gonna get her. Oh my God, Monroe Falls, Ohio City Council Vice President. The world is a better place now that he's gone. Oh, to all those right-wingers out there, I have two things to say to you. Second Amendment and thoughts and prayers, and the world is a better place now he's gone. So everyone see who this guy is. Remember his face. Make sure he has no job and he has nowhere to go. Council member. He says the world is better. This is the Democrats. This is an elected Democrat. So when the people say we need to come together, and work it out. This is who they want you to come together with. Is that who you want to come together with? Is this someone you can come together with? I don't think so. I don't. Jim Acosta, the real worry is the right's exploitation of Charlie Kirk's death. Yes, the problem is the right's going to exploit that we murdered Charlie Kirk in cold blood for his views. Yes. We're going to exploit the fact that they murdered the nice guy. This unhinged radical as an anchor. The exploitation going after his death is going to happen. It's absolutely disgraceful. Sending us down a course where more people are probably going to get hurt. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. That's right. Slavey Crockett.
Yeah, I mean, there's exploitation going on of his death, and it's happening on the right, and it's absolutely disgraceful, and it's sending us down a course where more people are probably going to get hurt. And I mean, that to me that's where I kind of held my breath yesterday, is that, I think we're now in a moment, and there's not a whole lot you and I can do about this, Mike. You and I can talk about this until we're blue in the face or red in the face or whatever. There's not a whole hell of a lot we can do to stop what is now, I think, happening, which is we're going to be in this eye for an eye moment. People on the far right are going to use this moment. Yeah, I mean, there's exploitation going on.
Oh, okay. What a bonehead. I guess you forgot about Mad Maxine. Let's see what Maxine Waters had to say.
I'm worried that Trump is on the edge of creating a civil war.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, I believe he expects violence.
You have members of your cabinet who have protesters taking up at their house.
I believe he's working toward a civil war.
He's saying no peace, no sleep.
I believe he expects confrontation.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Yeah. Waters is evil. Definitely evil. Definitely. David Axelrod, words have specific meanings. When you say you're in a war, it's an invitation for people to commit acts of violence. Chris Murphy, the day before Charlie Kirk was killed, we're in a war to save the country. We have to be willing to do whatever is necessary. Let's see.
Wars have specific meanings. When you say we're in a war after someone has been shot, It's really an invitation to other people to commit acts of violence. And that's a despicable thing.
Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Wars have specific meaning.
Oh, so is he gonna tell Chris? Is David Axelrod gonna tell Chris Murphy, the scumbag who always just immediately every time anyone gets killed, he calls for gun control, wants everyone disarmed because you can't rule over people who are armed. That's the thing, people. You can't like the reason we have the little freedoms that we have is because they haven't stripped us of all the gun rights. They've taken a lot of rights from us, whether you might want to believe it or not. I mean, they put a whole shitload of infringements on that Second Amendment. And, people have sat by for it because, things are easy and whatever, but, no. The propaganda press is running the war narrative to attack conservatives nonstop, bearing the fact that Murphy ever said this. They simply can't despise them enough. It was from 2 nights ago, same show, same narrative. Anderson Cooper, right? Watch. The pockets are profiting off rhetoric saying there's a war.
From some in the sort of far right, podcast.
And Goldman, we have him. I just made it earlier of him saying we have
kind
to
of
do whatever.
rhetoric.
We have to take Trump
they're talking
out.
about war.
He said that.
There's a war targeting conservatives.
That is incredibly dangerous. And I hope these far right podcasters come to their senses and recognize that this is not war.
Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
From some.
I thought when I first read 1984 as a kid, I thought the idea of changing the news every day was unbelievable. Surely people would remember what was said yesterday. How spectacularly wrong I was. Yeah. Lie, omit, hide, hoax, deceive all day, every day. The hypocrisy by Democrat lawmakers is astounding. They just blatantly lie to your face no matter what the situation. Goldman is just awful. So is Murphy. Shame on them both. But it's different for Democrats. Yes, it is. All right. Yeah. Here's MSNBC telling their viewers that everyone needs to pick up a weapon and get involved. Notice Slavey Crockett nods in agreement.
But this is a war. This isn't a battle, and we absolutely will win this war.
It is a war. It is indeed a war. And I have to say, they have won some battles, Jasmine, but we have to keep our eye on the war, and everybody needs to pick up a weapon and get involved, because this is for the safety and lasting of the country. And everybody needs to pick up a weapon.
Everyone needs to pick up
But this is a war. This isn't a battle, and we absolutely will win this war.
It is a war. It is indeed a war. And I have to say, they have won some battles, Jasmine, but we have to keep our eye on the war, and everybody needs to pick up a weapon.
Well, if I was a gambler, actually I am a gambler. Yeah. I'd take even money if Trump doesn't show up. Okay, I just think...
You don't think Trump's coming next week?
I mean, I don't know. But if I was, I think he's going to wake up and say and decide. Just like he said he was going to testify in his defense of his trial. He put on the defense. Let him show up. I wouldn't be shocked, but
I would bet that he goes haywire during the debate when his microphone is shut off.
His age.
Wrong thing. I don't know how that got there. Democrats have encouraged and cheered this on for years. All right. While simultaneously demanding the rhetoric be turned down. Let's watch.
Don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and...
You know what? See, this is what people don't realize though. When Biden's saying that about taking somebody behind the gym, his brother's name is Jim, and so he would take his brother Jim from behind, and he would reach around him from behind, if you know what I mean. That's what Biden would do with Jim, his brother. Just saying, because Biden's a creep. Just saying, it's my opinion. Oh, Dick Parker says, accuse your enemy of what you're doing. That's what they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. exactly how they do. They live a lie and can reverse uno any critical thinking, just like choke me harder, daddy, mask up a small example. Yeah, it's nuts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got Al Sharpton saying he's gonna use slingshots to shoot stones at the president. Yeah. Which you would think that would be something the Secret Service would have a problem with, that that's a threat to
And take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the
Well, this is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
Yeah. So that's them, Yeah. CNN is now saying that they're worried about chilling threats from young MAGA Americans.
Out front next, the breaking news, a frantic manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer, nearly 30 hours on the run. How did the shooter make a getaway? There are new clues tonight, big developments in the manhunt as we understand it at this moment. And an eyewitness who asked Kirk a question moments before he was shot and killed joins us. What he saw and heard in those seconds leading up to the murder. And warning, it's about to get a lot worse in this country. That is a chilling threat from some of MAGA's youngest and most passionate members tonight. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Erin Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news, a massive manhunt for the killer who assassinated Trump ally Charlie. Out front next, the break.
Don Lemon listens, silently as comedian D.L. Hughley slanders Charlie Kirk, saying he's a horrible human being, horrible and sundry things. His last words were basically putting the onus of gun violence on gangs, which is synonymous with black people. The very way he died was lying about black people with his last breath. I mean, are these fucking people that delusional? I mean, 80 to 80% of the murders in this country are gang violence. Figure that out.
They bantering the word assassination around. Charlie Kirk was not a political figure. I mean, he might have been influential to political figures. He wasn't a political figure. He wasn't assassinated. He was shot. He was shot. And that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, that happens to far too many people. But those other two congressmen, they were political figures, and they were shot because of their political beliefs. And it's always like we can only have empathy for people if we relate to them, if we spark to them, if we have a tribal connection to them. It is a shame. And the thing that makes me the angriest about this is I always swore that I would never cede my humanity to anybody or any other situation, but that's getting more and more difficult to do because I certainly don't believe a young man, 31 years old, should have lost his life. But Charlie Kirk was a horrible human being. He said horribly incendiary things. As a matter of fact, he died. The very last words he spoke were basically putting the onus of gun violence on gangs, which is a synonym for synonymous with black people. He blamed the very way he died was lying about black people with his last name.
Oh, yeah.
And
Black
I
people
just
don't kill
think,
anybody. No, or he lied. Charlie Kirk
the
lied.
best thing I
Black
can
people,
say
just like
is that I
Brandon Johnson
hope
said, black
he
people do
believed
everything for nice people.
what
They
he
don't
was
do
saying. I
anything.
hope he
They
believed
commit
that
no crimes.
lives being
No,
lost were
no, it's
worth
all
it
white
for the Second
supremacy.
Amendment
Yes,
being
all the
compressed
death
with you. I hope
in
he
Chicago
believed
is white
that there
supremacy.
should be a lack of empathy. He was parsing between sympathy. Sympathy means we have a similarity. Empathy means I have nothing to do with you, but I can still feel your pain as a human being. And I hope he believed all the rhetoric he espoused, because if not, that was certainly an empty, vacant way to live. And
Yeah. So, like I said, anyone who says that you can do anything with these people, all right, listen silently. Let's take a look at recent mass shooters, DL Hubbley. Let's see here. What do we got here? Let's see. Let's go. Black, 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 white, black, 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 white, black, white, maybe. I don't know. Black, 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 white, black, Asian, black, white, Mexican, maybe, black, girl, I don't know. Black, black, Mexican, white, black, 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 white, white, black, 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 black. I don't know, man. I think maybe their numbers are a little fucked. What do you think? The far-right activist known for espousing racist, sexist, transphobic national beliefs on college campuses across the country. They don't stop the rhetoric even after they kill him. All right? There is no unity with these people. There isn't. They want you dead. There's no unity. And the last question was about transgender gun violence. D.L. Hughley is a piece of shit. All right? He's not funny. All right? Next time I talk to Michael Malice, I'm going to tell him that he should have never wrote his biography for him. Michael Malice ghost writ D.L. Hughley's biography, by the way. Because D.L. Hughley is illiterate and can't write. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Don Lemon listens silently as actor Charlie Kirk calls him a horrible human. Oh. Mm-hmm. The bottom line is this, okay? Starting to sound like a chicken, Jim. Me? I'm a chicken? I guess. Here's the thing. The patience is worn thin. It is. There's no more patience for these people. I'm sorry. No more patience. Former CNN host Don Lemon listened quietly while D.L. Hughley cast aspersions on the assassinated Charlie Kirk. I don't track the chicken bit. I don't either. I don't know. Running around with a chicken with the head cut off? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Mm-hmm. No. What happened? Oh. Yeah. Kirk was assassinated, but he said it wasn't an assassination because he wasn't a politician. So then I guess that means that Martin Luther King wasn't assassinated then, and Malcolm X wasn't assassinated either. Right? No. The thing that makes me angriest is I always swore I would never cede my humanity to anybody or situation, but that's getting more and more difficult because I certainly don't believe a young man should have lost his life, but he's a horrible human being. He said horrible things. Oh. Well, all right. Well, I guess D.L. Hughley said horrible things. This right here is the roadmap. The roadmap to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. All right? Because, yeah, you're going to hear it. Here's Dan Goldman right here. He's going to say, take him out. All right? Remember Dan Goldman saying that shit?
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like.
Try to prevent the spread of the lawlessness and the fascist chaos that's been unleashed against us.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, fascism, a huge component of fascism
is uniting racism, bigotry, a form of racist nationalism.
We are now living in a fascist dictatorship.
We are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country. We're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government.
Not only to roll over to Donald Trump's will, but to roll over our democracy and allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said, "No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core."
Wow. If fascism ever comes to America, it will come in the name of liberalism. That's right. Oh, look at right here. Barack Obama warned Trump's authoritarianism and Mr. Fascist tendency. Joe Biden called him a fascist. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Dick Cheney, John Kelly, Mark Milley, John Bolton, Al Gore, Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, AOC, Mitt Romney, Mark Cuban, George Clooney, Colbert, De Niro, Green Day fag, Bruce Springsteen, Tom Hanks, Harrison Ford, and Stephen King. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Here's 2 minutes of radical Dems advocating for political violence.
You know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the...
Hold on a second. Mark, I saw your comment. I want to bring this up because I want to say you feel sad about Charlie, but he was a bit too milquetoast for you. That's the point, Mark. They killed a guy. They killed a moderate, like a guy who was like just basically just to the right of center guy. A guy who just wanted to talk. A guy who didn't talk anything. Never promoted violence. Never said anything. Thought everything could be resolved through talking. Guy whose most controversial things was that, hey, have a family. And they killed him. So what are they going to do to you, Mark, or do to me? I mean, compared to Charlie Kirk, if Charlie Kirk is extreme, I'm Pinochet. Because I'm way further right than Charlie Kirk.
Jim.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the Well, this is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
I think we already watched that, but we get the point. Yeah, right here. There we go. They all say they want to work together as they do nothing but villainize everyone who disagrees with them. Calling people Nazis isn't working together. They're all liars. We're done trying to work together. The sale. I work for aggressive businessmen like Trump, and I understand how some people get intimidated or resentful. I like people like him. Democrats will be dissolved. A new party will rise. The Looney Tunes. They can stay the F over there. Okay. Yeah, their threats don't scare me anymore either, and neither do their names. You know what? They want to call us these things. Fuck you. Oh, you're this. Fuck you. You're that. Fuck you. You know, it's like that, you know. You want fascists? You'll see fascists. You want to keep playing these games. Yeah, Bella spins clockwise stealthily. Let's see what this says.
Violence has no place in America. Zero. A democracy thrives on debate, not bloodshed. And as governor, I know that words matter. It's not enough for leaders to condemn the violence after the fact. We must call out the reckless rhetoric that sparks it. New Yorkers understand this. We settle our differences at the ballot box. We cherish free speech, but we also demand
Yeah, they stuffed the
responsibility.
shit out of ballot boxes to
Because
settle
reckless
issues.
words can lead
And it's
to
been going
reckless
on
acts.
since the days of
Let us
Tammany
listen
Hall.
before we speak. Let us think before we judge. Let us resolve to forge a safer, more tolerant world.
Wow, you would think these
Not
words she
just
would
for
know.
today,
She wouldn't have to read them
for,
off a
for
piece of
our
paper.
children and our grandchildren. That's the America I hold in my heart.
If you held it in your
I
heart,
believe
why'd you
it
have to
should
read it
exist in
off a piece of
everyone's heart.
paper? You liar.
We have work to do.
Yeah.
But as always, New York is up for the challenge.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Here's another clear example of violent rhetoric from the Democrat Party, which Rep. Jasmine says doesn't exist. Yeah. State Rep. Justin Pearson appeared on MSNBC to cry. You know, he's an authoritarian dictator. Oh, we saw this. Yeah, we saw this one, but there it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, we do not want to see our community being occupied by the military, crimes that get committed. But you can't pass laws that say, hey, it's okay for you to have guns in your car, and then you complain about people breaking into cars.
Yeah, you can't say people can have guns in their cars, and then, yeah, this guy's an idiot. A pawn of the radical left. Yeah, blame Trump for everything. It's the only excuse we have left. Yeah. Here's the same thing. They call for violence against President Trump. Yep.
For as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. This is on C-SPAN, by the way. This is the author and owner of Blacknificent Books, Kamala Kambone.
And the one idea is how we are going to exterminate white people, because that, in my estimation, is the only conclusion I have come to. We have to exterminate white people off of the face of the planet to solve this problem. Now, I don't care whether you clap or not, but I'm saying to you that we need to solve this problem because they are going to kill us. And I will leave on that. So we have to just set up our own system and stop playing and get very serious and not be diverted. And
Oh, wow. Okay. So wouldn't that be considered hate speech, what he said? I mean, according to the left, the rules they have about hate speech, he just said to exterminate. I mean, that's dehumanizing language, right? That's talking like they're termites. Hey, Job for 9 says, sent you something. Please review if you feel comfortable showing it. If not, understand. Well, I will look at it right now. I'll pull it up. And while I'm doing that, hold on. While I'm doing that, I will drop the $5 off of the goal for another hour to $40. Okay. And since I'm still going, I'll keep that up and running because at any time, if we get that money in, I will extend it by another hour. That's how I roll. Mm-hmm. That's an old clip, is it? I don't know. It's gotten pushed in there, so. Mm-hmm. Isn't that exterminate people? Isn't that fascism? Yeah, I think so, right? That's fascism. Let's see what my good friend Job for 9 sent over. We'll check right here. Wait, is it the clip? we were playing about the. We saw this already. We saw this. Okay. Okay, I'll show this again, but I swear we saw this already. Dick Parker says, so I could say we need to off NW Ords. You can say it, it's America. I'll play it though for $5. I'll play it for you. Let's go. Now we're down to $38. Predator dreads. Yeah, be aware. Be always be scared of the tarantula heads. Always. I'm in tears. Erica Kirk just posted a video telling Charlie Kirk she loves him while he's in the casket. This is beyond heartbreaking. Can't believe they took Charlie Kirk away from his family. Mm-hmm.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
Yeah. That's heartbreaking. The cries of the widow echo around the world like a battle cry. Democrats don't know what they just did. I can't believe they robbed this woman of a once-in-a-lifetime man. Exactly what they did. They have no clue what's coming. So nobody fucks with Erica. We'll see. Yeah, we got this. We got racist cult leader incites followers to kill all white people, including newborn babies.
Babies. Huh? To hell with what National Geographic putting out. I'm telling you to your face here tonight, we gonna have to kill some little Penelopes and some little Robbies. You wanna be free, don't you? Yeah. Y'all bullshit me. Not sounding like that. Why we gotta kill them? Kill them all. You don't wanna be free sounding like that. Do you want to be free? Yeah. Do you want to be free? Yes, sir. Do you want to be free? Yeah. That's why I got to fight this crap. Regardless of how you feel about me. Regardless of how anybody in this damn world feels about me. I'm going to fight this goddamn white man. Whether you like it or not. I believe in the death and destruction of white people, each and every one of them. Don't give a damn if the little bastard just came out of his mom's womb 3 seconds ago. Kill them all.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Ilhan Omar is happy Charlie Kirk was killed. She smiles when she says he downplayed George Floyd. He opposed Juneteenth. Look at her grins. Look at her grins. Watch this grin.
What I do know for sure is that, Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend that his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so. And
wow. I can't believe it. There we go. Democrats like Maxine Waters started the uncivil discourse in this country, or have we forgotten? Let's see.
I'm worried that Trump is on the edge of creating a civil war.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, I believe he expects violence.
You have members of your cabinet who have protesters taking up at their house.
I believe he's working toward a civil war.
He's saying no peace, no sleep.
I believe he expects confrontation.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Wow, that's crazy. What's this? Holy shit. Gabi Finlayson, a Democrat political consultant who worked on Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg's campaign, Pete Buttplug's campaign, called Charlie Kirk's Campus Tour, a campus martyr tour, and content farm for white supremacy just days before he was shot and killed. This is the exact kind of evil, false rhetoric that leads to extreme violence against conservatives. Let's see.
Today's Fresh Hill is that Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, is bringing his so-called American comeback tour to 2 campuses near you. He is starting his tour at UVU on September 10th, and then he'll be back in Utah on the 30th at Utah State. Terrible demon boy. Charlie Kirk is one of these campus tour speakers that always sparks controversy, and for a very good reason. When he was 18 years old, he founded something called Turning Point USA, which is essentially a network across the country of different college clubs? Of various college clubs that are focused on spreading the good word of the far right. So when he founded this, it was supposed to be a nonpartisan debate platform where we would get people together in good faith and have discussions about things. And now, in 2025, it is certainly not that. Since its founding, it abandoned this nonpartisan debate journey that it was on, and is now a content farm for white supremacy, cancel culture, martyrdom, conspiracy theorists, and all too often these mega conventions where little baby fascists get to cosplay as freedom fighters. So not only is Turning Point USA controversial, but Charlie Kirk, the founder himself, is exceptionally controversial.
Oh, so everyone should find out who this person is, make sure she never has a job again. Anywhere she goes, a polite society, she should be shown this video, and they should say, oh, is this who you got here? You want to employ her? Well, then you're never going to get any business. Yes, I bet she reeks of cat piss. It was tragic. We need to unify. This was so tragic, and we need to unify act lasted about 5 minutes. Yeah, they're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. Yes, that's what happened. You see, this is how it works. This is what they did. Assassination culture is spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% say the same about Donald Trump. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies maximally violent response. This is the natural outgrowth of left-wing protest culture tolerating violence and mayhem for years on end, and the cowardice of local prosecutors refusing to do anything about it. Here we go. Here's Al Sharpton saying he's going to get slingshot stones and shoot them at President Trump.
Got a slingshot and a few smooth stones. Trump, don't let the folk around you tell you what we gonna fight you with. We come to Wall Street with our slingshots. You don't know how we gonna fight. Got a slingshot and a few smooth stones.
So that's a threat. He should be arrested. Yeah. Here's all the people threatening him, threatening Trump. All of them. All right. If Charlie Kirk is a victim of pernicious culture of violence, it's acknowledged he was the author of that culture. Oh, really? Yes, another very low IQ individual. It's good to have a job. Yes, it is. And to have a dog like Bella. Yes, it is. So there's, the Daily Beast. This is, Oh, look at this. Oh, United Arab Emirates. Oh, what do you know? David Rothkopf. He has clients. Yes. See who we're dealing with here. Who it is. Who it is that we are dealing with here. Everybody know. Yeah. As Tim Pool says, there's no way to stop this. They won't. No one will stop. The Nation says Charlie Kirk was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, misogynist, and even wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there's no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. Yeah, unify with these people. Yeah, unify with them. Yeah, they want you dead. They want you all dead. There's no plea deal for terrorists. Charlie would have wanted the death penalty. Mm-hmm. You're talking about Al Sharpton's a little man? Yes. Right here. Here it is, right here. Please calm down while we murder you. MSNBC's Peter Baker says that those calling the radical left and lunatics are the ones ratcheting up the political rhetoric. Oh.
They may not be the majority, but the louder voices in our politics are, of course, engaging in blame for one another and ratcheting up the rhetoric rather than ratcheting it down, talking about the radical lunatic left and that left is evil.
Okay. This show has been going for almost 5 hours, and I've played 50, 70, 100 clips of Democrats and left-wing people ratcheting up the rhetoric, not ratcheting anything down. What is this guy talking about?
And the left is this and that, while ignoring the fact that, of course, violence has played out across the political spectrum in recent years. Whether you count the assassination of the 2 Minnesota lawmakers, Democrats recently, the burning of the Democratic governor's mansion in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Who was the guy who tried to kill Shapiro by burning down his house on the Jewish holiday? Was a pro-Palestinian leftist. Yes. So it was coming from the left. Yes. And I'm sorry, but the guy that killed those people in Minnesota was a Democrat.
January 6th, the attack on Paul Pelosi and so forth. But if we saw the assassination attempts against Donald Trump, 2 of them last year, not change the overall political discourse, I don't know whether this will or not. Has it shocked the conscience of a country enough to say, let's rethink how our politics is being communicated these days, how we have these debates, which are important and vital to a democracy, without inflaming people who might take it the next step? They may not be the majority.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. How dare he call these sensible journalists lunatics? Mm-hmm. Conservatives are demanding the immediate firing of these leftist Office Depot employees for refusing to print Charlie Kirk vigil posters, with one saying, "We don't print propaganda. We don't print that here." Huh.
Thank you. So we came in for an order earlier to print a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yes.
For somebody that passed.
Propaganda.
It's not
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't print that here.
Alrighty. So, what's your name?
I'm print supervisor.
I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we
So
do not
they
print,
say they don't print
we don't
political
print
propaganda. So this is somebody that passed away a couple years
That's
ago.
political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm
So
sorry.
this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
What makes it propaganda?
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday. If you
No,
want to
it's
speak
totally
further
okay.
on
No,
the
we have-
subject,
we have
you would like to, you're welcome to return.
Thank you.
We can't. I'm sorry. I would have had to have did some attitudinal adjustments on those idiots that worked there, there would have been a problem. Yeah. The guy who attacked Pelosi was a schizophrenic Democrat from San Francisco. Yeah. Yeah. A homosexual, if I'm not mistaken, a homosexual prostitute, right? Mm-hmm. He was a Canadian, yeah, with mental health issues. Yeah, yeah. But no, he was I didn't know. Yeah, sorry, I'm unable to think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, former Hollywood actress and batshit insane leftist Charlene Lee actively encourages death threats on Ben Shapiro, glorifying the death of Charlie Kirk. So, yeah, you remember this goofy, stupid cunt who ruined this new Star Wars, right? She was the one who somehow was, like the focus of Star Wars. Yeah. Charlie Kirk is nice. Look at her. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Those people were fired? Well, I still don't care. Can we just cancel all the UCB alums, please? Yeah. Upright Citizen Brigade. Nancy Pelosi says Democrats can't take responsibility for the rhetoric against conservatives because it wasn't their intention for violence to ensue. We can't take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it. So here we go. Ready? Here we go.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling for gun control before we have the full picture of the alleged assassin. John?
All right. Mike Emanuel for us. Mike, as always, thank
you. Oh. Yeah, she can't take responsibility for the things we say if people hear it and commit violence. We didn't want them to do that. We just were saying it because we were trying to gin up stuff. So, yeah. So you got this case. She says, in this moment, this is a reverend, remember? Reverend. We need leaders to remind us who we are when we stand together. But the president continues to fan the flames of hate and division. Oh, it's the president fanning the flames of hate and division. It's the president fanning the flames of hate and division. We got Shank and the Young Turks talk about Nazis, call people Nazis, and compare people to Nazis constantly. A quick search showed that over the past 8 years, they've used the word Nazi in over 1,000 shows.
Donald Trump said there were very good people on the Nazi side in Charlottesville when they said the Jews will not replace us. And Donald Trump used a Hitler quote about poisoning the blood of our nation. So, is it right to support a candidate that supports Nazis? Is it right or not? Yes or no answer, Elise Stefanik. Do you support Nazis? Because a guy that you support had dinner with Nazis, said Nazis were very good people, and used Nazi quotes. Yes or no?
So I wanted to play this specifically because of the stuff that the other night when Shank was scared. Yeah. 1,025 times, 1,025 shows where the word was used at least once. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But when Shank said he's scared now because it can happen to anybody, what happened to Charlie Kirk? So that's the only reason he tried to walk it back. Yeah, Dave Rubin got him today. I saw that this morning and he lost his mind. He called Dave a monster. Yeah. Yeah, he's so strong when he's scared. Yeah. And here's Presley. No child should shake in their sleep as bombs are up overhead or plead through a camera lens to die with their parents. The U.S. has manufactured and delivered weapons that rain down on civilians. And our Block the Bombs Act is clear. The U.S. will need to stop sending bombs to Israel. I don't know what this has to do. How did this get it?
You for good if you let all over the world, always. There's something about being a parent, either by blood or bond, that can radicalize you for good if you let it. It will embolden you in ways you never imagined. And once you start to connect that every child is a universe, every child is someone's whole world.
She's Professor Xavier. All right, now we're going to get into some of these rhinos. All right. GOP Rep Zinke says this is not a Republican Democrat thing. Let's not point fingers. The only way to solve this is working together. Yeah. So anyone who is this guy is your representative. Yeah. Find a different representative. He needs to go. I don't give a fuck. No more free passes for just because you wore the uniform. Just because you know, I'm a SEAL. So, oh, well, you know what? You're a fucking clapping SEAL is what you are.
But remember, when you point, you got four fingers pointing back at you. So again, this is not a Republican or Democrat. But remember, when you point, you got four fingers pointing back at you. So again, this is not a Republican or Democrat, and I'm asking. Let's not point fingers. Let's address the issues that we need to be able to discuss issues as Americans. And there's a lot of problems. There's challenges in this country that the only way we're going to solve it is working together. And yeah, and I understand. I've seen Trump derangement syndrome. I've had great friends in my life with Trump presidency have left our circle of friends over a presidency. And it's just this. I ask everyone just to take a deep breath, right? Just get the anger out of the conversation, and maybe meet your neighbor. It would be very productive as a country.
Getting to just know one another as human beings.
Well, I have
right?
friends on both sides of the aisle.
Basic.
We like to sometimes, say it's a war and all these things. I've been to war and wars are brutal. But, there's a lot more in common we have as a country than we do our differences. And I think we all want to solve homelessness. We all want to solve cancer. We all want to live in a country that delivers prosperity to everybody. We all want that. Approaches are a little different. So let's just go back to respect. This is a sad day, but am I an optimist? Yeah, I think America's strong enough to recover.
Yeah, I won't shoot you if you disagree. No, me neither. That's not how I do it. I can get along with anybody as long as they agree with me. Yeah. Here's another one. Thomas Massey calls President Trump to tone down the rhetoric after assassination. There's a lot of rhetoric, and the president himself engages in it. He probably should tone it down himself. Massey, go fuck yourself. Done with you. Yeah. We don't know if Tyler Robinson was radicalized by Democrats. Having done criminal defense, most offenses like this were personal. What she actually says is this was personal for him. Personal.
What really does cross the line, right? Like, so we do have free speech in this country, but are you free to say just any and everything, right? Like, I mean, there are limits to all of our constitutional protections, as well as like, what kind of standard are we going to hold ourselves to when you are sitting, say, in the Oval Office or, in the House? Like, how far will you go? And so, I hate that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle immediately came out and they were like, oh, this is on the Democrats. Like, we don't even know who did what.
Yeah.
And y'all are like, this is on the Democrats, right? Like, I mean, obviously the first thing that, anybody would say, and you didn't have any Democrat that went out there and said otherwise, is like, we're denouncing political violence. But we're just assuming, like, and we just want to be clear, like, that we're not down for political violence, but that doesn't mean that that's what it was, right? Like, we know that people, especially me, having done criminal defense, most offenses like this were personal.
Wait, she said it was remember we saw the clip? She said it was a war. Everyone needs to get a weapon. Remember? Yeah. It's a war. Yeah, everyone pick up a weapon and fight. She said, remember that? We played that clip. So they're not down for political violence, but they are down for political violence. And then as soon as it happens, they go, no, we're not down for political violence. Then they're immediately back to calling for political violence because they think everyone's retarded as they are. Here we go. Katie Britt on the assassination of Charlie Cook. It's time for unity and peace. She be ghetto. Yes, she do be ghetto, but she's fake ghetto. She ain't real ghetto.
The issue at hand, I want to echo what you've heard from my colleagues. Political violence has no place in America. What we saw yesterday, and everyone saw it, is sickening. It is disgusting. It was a political assassination.
Yeah.
And all of you sitting in these rows have a duty and an obligation to call it that.
Yes, if you disagree with them, they will left you.
I'm thinking about Charlie. Obviously, his faith was the most important thing in his life. His wife, his children, our prayers are with them. But he influenced countless Americans and people across the world. My kids being amongst those groups. Talking with them last night, talking through this with them last night, is just unthinkable that this is happening in the United States of America. And so the time for unity, the time for peace, it is now.
Yeah, unity, peace. Yes, 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 yes. You can't have unity with people that are actively trying to kill you, lady. I mean, come on, Alabama. Come on, cynic Alabamian. What? This is what you're giving us? North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis is calling out conservative pundits. Thinks it's really disgusted. And a couple of talking heads out there, the opportunity to say that we're at war to get some conservative followers lathered up. It's like some cheap, disgusting, awful way to pretend like you're a leader of a conservative movement. And there's two in particular I found particularly disgusting. Well, Tom Tillis, I'm disgusted with you because I played all the clips of the Democrats saying we're at war. Did you surrender? Or are you just a fucking Democrat yourself, you lying cocksucker? Rhino says, what? There's another one right here. Here's Lindsey Graham. What do you know? Another piece of shit. Free speech doesn't prevent you from being fired if you're stupid or have poor judgment. The despicable, inappropriate, and classless statements about this tragic event should not diminish a great university like Clemson. However, in my opinion, those who made these despicable, inappropriate, classless statements should not be good candidates for termination by the public university. What do you know? I can't believe I'm doing this right now because I saw this and I wanted to bring it up. Good old. Yeah, see? We're going to show this real quick here. Got this. They're apoplectic about this speech over on Blue Sky, which tells me that's exactly what was needed. They wanted her to give some wishy-washy, let's all get along, and instead they were met with righteous anger and steadfast resolve. Yes. And an uncivil law Kirk comes in with a based ass take. Agreed, no mercy. They punched the ticket. Now they get to take the ride. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Gonna ride the train. Tick, ride it. Hope springs eternal, except in the Schumer corner of the Senate. Unfortunately, I believe Senator Schumer's legacy will be considered one of the biggest wrecking balls of tradition in the history of the Senate. Through my time in the Senate, I've tried to honor the concept that elections have consequences, understanding that a president from the other party would pick a nominee that I would not have chosen. This all started with Clarence Thomas and Robert Bork. The match was lit when Senator Reid and Schumer changed the rules, and then there was Kavanaugh. Enough is enough. I'm very proud and completely support the actions taken by Majority Leader John Thune this week to break the unprecedented shooter caucus logjam. Yeah, you guys are all liars. Because you could have just went to recess and let Trump appoint who the fuck he wanted to what he wanted, but you were scared to lose your power. Yeah. Time's up for Democrats. Senate confirmation process will be restored. The institution will be fully functional again. We'll see. No, we'll see. We'll see. Or if you're just all liars and scumbags. Holy smokes. Benny Johnson just snapped at Chris Cuomo for lying and implying the hate is coming from both sides, including Charlie Kirk. Cuomo immediately tried to walk it back because he knew what was coming. What followed was scorched earth. Benny fired back with both barrels, defending his friend and calling out exactly what separates the right from the left. Charlie Kirk has never advocated violence, ever. I have. I'll admit it. Sometimes violence will work. I mean, the only way to stop violence if someone's being violent to you is with other violence. If someone is robbing you or trying to, do something, the whole thing about, violence. No. The only way to defeat violence is with violence. That's it. It's just, hello. How do you stop somebody from trying to kill you? By loving them harder? Begging them to stop? See how that works out.
I don't really care how we got here so much. There is a lot of blame to go around. I do not see you guys as victims. You give as good as you get. There is a lot of anger. There is a lot of exaggeration. It is all hate for profit on the fringe of this battling binary political system. My question is, My question is now what?
Charlie Kirk has never advocated violence ever. Charlie Kirk was only
I'm not saying
a nonviolent, peaceful debater. He went into places where he knew he was hated in order to engage.
I agree.
Kindly
I
and
agree
humanly
that
with people.
he was not
so
about
for you
violence.
to say that
I
it's
get
the
it.
same thing.
Oh, hold on.
It's not, Chris.
Hold on. I'm not talking about it with Charlie. Benny, don't play games with me. I'm giving you latitude because you deserve it, because this was your friend and this is scary and it hurts and it could have just as easily been you.
The dehumanization is wrong. It's wrong. And
There's no question. But Benny,
you'll never be able to chew me out, Chris, because I'll never dehumanize.
Benny,
if I hear that Joe Biden gets a terminal cancer diagnosis, I'll say a prayer for him. I'll say that I hope he lives the rest of his days painless. That's exactly what I said. And every person that I know and respect, and I know them all in my ecosystem, said the same thing. Not a single one of us celebrated. Not a single one of us celebrated Joe Biden's terminal cancer diagnosis. Now, I can show you a endless series of TikToks and celebration posts and T-shirts made celebrating this travesty. There is a fundamental difference of those who glorify death on the left, and it is demonic, it's sick, and it's dark, and it needs to be.
All right, but
it needs to be disavowed.
Benny, I hear you.
Oh shit! Close the wrong thing. Like Benny Johnson says, I will never allow someone to rewrite Charlie Kirk's legacy. I'm disgusted that they tried to both sides this. I will call it out every time. Do not make peace with evil. That's right. Yeah. Milk toast versus mainstream media bot. Yeah. As Chris Cuomo ended his show tonight with an on-air apology to me and Charlie Kirk for this good. Cuomo's both sides routine drives me crazy. You called him out and left him squirming. He says he gets it, but he doesn't. Yeah, Chris Cuomo's a fucking idiot. I am sleeping. Keep rocking. You're better than Bill O'Reilly. All right, well, I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can here. Scott Jennings. Today is not the day for both sides. Lectures about President Trump or anyone in the conservative movement. There's no place for political violence in America. Zero, none. But our president, who was nearly assassinated a year ago, and now Charlie Kirk is dead. Right. Yeah, but what you to
people come along to lecture conservatives about toning down the rhetoric and this and that, whether it happens on the left or whether it happens on the right, and no matter who the victims are, somehow we're always told that it's conservatives who are the problem and that they need to tone down the rhetoric. Meanwhile, you have people like Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut, who the day before Charlie was shot, in an interview said that we're at war and you have to be able to do whatever you need to do to win the war. You had Tim Walz the other day telling a crowd that he was hoping to wake up one day to news that Donald Trump had died. You had Seth Moulton, a congressman from Massachusetts, on TV this morning lecturing conservatives that they're the real problem. Now, it's our friend that's dead. There's a lot of causes on the left right now that are causing people to engage.
Okay, and equally
at a minimum,
on the
rhetoric.
right as well, though, Scott. Equally on the right as well. Can we at least
Listen,
be fair about this?
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I have no time and no quarter for any criticisms of Republicans or conservatives or Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk or any other both sidesing this. It's our friend who's dead, shot in the throat while doing what we're supposed to do as Americans, which is engage in civil discourse. He goes to a college, colleges are not known as hotbeds of conservatism. He goes to a college to engage in civil discourse. And now he's dead because that's what he did. So I really don't have any time for both sidesing this today. It's our friend that's dead because he was doing what you're supposed to do as an American. Talk, use your voice, use your words, use your powers of reasoning, debate, speech. That's what we do as Americans. And now our friend's dead, and you want to lecture me about Donald Trump or
I'm not
conservatives
lecturing
or
you.
both
I guess
sides?
I'm just saying.
It tells me you don't really get what's happening, and
well,
so
no,
I'm happy to explain.
Yeah,
it to you,
no,
but you clearly don't.
I am, Scott, seeking to understand how, if this is not a time for rhetoric, if it is a time to remember your friend who he's been assassinated. There is no words to express how awful that act was and is. No words. And if this is a time for respectful discourse, why is a Fox News anchor saying this is war? Why is Steve Bannon saying Kirk is a casualty of war?
That's the way it feels. It feels like that on the left right now, there is increasing amount of violent rhetoric. There is an increasing amount of people who have decided that debate and politics are useless and that they need to take it to another level. That's the way it feels to conservatives. And do you know why it feels that way? Because our friend was shot in the throat and murdered in cold blood. That's why it feels that way. Because our president last summer was nearly assassinated.
Yes. 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 And they got this. Representative Bob Onder tells the truth. There's no longer any middle ground. Some on the left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. Oh, here we go.
Well, what for us? Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. And they literally will kill those with whom they disagree, just as their predecessor leftists, Marx and Stalin and Lenin and Pol Pot and Fidel Castro did. We must know that. And, well, what for us? Well,
Okay. Yes. There is no more neutrality between good and evil. My fellow patriots, there's a critical time. The assassination of Charlie Cook on the eve of 9/11 was a fountain of blood, a deeply symbolic and mortal wound to our nation. We are a nation divided. We are a nation at war. I made that declaration after the 2020 election was stolen, when a weaponized government twisted my words to justify false charges and prison abuse. But my statement was true then, and it's true now. The war is stark, a spiritual battle between good and evil. We saw the blackest evil yesterday, and it was meant to terrorize us. It was meant to provoke us. It was meant to destroy it, divide us. And, oh, hey, Job for 9 sent you something. Okay, I'll check it in 1 second. Really? $50 super sticker. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess we're going to go for another hour. How long is the show going to be? It's going to go for another hour. So it's going to go for 6 hours. You know, I mean, it's going to a 6-hour show at least. Because, yeah. And technically, it's already been, technically. Woo, I won't be actively racist if you want another dog on the cam. All right, I'll send you. I guess. Saturday here. All right. You know what? Real quick, though. I got to pee, though. But let me see what he sent real quick. Hold on. Let me see what he sent. Show translate. Let's see here. Because I'm in a mood today, the Andrew Breitbart who suddenly died under strange circumstances on a fight of the fake nude machinery. Yes.
All the people that have gone out there against the mainstream media and said, you're going to call us racist? You're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs? Fuck you. War.
I mean, Breitbart, man, Breitbart was awesome. Breitbart was awesome. Breitbart was awesome. Let me see if there's anything else. I wonder if there's anything I could play. You know what? I got something to play real quick. Where we at here? All right. You think he's in KF's chat? Yeah. Does Bella need to pee? Yeah, he was murdered. Breitbart was murdered for sure. Maybe, I don't know, but I have to pee. I'm gonna find something here real quick to play, and it'll. No. All right. Okay. I don't know if anyone knows who Charlie Kirk is, Turning Point USA, or who the SPLC is, the Southern Poverty Law Center. But the Southern Poverty Law Center has a history of messing around and going after conservative groups, per se, targeting them and trying to label them as being extremists. And this is really no different from that. It's a little bigger. There we go. So it says right here from Tyler O'Neill on X. Breaking news, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which trades on its history bankrupting the KKK to smear conservatives as secret supporters of white supremacy, has put the largest conservative youth organization, Turning Point USA, on the hate map. Every year, the SPLC puts out a new version of the hate map, partly to scare donors into ponying up cash and partly to cancel its opponents, cutting them off from polite society. This year, the hate map includes Turning Point USA. The SPLC accuses Turning Point and its founder, Charlie Kirk, of propping up white Christian supremacy. Now, if Charlie Kirk were racist and theocratic, would Turning Point have a presence on more than 3,000 campuses? Well, that's a very good question. They are actually, I think the reason that they're being targeted by the SPLC is because of their growing power. They are making inroads on all types of campuses, and they're making inroads with a lot of young people. Point USA is probably the biggest reason. Well, I don't know if I want to say the biggest reason, but maybe a big reason that young people in colleges are starting to shift away from the left and starting because they're hearing opinions that they're not used to hearing on a college campus, but now they're starting to hear it. So here, let me pull this up from the Daily Signal. Southern Poverty Law Center puts largest conservative grassroots youth group on the hate map with Klan chapters. That's Charlie Kirk, a pretty famous dude, comparing the largest conservative grassroots youth organization to the Ku Klux Klan, adding Turning Point USA to its hate map that plots KKK chapters and claims to expose the groups upholding white supremacy in the United States. The latest version of the SPLC hate map released Thursday lists Turning Point USA for the first time, categorizing a group as anti-government extremist group. The hate map also includes PragerU, a nonprofit that uses digital media to spread conservative ideas, putting it in the same categories. They're labeling Prager University as a hate group. Aren't they like religious? I don't understand how PragerU, like the guy, he does like stuff all over the place. And I don't get it. I don't get how they get away with this. Like, haven't they been sued out of existence yet? What they do, they basically just go after people and they cause lots of problems. The same thing has been going on with the ACLU lately too. Like the ACLU used to be this great organization back in the 60s and early 70s where they would actually fight for everyone's rights. They would do whatever they could to make sure everyone had a right to speak. And now they only really care about left-wing causes. Like why the ACO is fighting for all the immigrants and fighting in court to make sure that the people don't get deported. Pretty sad that all these organizations that used to do all this good works for the United States and for the citizens, how they to groups that I know they're just promoting political agenda way. And hey, Debbie, how you doing? Nice to see you. Harley and Remy, nice to see you too. Thanks for thanks for everyone stopping by. If I forgot to do that at the beginning, but if it's in the chat, I'll try to acknowledge it and let know that you're here. So critics have long accused the SPLC of liberal bias. Well, I just kind of not really a critic. I mean, I did the job that they claim they're actually doing, and they went after hate groups evenly, but it just for some reason, all the hate groups they seem to come up with are all on the right. It's all it seems to be is just people on the right. PragerU told the Daily Signal that the SPLC did not reach out to them before putting the group on the hate map. Well, of course they wouldn't reach out to them. Then they would have to listen to what they have to say and why they shouldn't be on the hate map. No, they didn't even notify us. And if they'd like to know how we feel about SPLC, we have an entire 5-minute video on them titled "The Anti-Hate Group That Is a Hate Group" from Prager Group. Well, I think we might watch that. Turning Point describes itself as the largest, fastest growing youth organization in America, touting a presence on over 3,500 campuses. It has more than 800 college chapters and over 1,000 high school chapters. It aims to build the most organized, active, and powerful conservative grassroots activist network on high school and college campuses across the country. This is from Charlie Kirk saying, "I founded Turning Point USA to take the fight for ideological diversity to a progressive stronghold, the nation's leading colleges and universities." Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk said in 2019. The SPLC accuses Turning Point and its founder Charlie Kirk of propping up white Christian supremacy. Yes, we're looking at this. This is the hate map. "I know many young conservatives all across the country are isolated and ostracized due to their beliefs," he wrote in 2013. "They are portrayed as bigots, misogynists, and ignorant just because they are conservative." In the SPLC's Year in Hate and Extremism report, released in 2024 version, The Hate Map, the SPLC describes Turning Point USA as a well-funded hard-right organization with links to the Southern Poverty Law Center identified hard-right extremist groups. So they do the circular thinking where they say, we have these other groups that we say are this thing, bad thing, and then we link you to bad thing, and then thus you are bad thing, and they are bad thing for me. It's like a circular line of thinking that just comes back around and it seems, seem right, be able to get away with smearing people like this. If there's ever been any Turning Point Turning Point USA has ever done any violent acts or done anything violent, all they're doing is telling people to stand up for their constitutional rights. Kind of, maybe that's a good thing. I mean, that's what PLC and ACLU claim they used to be for. Yeah, this SPLC states that Turning Point Action, the group's sister 501c4 nonprofit, led Trump's 2024 campaign efforts in key red states. So simply, they are just attacking Turning Point USA because they were effective in getting out the vote for Trump. So this is just Orange Man bad. I don't know. It seems nuts. Orange Man bad. A vital role in the election of far-right candidates in Arizona. But there isn't any far-right people elected to any office. Yeah. There's also a part in this. Let's go through. The president, all power of the executive branch flows from the president. It is the president's power. Anyone who executes anything in the executive branch, any three-letter agency, that is not like since State of the Union. It was brought up by Congress people and widely covered all over the place. So why would they think it's national news, so people are going to talk about it. This doesn't make. Uh-oh. I screwed up. My bad. Let me fix this. I stopped sharing. Sorry. I am so wary. Rachel Boone, I don't hate anyone, but I'm very wary of these people these days. I worry so much about my kids in the Dem City with the less than desirable folks, some who praise Charlie's assassin. People also praise Louis Mangione, guy who killed that I forgot. I want to get back on this real quick, though. Where we at? Share screen. I forgot. Okay, so so the war is stark. The war is stark. It's a spiritual battle between good and evil. We saw the black is evil yesterday, and it was meant to terrorize us. It was meant to provoke us. It was meant to divide and destroy us. We must resist. We must unite. I call our current national predicament the divided states of America, torn between two antithetical forces, liberty and tyranny. The trouble is, to define liberty is only the way to defend it. True liberty is not an unrestricted license to do whatever we want. That is debauchery and leads to chaos, decay, and slavery of addiction. Unrestricted license is a lie to the left, that you should have the freedom to do whatever you want, and you should be free from the cost of those choices. That is lunacy. All choices have consequences because that's how God designed the world. Luigi was a hitman. He didn't even use that insurance. It's very weird. It is. It's funny how this is exactly how they treat conservative groups in Romania, Germania, Poland, Hungary, Brazil, Britain, etc. Yeah, it is, right? It's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. It's all over the world. Yes, actions have consequences. But this brings us to the divide. We are not divided by Republican or Democrat. We're not divided by black or white. We're not divided by rich or poor. America is a covenant nation, is based on a promise. We are divided by those who keep the promise and those who despise the promise. 4.5 hours until the Tommy Robinson March kicks off. Oh, in London? We'll pray that everything goes swimmingly and that there's no issues. No issues. There, Bella. Let's. What is the promise? A pledge is a promise. So you already know the American covenant by heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Another lie of the left is that secular is neutral, that the public square must be purged of faith, but atheistic materialism is no less a religion than Christianity and far less coherent. It has no answer for the intelligent design that is self-evident in the universe. As our founders openly acknowledged, they universally rejected atheism because they knew it only led to tyranny and murder of socialism. There is no neutrality between good and evil. The uncomfortable truth is this: you cannot hate God, despise those who seek to honor him, and still keep the American promise. There is no gutting around this fact. Our national covenant rests on the goodness and authority of God, who created each of us in his image with equal dignity and liberty to pursue our eternal purpose. So now we come to the precipice. How do we survive in the divided states? How can we coexist with a woke religion of leftist godlessness that lies to people about choices without consequences? That lies about biological reality, that lies about the source of our pain and problems, that denies the sacred role of personal responsibility, that exploits the weak to enrich the elites obsessed with lunatic fantasies of secular utopia. Jesus told us the answer. A house divided against itself cannot stand, and anyone who isn't working with me is actually working against me. Don't be deceived. This is not a call to Christian nationalism. This is a call to keep the promise of America. This is a call to each individual patriot. We must recognize the source of our rights, embrace the duty of our responsibility. We must act with uncomfortable courage in every crucible moment, especially when evil strikes the innocent. That is this moment. It is time to humble ourselves. It is a time to pray and seek God. It's a time to invest in the local church. It's a time to mobilize our communities, and it's a time to get out the vote. Every single eligible voter for America first. This would be Charlie's challenge to all of us. Let us run the race to win. Let us be worthy of the call. That's right. You think Jim fell in? Jim is right here. What do you mean? Oh, me. Oh. This is a greater conversation you don't want to have, Jim. I'm calling you out. I don't know. No, I man, that was a powerful statement. Nancy Mace says the rhetoric against Republicans must end. Celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is vile and inhumane. We will hold all rogue actors accountable.
We've been called Nazis. Charlie Kirk was called a Nazi. Charlie Kirk was called Hitler. those of us on the Republican side who are very outspoken and vocal, we have been dehumanized. And by dehumanizing us, we have people on the left who've been brainwashed, who believe that, oh, I can take a rifle to an event, shoot someone in the neck, kill them, and it's going to be celebrated, because that's exactly what happened in the last 48 hours, because we've been villainized.
We know it is a
I'm
political
not Hitler.
assassination.
I'm not a Nazi.
You are
I'm
not
very
Hitler. You are not
passionate.
I can promise you.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not it. But we
Oh,
again.
okay.
Just
he admits he's
but the
not a
recording
Nazi.
is not there in terms of the motive of this. It was an assassination. I'm not trying to.
It was a political.
It was a political assassination. I'm not trying to either sides this in the slightest or walk a thin line, but we just, in the face of it, I just don't understand how you make it better.
We've been called not.
How do you make it better? Oh, maybe have Democrats stop trying to kill us. Remember when the radical left Democrats called for Liz Cheney to be shot in the face? Yeah. It's now a moment to reach out to the other side to lower the temperature. Don Jr. says, who's better at that or kinder at doing that to Charlie Cook? And they killed him. I don't think it's possible. And I have to 100% agree.
What's next? Because there's a lot of talk about is now a moment to reach out, have a kumbaya moment with the other side, lower the temperature. Is now a moment to step over the other side and forge forward without them? You know, just what you say, we're winning. Just complete the victory without them.
Megan. I'd love to do the former, but who is better at that or kinder in doing that than Charlie Kirk? And they killed him. I don't think it's possible. Again, you know, you see it. You know, the amount of normal people who aren't even political, who have they've hit a breaking point. You know, they're not having these conversations on Twitter. I'm sure they are sick of this crap.
What's next?
Yes, I am sick of this crap. Are you sick of this crap? Are you mad as hell and you're not going to take it anymore? Are you mad as hell and you're not going to take it anymore? Look at the merch they're trying to sell. There's no fixing this. Look at this. First shirt design is up now on collab with this. Debate this. Punk with Camara. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, that's just unity. Unify with this. Yeah. Representative Derek Von Orden of Wisconsin tells reporters at the Capitol the press is to blame for Charlie Kirk's death.
Every single one of you here. You're at fault. Hey, you know what? Knock it off. Knock it off. You are responsible for that assassination yesterday. You should be ashamed of yourself. What about the Democratic lawmakers assassinated in Minnesota? Every single one.
What about the people over here? In loving memory of Charlie Kirk, a fearless patriot, a man of unwavering faith who dedicated his life to America. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better in pursuit of liberty and freedom.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
Out of all people, why Charlie? Where's the accountability of the mainstream media and the Democrats who have pushed this bullshit, fascistic, and violence narrative against the conservatives for years? Charlie Kirk would still be alive if these people had been held accountable. Dave Smith on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the moderate. And, I'm going to say, I don't agree with Dave Smith on a lot of stuff. I agree with him on some stuff. I don't agree with him on his belief that, I don't know, there's this conspiracy to, that the Jews control. Dave Smith believes the Jews control our government. I don't know. I don't believe it. Sorry. I just don't. But on this,
Charlie Kirk was the moderate. He was the fucking reasonable guy in the room, you dummy. He wasn't a far-right activist. Are you kidding me? You have any idea what's out there? You think that was like the radical position? Charlie Kirk was the most moderate human being. He was a plumb line Republican. A plumb line Republican, as everybody who knows anything about anything knows, is 1 centimeter to the right of a plumb line Democrat. He was right just in the middle. He supported Israel like the Democrats and Republicans do. He was more, a little bit more on the side of restrictive immigration policy. That was his big radical policy, was he was with 80% of the American people on immigration. It's not. So you sit there and what do you think? You think this is a victory? Like for you? You think, oh, you took out let me think this through here with all of my wisdom. I want to win a culture war. So what I did was I violently murdered the most high-profile moderate voice on the other side. Hey, geniuses, but summon all your wisdom together and tell me, do you think that is likely to calm things down, or might that lead to more radicalization? And what the fuck, these dumbass fucking lefties celebrating? Like, what exactly are you trying to start here, you fucking pussies? Like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, go live your fucking weird lives and with your fucking pink hair and your 70 genders or whatever, but don't sit here and pretend you're ready for a fucking fight. Like, what are you doing? Do you know, it's like such a weird dynamic they have here, right? Where like, broadly speaking in the country, there's like this culture war, right? And like the left wingers are almost always the ones who are out on the streets. They're the ones protesting. I mean, yeah, you could point to January 6th, but it's like the one exception. It's the exception that proves the rule. But who is out in, the Ferguson, Missouri, protests and riots, or the Trayvon Martin protests and riots, or the George Floyd protests and riots, or there's the Pussy March, or there's the immigration march, or there's the campus activism over the last 15 years. It's like the leftists take to the street. They're the first ones to go, we're going to go out here and do a thing. It's much harder to get the right wingers out on the streets because they have families and jobs and church to go to. But the right wing is so much tougher. Like if this ever came down to a fight, the fight is right wingers mowing down gender studies majors. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? You ever see one of those videos where like Antifa would actually get into a fight? And then you'd realize that like it's actually really funny. I mean, like it was kind of jarring and a little weird, but like there'd be all these videos where there'd be like, the black bloc guys, like 7 kids in hoodies with like one of them's got a pipe and they got the masks on. So you're almost like, oh, these are like kind of tough looking guys. And then one of them swings like the girliest swing of a pipe and completely misses. And then a man punches him in the face and you hear the guy go, hey. And you're like, oh, you're not tough. You're just like role playing as like, what do you guys think? but you're trying to provoke this other side who will annihilate you. And there are real deal militias in this country. There are real deal gun enthusiasts in this country. You do not want to pop shit off with them.
No, you don't. But it seems like they bought the ticket and now they're going to take the ride. As Kurt says. Yeah. They don't want it, but they might have just bought the whole ticket. And Andy Noah says, Charlie Kirk supported me when I was left for dead by Antifa. Now he's gone. I went on Newsback to share how he impacted my life back when I was unknown. Yes, Rudd, you got the Bella emoji now. There you go. You're good to go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It tore me up too, see this little girl run down there and to know that to hear the mom talking about her asking where dad is. Yeah, I give them credit on that analogy too. It was they bought the ticket, now they get to take the ride. Choo choo.
A lot of moving eulogies have been posted by young people who were impacted from even when they were preteens all the way through their high school years and then into universities. I met Charlie back in 2019, several weeks after I was pretty badly beaten by Antifa and had suffered from a brain hemorrhage. And he invited me to a TPUSA conference in DC. And at that point, I had never done any public speaking. And he said, you don't have to speak. We just want to give you honor and recognition for your work. And it's hard for me to say in words how much that meant to me at that time. I was this no-name person, and then having this opportunity to go on stage and just get this round of applause. And that was my memory of the TPUSA crowd and audience, of the enthusiasm from the young people there. Some of them were really young, maybe like 12, 13 years old even. And that was 2019. Back in 2022, I was invited to speak at a America Fest conference. And many of your viewers and listeners may have gone to some of these events. They're really big, really busy. There are very big names there. Organizers, of course, are crazy running around making sure everything is running properly. Charlie, no exception. I went backstage at one point. There was a lot of commotion. It was dark. Somebody was speaking, and he made eye contact with me, and he waved, and he smiled. And that was my last memory with him. And it was a gesture that reminded me how, even though he's a big name, he was still a very grounded and kind man. And I'm really thankful for those two brief experiences in my life getting to meet Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, so. Charlie Kirk supported me when I was left for dead by Antifa. Now he's gone. Charlie was one of the first to support me in 2019 after I was brutally beaten and left with a brain hemorrhage. Andy No is a good dude. And then we got this. We got Alex Stein. Why I didn't know Alex Stein.
Charlie.
Hi, Alex Stein. How are you?
So good to see you.
You know we get mixed up all the time.
Everybody calls me the fake Charlie Kirk, you know? How you doing, young man?
Dude, I thought you were Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Charlie Kirk?
Yes. Why do you think I have this crew?
Are you actually?
Yes, let's take a selfie. What do you mean? Who do you think I am?
You're Charlie Kirk?
Yes, Turning Point USA.
Yo! Bro, it's Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is here.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Hold on. Are you actually Charlie Kirk?
I'm actually Charlie Kirk. Yes, dude, I'm Charlie.
Really?
Yes, dude, take a selfie. How do you not know this? Why do I have a camera crew, dude? I'm obviously Charlie. Like, gosh, dude, it's bugging me that I'm this well known.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk, Turning Point. UTA.
I don't know. I mean, I thought this was going to be more of.
And in Seattle, all because of you.
Hilariously, I'm speaking at Nevada Reno, so we can kind of like.
I know. I'm trying to follow. I'm the fake Charlie Kirk. I follow you around,
Who's
dude.
actually speaking, right?
Yeah.
I could go like.
We need to do a sketch like that.
So I could go do the Alex Stein day.
Yeah, or
You
no,
could
not
do-
even that. But you need to just like mix me in, just and then you could just say
I
I,
think it's
couldn't
hilarious.
make it, and then you really come out.
Oh, I think it's great.
I don't know. Tell Andrew to text me. Yeah, that one guy. One guy really thought I was at him.
that was
Israel
so
Palestine.
funny.
He's like, "You're Charlie Kirk." I'm like, "Yes, I'm the dollar store version." All right. Well,
Yes, definitely the dollar store version. Secretary Kennedy says, once again, a bullet has silenced the most eloquent truth teller of an era. My dear friend Charlie Kirk was our country's relentless and courageous crusader for free speech. We pray for Erica and the children. Charlie is already in paradise with the angels. We ask his prayers for our country. Nicole Shanahan just got emotional speaking about Charlie Kirk. She said losing him feels like this generation's JFK moment. How liberals describe Charlie Kirk is so wrong. This changed a lot for me. You have to actually be willfully full of demonic hate to cheer for that. My fiance and I talked yesterday. This feels like our generation's JFK moment. You're not going to find a character who conducted himself the way Charlie did in an effective way that he did. He was not a Trump sycophant. He was not a sycophant to any particular thing. He was not owned by any party.
How liberals described Charlie Kirk is so wrong. It's so vastly wrong that it's insulting to me now that I know who he actually was. And this last 24 hours, I've had a chance to watch video after video. And he's not, they've lied about him in such severe ways that, like, I thought I knew how dark the left was, right? And then yesterday changed a lot for me. And the time since then has changed a lot for me to the point where there's not a single ounce of me anymore that can excuse any behavior that is celebrating the death of this great man. Because it's all out there now. Like, you have to actually just be willfully full of demonic hate to today cheer for that.
Yeah.
The lies were one thing, but there's a truth being told, and then to still applaud that death in the face of the beautiful truth of who he was. My fiance and I talked yesterday. We were chatting with each other. We're like, this feels like our generation's JFK moment.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to find a character who conducted himself the way Charlie did in the most effective way he did it, right? He was not a Trump sycophant. He was not a sycophant to any particular thing. He was not owned by any party. He was an individual who
Alex did a live today. I think you should check it out. He knows he judges himself. He's a modern particular. There's a couple things I wanted to cover before I ended. I was going to pull them up. I have. The left has never been held accountable for the political violence, and that must change. Violence has long been woven into the fabric of the American left, and until we honestly reckon with that, a bleak political future awaits us all. Yesterday, I was writing a piece on the tragic killing of Arina Zarutska down in Charlotte that has captured national attention. But before I could finish it, the news came down about the beloved conservative activist Charlie Kirk had been shot at a university in Utah. And I've been covering politics for a long time, and I can't say I've ever had a story about politically charged violence preempted by even more politically charged violence, but nor do I ever want this to happen again. But I was doing my best to Kubler-Ross my way through this, and I've met Kirk and generally thought highly of him, but it didn't really snap until I saw Obama put out a statement. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. We don't yet know what motivated. Yeah, I'm sorry, but we certainly know what the results of the left-wing rhetoric are, and Barack Obama is living proof of that. Plug into the matrix with me for a few moments, and I was writing the aforementioned aborted story about the problems of law and order in America, and I was reminded as part of the national political project to elect progressive district attorneys led by billionaire and Democrat megadonor George Soros. In 2020, San Francisco elected Chesa Boudin as its district attorney. Boudin, who is a soft-on-crime disaster as DA, and also was the son of the Dorns, who were the Weather Underground, the bombers. So you want to talk left-wing violence, it's Chesa Boudin's family. And Chesa Boudin was raised by Bill Ayers, another Weather Underground bomber who was Obama's butt buddy, they say. Hold on, I got to fix the camera. Got to fix Bella's camera. There we go. Indeed, his entire campaign for the office was dedicated to issues such as bail reform and reducing incarceration, but he was recalled by voters before he could finish his term. It's remarkable he was ever even elected in the first place when you consider his history. He's a son of the Weather Underground members, Kathy Boudin and David Gilbert. They both ended up in jail after participating in a 1981's Brinks truck robbery with the Black Liberation Army that resulted in deaths of 2 cops and security guards. See, this is 1981, leftist violence. So start in the 60s with the Weather Underground that were responsible for Kent State. Yes, they were. But you start all the bombings in the 70s. The Weather Underground was responsible for hundreds of bombings. Multiple police officers killed. They were bombing judges' houses, police officers' houses, all through the 70s. Chesa was just 14 months old at the time of the robbery. Aside from the Brinks robbery, the Weather Underground was best known as one of the many left-wing groups that committed a series of terrorist attacks throughout the 70s. During an 18-month period in 1971 and 72, the FBI reported more than 2,500 bombings on U.S. soil, nearly 5 a day. Yeah, and there's a book on the Days of Rage on the post-60s left-wing violence. Blessedly, almost all those bombings did not result in a death, but far too many did. Normally, I don't bother foisting the sins of the parents on a child, except in this case, years before he ever contemplated running for public office, back when Chesa Boudin was merely a red diaper royalty fresh off being a Rhodes Scholar. He wrote an insufferably indulgent memoir that I was thankfully paid to read. But despite being totally unimpressed with his writing, I'm sure he earned the Rhodes Scholarship because he was academia ever rewarded violent left-wing radicals for no defensible reason. Oh, right, they're still doing it even now. Anyway, if you read his book, you'll find that he accepts the notion that his parents were political prisoners. And he's of the opinion that certainly violence is illegitimate when it targets civilians or intends to cause generalized or widespread fear. But his parents never did that. They were, as far as he's concerned, it's okay to kill cops because they're not civilians. They're part of the racist capitalist system or something, where the poor security guard who Bowden's parents had a hand in murdering sits in the hierarchy of repression is, beyond me. But if you're wondering how Bowden came to think like this, well, his parents aren't entirely to blame. Kathy Bodine wasn't paroled until her son was out of college, and his dad wasn't let out of jail until then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo gave him clemency in 2021. Because his parents were in jail, Chesapeake Bodine was adopted and raised by his parents' friends and fellow Weather Underground terrorists, Bill Ayers and Bernardine Dorn. Dorn was famous for being especially radical, aside from her violent and traitorous deeds. She's perhaps well known for a speech she gave at a radical event known as the Flint War Council, where she defended the Manson family. Dig it, she famously said. First they killed those pigs, then they ate the dinner in the same room with them. They even shoved a fork into the victim's stomach. Wild. Burrow goes on to note that most of the crowd responded by raising their hands in a four-finger salute, signifying the fork shoved into the pregnant Sharon Tate's belly. There's not much that could be said about Ayers' own violent and traitorous deeds with the Weather Underground, but at this point he's best known for launching the political career of, drumroll please, Barack Obama. In fact, Chesapeake Bodine would have been 14 or 15 when his adoptive parents held an event at their house to help launch the political career. The two men had close working relationships centered around the community at the University of Chicago and shared much of the same worldview, despite the fact that the Obama campaign lied about the nature of the relationship. In fact, books have been written about how Obama lied and obscured his past radicalism, and the media were enthusiastically complicit in helping him cover it up. Yeah. They killed the peace movement. Yes, they did. Which brings me back to Obama's disingenuous statement. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. At this point, what does it matter? Obama did not think consorting with violent, unrepentant terrorists was disqualifying. Certainly, Obama knew that what motivated Ayers and Dorn, and it did not trouble him, nor is Ayers the only left-wing terrorist Obama has excused. By now, when the cold-blooded assassination of a leader on the right threatens to be an impediment to implementing the progressive political program that Obama and Ayers largely share, Obama is confused about what they may have motivated this and wants you to know that violence is bad. Anyway, I'm done. If you ever excused or condoned violence or knowingly consorted with those who have, and I don't care one whit if you're someone as lofty as Barack Obama, you need to be driven from polite society. I will happily engage in ritual malediction of saying that the call to ostracize obviously extends to forces on the political right, except I do know something. So the matter, much corrupt Democrat leaders cook the stats to pretend right-wing violence is a serious threat, noting that the right has ever done comes close to setting off 5 bombs a day for 18 months straight. Proceeding to terrorize the country for more than a decade, and then electing new generations of politicians that knowingly excuse these insane levels of violence. After January 6th, Democrats and their allies did everything from raiding the former president's home on dubious pretext to algorithmically shutting off the ad revenue of any right-of-center publications they perceived as enabling Trump to kicking thousands of ordinary citizens off of social media. They corrupted the judicial system to the max to deal with rioters at the Capitol. Many J6 defendants were given harsher sentences for nonviolent crimes than the prosecution even asked for. And this came after Democrats not only refused to prosecute violent rioters following the mass destruction in the summer of 2020, they gave out $80 million in settlements to rioters who encountered police as a way of rewarding the left-wing agitators. They viewed as useful in undermining Trump's re-election chances. It's hard to escape the fact that encouraging violence, unequal justice, and repression is just a tool in the left's political toolbox. You never heard of the Weather Underground? Ooh, buddy. They were from the 60s through the 70s, all the way to the 80s. Well, it's led to this. A good man, a father, a patriot has been killed. He did what you're supposed to do in America if you want to create political change. You go out and you earnestly debate people. You don't hide your beliefs. You be as honest and as public about your attempts to persuade people as you can. That's the essence of democracy, is it not? And Kirk, who did not hold office and had no power beyond what's given him as a citizen, was so good at exercising this democratic right that they had to stop him not with a ballot, but with a bullet. It's hard to imagine where the future of political debate goes from here. The constant disingenuous refrains about insipid fascism from the left are so hard to swallow as legitimate complaints. Instead, they sound just like justifications for the force that they planned on using against their perceived enemies all along. Nor can the denunciations of violence from the left's elder statements, such as Obama, be regarded as sincere. Before Kirk, Democrats in power enabled assassination attempts on Supreme Court justices by deliberately refusing to enforce the law to protect their homes. It was unsurprising that enabling the same evil forces resulted in 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump. They succeeded in killing the American hero Corey Compratore, and at no point has there been a responsible reconsideration of the tactics or rhetorics among the media or the Democrat office holders. The left wants to regain power, and they will use the nearest weapon at hand, literally. I do not want to live in a society where half the country simply uses whatever power is available to them to go after the other half. I do not believe the average Democrat voter believes that successfully engaging in good faith debates on college campuses warrants death, but I am hardly alone here. I am increasingly concerned that there are forces on the left that cannot be debated. They must be made to feel pain until they stop. I pray that this can be done within the bounds of the law and the Constitution. Not that the left has cared much about those anyway. But it seems like a bleak future for American politics. That's because watching one of America's most promising young leaders die in front of our eyes is pretty damn bleak. We survived the Civil War, and I pray for everyone involved in American politics that understanding and forgiveness will once again be this country's guiding lights. But I'm also reminded that there are times when vengeance is necessary and just in millions. And I am also reminded that there are times when vengeance is necessary and just, and millions of Americans will not stand for Kirk's death to be in vain. Yes. Yes. Yeah, here's a paper that I'll pull up. See, so this is right here. The Media Research Council. How Biden's DHS is weaponizing an anti-terror program against conservatives, Christians, and the GOP. Oh, what do you know? Free Speech America, as part of the Freedom of Information Act investigations, has learned Biden administration is weaponizing a government-funded anti-terrorism grant program in an effort to destroy conservatives, Christians, and the Republican Party. Under the Trump administration, the Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grant was used to prevent terrorism, but it was revamped under the Biden administration and renamed to providing funding to localities to combat all forms of terrorism and targeted violence. Instead of focusing on preventing actual violence and terrorism, the program is now being used to target the entire spectrum of the political right and Christians throughout media literacy and online critical thinking initiatives, so-called training seminars, as part of a coordinated effort to make America into a one-party system. Joe Kennedy, you're talking about the redhead Joe Kennedy. Yeah, he's a scumbag. Yeah. That's if I'm not mistaken, is that Teddy's son? I think that's Teddy's son. Or is it the older brother? I don't know. Anyway. I believe that's one of RFK's nephews. It is a one-party system. Pretty close to a one-party system. Yeah, the University of Dayton targeted groups such as the Heritage Foundation, Fox News, Christian Broadcasting, Turning Point USA, PragerU, and the NRA, Breitbart News, and American Conservatives. The Department of Homeland Security awarded a total of 80 grants at the behest of the embattled DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who called the program a high priority in an internal memo. DHS resisted producing documents pursuant to the FOIA requests. So this is what they did. You know, they stole an election in 2020. Anyone who doesn't believe that, I don't know what to tell you. All you have to do is look. at what happened at 3 a.m. in the morning when it went woo like this while nobody was looking, when everyone was supposed to be home and they weren't supposed to be counting ballots, and all of a sudden, whoop, that happened. And then they did everything they could to ensure that it would never happen again. The only problem was they fucked the country up so bad that it was coming back. And there was no way they could get by with the stuffing of the ballots the way they did in 2020. It just wasn't going to work again. And now we can see what they did. And that's why, in my mind, personally, when I talk to people, if they say they vote Democrat, I just go, I can't speak to you. I can't. I mean, I can be polite and nice, but we can't have conversations. We can't be friendly. We can't hang out together because you are enabling the destruction of this country. And I just can't savvy that. So I want to thank everyone who was here tonight, who came by and let you all know that I will be streaming. Again Saturday night, 9 or 10 o'clock, and I'll try to get it all corrected and get a bunch of stuff, some good stories for everything. And but I am working on a project to actually document all the crime, all the political violence that came from the left, starting in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, all the way up until modern times, just to show it all. Because a lot of times what they say is right-wing violence is actually left-wing violence. They actually call most Muslim terrorist attacks, the media and what these organizations, they call that right-wing violence because they're religious. So that's right-wing. Yeah, they do. They call 9/11 right-wing violence in the studies. So, I want to thank everybody who was here. And, no, thank you for being here and sharing the night with me. I'll just say that, it helped me a lot, actually, to be on the show last night with Joe. And then to come here tonight and be able to get all this out tonight and these things I wanted to say and these videos I wanted to play of these people and the evil. So that, I had to see all this stuff, and it was hard for, not last night, but the night that Charlie was killed, the night that when Charlie was murdered, that night, I collected all the stuff I saw and sent it to Joe. And I told him, I said, I can't, this is too much. And it was. It's just too much evil. It had me very angry, and it was probably a good thing I didn't stream that night, because I probably would have said some things and might not have had a channel anymore. I want to wish you all well. I will see you in tonight if you want to come on back, probably around either 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. We'll stream for a few, whatever, at least 2 or 3 hours, and we'll see where it goes. And hopefully we'll have some better news to talk about. I wasn't around Wednesday. No, I was busted up about this. This was not good. But anyway, I'm gonna yes, Bella will be back tonight too. I will Bella needs to pee. She wouldn't. I asked her Yeah, if I would have streamed Wednesday, my channel would be locked out. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been. But anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna send you guys over to. I'm gonna send you guys over somewhere. If you don't want to go over there, don't go over there. It's just this guy Shane Davis, the comic book guy. Nice guy, real nice guy. Makes comic books. They do a funny little show. They'll just be giggling and laughing about stuff over there. So have fun. Good night. Thank you very, very much. Come on back. Jim will tell you the news.